Yo. What's up? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Stream. I'm your Stream Tom, and today we are going to be doing something fun, which is actually turning on the lights because it's really dark in here. Because it's like a storm. There's no sunlight outside. It's just dark outside. Dark, which makes it dark inside if you don't turn on the lights. So I got to turn the lights on. Actually, I don't know how bright I am. How bright am I? Oh my god, I need a haircut. Oh god. You ever need a haircut? Yeah, me too. So, anyways, what did I do? Did I finish all those quests? Did I do all of them? 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm going to start today, and a lot of different live streams here, with me running the raid. There's a raid here, out here in the Desert Sands. And my goal is to run the raid several times, so that way I can get access to this crossbow storm. Because I want it, and then hopefully the Epic Storm, and maybe even Legendary Storm for the build that I'm currently playing on my Bard, which is the Sonic Boom Bard. It's the title of the live stream. You might be like, damn, dude, that's kind of cool. Title of the live stream? That's right, title of the live stream. So, we'll be doing that here very shortly. I'm going to be running the raid. I don't know much about it. I got to buy, like, a dagger, I think. Somebody said you need Pharaoh Crystal to do it, so I'm probably going to go get that as I can. I also don't know how to do not the raid, the quest before the raid, the pre-raid. So I have to figure out how to do ADQ, so I'm gonna have to learn it here. Hello, Ludicrous. How are you doing? How's it hanging? How are you guys doing? Hope everybody is having a good day today. Alright, let's get Sands. How do I do this quest? Against the Demon Queen. You got a bad morning? Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That sucks. I hope you're doing okay. I mean, it is a Monday, so those things can obviously suck. But hopefully, you don't have to deal with the, that's not going to last throughout your whole day. It's not going to kind of keep you down. Sucks, man. PC was blue screening and weren't able to do work this morning. Oh, what a Monday, man. What a Monday. I got up early this morning because I had a meeting. And so I got up early. And, God, it was... I'm just not used to getting up at like 8 in the morning. Which I know complaining about 8 in the morning is... A lot of people get up way earlier than that. I know. I just don't. So for me, it was a bit of a shocker. It's a bit of a shocker. You know what else is a bit of a shocker? I put out a YouTube video about Bow Paladin. Wow. So if you think Bow Paladin is cool, I got a video, I got a build, I got everything you need to follow to enjoy your bow dreams to their full bowness. So you can be fully fulfilled by the bow. You fixed it? I hope you're able to fix it. It's been since the start of your workday and it's 1:30. I hope that you've been able to fix the blue screening problem and it hasn't been persisting the entire day. Also, I will say, they definitely did something to the wilderness system because I haven't gotten an alert yet, and usually I would have gotten an alert by walking over here, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But it's cool. I'm happy that I don't have any alerts going on right now. Set the monitor to black and white mode. Now it's blue screen. Is that how that works? You just like change the monitor color with the PC? Is it your own personal computer or is this a work computer? Baldur's Gate 3 looking so weird. I know, isn't it strange? It's such a different video game. As I said, I'm still a Dungeons & Dragons Online live streamer. That's what I do. So I put in 3 solid days of Baldur's Gate 3. But the game is like 200 hours, so I can't just like stream Baldur's Gate 3 all the time because I still got to put out DDO videos and other things. So as a result, I will be kind of going back and forth between the 2 different games here and there as I go along. But I dual boot partition for work. That sucks, dude. Buggy time-consuming games, so we went back to DDO. Yes, actually, unironically, yes.
Before you, an ancient tome radiates malice.
Okay, so it's Poisoner, Hungry, Devious, Mockery, Knight, Grasping. Okay, so I'm just gonna highlight this so I don't screw this up. So reset. And go to it. Yeah, download my UI, baby. Get that UI, cuz. What's up? What are you doing? MMOs, you need totally uninterrupted time. Team with others and not let games get let you play 9% of the time solo and have good progress. Yeah. I will say, okay, so I'm going to do Scorpion first. That's a octopus, monkey, bat. Is there a scorpion in here? Yeah, there's a scorpion here. Okay. What's up, dude? How you doing? How are ya? Riddles in the app. Well, yeah, but I just have it on my other monitor, so I just highlighted it. It makes it easier that way. You just walk? How do I get this door open? I absolutely do not know how to do this quest, so I'm just kind of doing it based off of like googling it and looking on the other side. So the game lets you Volo do eye surgery. I gotta say that part was really, really, really unexpectedly funny, and I'm gonna keep it because even though it might not be like, I don't know, there might be some horrible hidden consequence later in the game, and it did make every single person on my party think less of me for allowing that to happen. That was a great moment, and it was really fun. Alright, I don't need to fight these guys, right? Not running away. I'm missing? Is my hit chance really that bad? Amazing. You might need help on some of those parts. I'm pretty sure you can solo against the Demon Queen. I don't think you need to group for this one. You don't get Will Eye? True, yeah, you actually just have your same eye. With the party and done the surgery. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know the surgery was going to happen. It kept getting worse and worse. And I just, like, didn't stop it from going. Because I just keep being like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, do the surgery. Yeah, okay. Just put the... And then he's like... Then it's like the needle goes deeper. And then he's like, oh, it's not working. And I gotta get something bigger. And then he gets the ice pick. And I'm like, I gotta watch. So having to do this and the Hags deal? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so I apologize for if anyone got traumatized by that visual. I didn't know it was going to happen. Yeah, admittedly, I absolutely did not know that was going to happen. So, yeah, that was very unexpected. Again, it was really funny. It was a really funny moment. For those of you that don't know, if you don't know what we're talking about, it was just a moment in the stream of Baldur's Gate 3 that I did yesterday. And if you want to catch it, go to the VODs channel. I have every single part of Baldur's Gate 3 is currently been uploaded to the VODs channel. So you're able to go ahead, check it out, and watch all the VOD backwards yourself. So it's all there. So there's a playlist, Baldur's Gate 3, on the VODs channel. You can see all of it. That'd be funny if you just become blind. Yeah, the reason why I didn't reset it is because now I can see invisible all the time. Like, it's just a permanent buff. And that sounds like it has to be so good. Just 100% uptime, see invisibility. It's got to be good. Okay, monkey. No, bat. Bat is next. Zabble stuff triggers you? Well, yeah, you can just skip that part. How many people are invis? Well, you don't know because they're invisible, right? It's a great question, isn't it? How many people are invisible? But you have no idea because they're invisible. Could be 1 million people that are invisible. Could be 100 jillion. You would never know. Get them all out of here. I'm blind. No. Doing Warlock and doing the eye removal plus that to see what happens. Yeah, if your character gets complete blindness. I mean, you just be a monk at that point. That's why you don't pick Warlock, you just pick Monk. Actually, Warlocks have an ability that makes it so it doesn't matter if they're blind anyway. Because there's like a sight ability that gives you vision and dark vision. And it doesn't matter if you have the ability to see or not. You literally can't have your sight taken away from you is how it functions. Yeah, so you don't actually need to see. You get like a spectral sight basically, which is very cool conceptually. I really like that. Okay, monkey, 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 monkey. That looks like a monkey. Blaster, Belling Blast, fighting off a cliff is hilarious. Yeah, probably. I don't have a Warlock. I'm not using Will. Who knows? Maybe I will take some Warlock or something. I'm not sure. I don't know what Warlock really gives you in terms of a benefit, other than, like, spell slots that come back on a short rest. But I don't know how the spell slots coming back on a short rest works. That's another question that's interesting. They're important to know. Like, if you take one level of Warlock, so your spell slots come back on a short rest, then do you get... Does that apply to all of your spell slots, or how does that work? Oh, I fell. I have to not fall when I do this. Okay, I'm dumb. Just the Warlock slots come back? Okay. So they're separate slots. Oh, so Warlock spells are basically a separate... So, like, they don't count the spell slots from other classes. But Warlock slots can be used to smite. Oh, so taking one level of Warlock on a Paladin is actually really good. Because then you can just use that for, like, free smites every short rest. Because I can just basically get 2 free smites every single rest. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh my god. Which melee classes are good for soloing in DDO? Barbarian, Paladin, Fighter are pretty much your standard, really good for soloing melee classes. Okay. Really? There's a jet, air jet on this? Amazing. Alright. Disable this air jet. Oh, I can't disable the trap? Maybe I can't see it? My search is too low? My search was too low. Alright, let's go. Irresistible Dance overrides freedom of movement? Yeah, Irresistible Dance technically isn't freedom of movement because it doesn't restrict your movement, it forces you to move. Which you could argue is restricting your movement, but according to DDO, it's not restricting your movement because your character is able to move freely. They just dance.
The illusory prince is once again...
You're freely able to dance, is how I guess they think about it. Alright, snake and octopus. Yep. 2, but the disadvantage on perception and no fighting hags was a no-no. Yeah. Well, so the disadvantage on perception only lasts for like a couple seconds and then it goes away. 16 years, so it's more learning. And I think that's the other thing too about when it comes to people asking like what's better for solo. Solo play is practice. You need to understand how your character works. You need to understand what your limitations are, what is going to be dangerous to your build at any given moment. Like, that every build is going to have things that are kind of, you know, that they have a weakness to, and you're going to find ways to shore up the weakness. So, like, as an example, let's say you're playing as, like, a solo character, right? One of the things you need to pay attention to when playing solo is what crowd control effects are you susceptible to, or most susceptible to. Because if you're very susceptible to, you know, like, hold effects, and you don't have a freedom of movement, or high will saves, your character's going to get held every single time. So it doesn't matter whether you're playing Paladin or Barbarian or Fighter or Monk. If you don't have a way to resist hold effects, then your character's going to get held. You're by yourself. You're going to die. That's it. Close at your eye to try and move the tadpole? Oh, yeah. I did not let her do that. Fight me if you disagree. Eldritch Knight is also very good to solo. Yep. Eldritch Knight's also good. I will say, Eldritch Knight does a good job. I like Fighter a lot. I think Fighter's actually, after doing the solo Fighter guided playthrough, I will say it was better than I thought. It worked well.
Stylized octopus is mounted above this door. The water in these flooded tunnels is cold.
Pretty good solo. I mean, it's Monday. I imagine most people's are set to violence today. Dog Hunter is good solo. Yep, Tempest Ranger is very good.
You are trapped.
I gotta do something. You are trapped. Isn't there like a lever? Yeah, it's up here, right? Yeah, that's what it was. I was swimming on the wrong side. This is just pure rogue. I'm gonna be swapping on the bard in a minute. I'm just I'm trying to get a crossbow, and to get it, I need to do the raid against the Demon Queen, or Zwabi's Revenge. That's locked. And I don't know how to do this quest, and you have to do this quest to get through it. So I'm, like, trying to figure out... Okay, there's the key I need. Okay. So I'm going to be swapping to it in just a minute. I just want to do this first. Alpha boat into water. True. Yeah, that was good. Dude, that scene where this guy just gets on the boat, he's like, hey, I don't recognize you. Who are you? And then my character's like, just shove him and he tumbles back into the water. That was so good. So satisfying. No Baldur's Gate 3 today? I'll be doing it later. I'm a Dungeons & Dragons Online live streamer. I need to stream Dungeons & Dragons Online. So I will be getting back to Baldur's Gate 3 later today. Do it in pieces. Like a part A and a part B, you know what I mean? Okay, so I don't want to swim back through this, so I'm going to cast Dimension Door to get out of here. Yeah, it turns out that's, you know, Peter Pipega's claim to fame was being conflict averse, and John Pipega's claim to fame is shoving people and throwing people. It's unreasonably effective. Are you next to a ledge? I just want int and +1 charisma. Why do I give you +1 charisma? I guess chicks dig scars. That makes sense to me. It's the only rationalization I can come up with. Yep. Yeah, it's a 2-minute cooldown, not a 1 minute. Yep. Yeah, the Horizon Walker's 10 minutes or something. It's so dumb. I don't know why they did that. I remember when I saw that, I was like, this is dumb. Yo, what's up, Duichi? How you doing? Did you say that playing a character based around sneak attack could be a decent solo? I imagine sneak attack proc is harder with those specific skills. If you're not playing a ranger or a rogue, don't do it. Rogue gets the ability Shiv. So with Shiv, see this guy here? I press Shiv, and now he's vulnerable to sneak attacks. So, and Shiv I can press all the time. Also improve feint. So I can use those two abilities constantly and interchangeably, which makes it very, very easy. So if you're playing a character like a rogue, it's easy. If you're playing a ranger, they get exposing strike, which also makes them vulnerable to sneak attack damage. So that's also a good option. If you play any other class than rogue or ranger, it is a bad option, because your character is going to have pretty much no way to get yourself to be able to sneak attack enemies. So your two options are rogue and ranger. Anything else is a bad idea. Back on DDO, the holiday is over. It wasn't really a holiday. It was more so I need to finish Baldur's Gate 2 before going to Baldur's Gate 3. So I could be an old man and go, oh, this game is so much worse than Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 is so much better than Baldur's Gate 3. Which is, like, in my opinion, unironically actually true. I do think that Baldur's Gate 2, from my experience so far, is a better game than Baldur's Gate 3, but it is what it is. Granted, I played the entirety of Baldur's Gate 2 and not Baldur's Gate 3. Also, it's not 6 months down the road from now. A lot of bugs fixed Baldur's Gate 3. It's release date Baldur's Gate 3, so it is what it is. Would Monk be able to consistently with their water strike from enhancements? So, you're confused. So, the water attack, right, from the water strike, I don't believe it bluffs the target. I am fairly certain that that attack only makes monsters vulnerable to sneak attack, which is not the same thing. The wording in game is very confusing. Vulnerable to sneak attack does not mean you can sneak attack them. In fact, it explicitly means you cannot sneak attack them, which might sound confusing on Balancing Strike. Throwing off their balance renders them vulnerable to sneak attacks. Exactly. So you go, oh, they're vulnerable to sneak attacks. Cool, that means I can sneak attack them. No, you can't. Sneak attack has conditions. It makes them vulnerable to sneak attacks, yes. So you can sneak attack monsters if the conditions for sneak attack are met, but you still have to meet the conditions for sneak attack, which is the target is bluffed, so it is not paying attention to you, and so it's under the effect of a bluff or deception effect, or it has aggro on somebody else. So if you're solo and use Unbalancing Strike, that means a target that is not vulnerable to sneak attack, which is undead and constructs, may be sneak attackable, but you have to fulfill the conditions for sneak attack. So you can make them vulnerable to sneak attack, which is to say you can now open up the opportunity to sneak attack them if you meet the conditions, but you have to meet the conditions first. to sneak attack a target, you have to use a deception effect, or for it to not have aggro on you. But even if that's the case, there are some monsters that are just sneak attack immune. Sneak attack immune creatures are undead and constructs. Now, sneak attack immunity is also not the same thing as fortification, although they do the same thing, but they're not the same thing. Fortification is a % chance that you are unable to sneak attack or critically hit a monster. So, for example, an undead has 100% fortification. That means 100% of the time, if you critically strike it, your critical strike will be resisted. And same thing with the sneak attack. 100% of the time, your sneak attack will be resisted because it has 100% fortification. So, if you have 100% fortification bypass, so you have armor penetration or whatever it is, then you say you have 100%, then they have a 0% resistance to sneak attacks and critical hits. Every time you critically hit, it will succeed, and every time you sneak attack, it won't succeed. Now, that's confusing. That's because there's a separate stat called sneak attack immunity. And sneak attack immunity is on also undead and constructs. So to hit an undead or construct with a sneak attack, you have to bypass their fortification, and you have to bypass their sneak attack immunity, which Unbalancing Strike does. Unbalancing Strike makes them vulnerable to sneak attack. And condition 3, you also need to make sure that you follow the conditions of sneak attack, which is that the monsters are not aggroed on you, or you have a deception effect on them, or you have a bluff effect on them. Does that make sense? Is that clear? It better be. So as an example, as a rogue, I use Shiv and Improve Feint to allow me to sneak attack on targets. So it says target becomes bluffed, right? And then I use Assassin's Trick, which says target opponent loses their immunity to sneak attack. And those are two separate things. Does Flashbang cause a bluff effect? I don't think Flashbang causes a bluff. I mean, it technically works, because if they're blind, monsters that are blind are sneak attackable. But it's not going to remove sneak attack immunity. But yes, monsters that are blind are sneak attackable. That is correct, because they can't see you. It's one of the reasons why Falconry is so good, because if you're playing as a Chains Falconer, as an example, where's Falconry? You can use Coordinated Strike to blind everything, and then the Chains will have sneak attack on everything because it's all blind. Okay. Now, I don't know how to do this. Swabby's Revenge? Elite. Alright, I don't know how to do this raid. I'm pretty sure I know how to do this raid. I just, like, attack the monsters, but then I'm way over level, so I'm sure it'll be fine. You have ranged? Yeah, I have a throwing dagger. I'm back. Why does every monster in DDO run away from you? It's so annoying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just hit the monsters that raid. And also, I just missed this guy 3 times. I don't know what their armor class is, but I do not have enough hit chance. This character's not fully geared yet. I'm still missing a lot of items, so I guess my hit chance is a little low. Yo, what's up, Kentos? How you doing? How are you now? How are you and how are things? How's it hanging? How's it going? You visited the hospital to fix your eyes? Nice, dude. That's awesome. I also went to the hospital to fix my eyes. In a video game. In Baldur's Gate 3. With impromptu eye surgery I wasn't expecting in a cutscene. It was very graphic. Okay. Okay, so she just goes over there, right? And then I just hit her with attacks. How many hit points does she have? Oh, dude, this is gonna take a fucking million years. What? Is the fight still going? Oh, shit. Are you not on heroic? Because I want the runes. It wouldn't be so bad if my hit chance wasn't that as low, but my hit chance is brutal. Ooh. How many times do I have to do this? Is it just once, or do I have to do this multiple times? Well, I just got two conflicting answers. Oh, the knockdown. Ah, good, she's back. Ah, perfect. Anyways, how are you guys doing? You know, I should just mark her. I can't hit her with that either? Alright. At least I can lower armor class to mark target. Because I have 3 cores, so it's -6 armor class. Helps out a little bit. Oh my god. She's back. Die, Laylat. Die. I am destruction. I don't care if you're destruction. Ugh. Did you get your programming test email today for the next job? Making a basic pet interaction game for Windows 10 desktop in 48 hours with specific requirements. Nice. Well, you better make it good. Alright, come on. I don't know what I need. I just need runes, I guess. Because these stuff, yes, they're all bind to character. Okay. Do I even care about getting anything, or am I just looking for the runes? I think I'm just looking for the runes. I don't really think I care about the line-handed belt buckle. These are... Actually, this one's not that bad. I'm gonna keep this. Maybe I have timers. I might have raid reset timers. Because I think at some point I bought the wrong timer. So I might have a bunch of raid reset timers. Also, I've seen in multiple places people getting confused. I don't think you can pass runes. I've seen people getting confused because they find it difficult to find timers in the store without realizing they're typing it in wrong. Yeah, it's because people type in raid bypass timer when it's raid timer bypass, which makes sense. I don't know why people say raid bypass. I think it's because it's just an easier way to understand it, but it's a raid timer bypass. So people type in raid bypass instead of raid timer, and they can't find it in the store. I've seen it on more than one occasion of people getting confused. They just confuse themselves. Not a problem anymore. No, that's what I'm saying. People have that issue right now, right? Watch this. So if I type in raid timer, right, you get raid timer bypass, but a lot of people go raid bypass, and it comes up with nothing, because there is nothing called raid bypass. There's only raid timer, or whatever. They type, it's raid timer bypass, because you bypass the raid timer. Yeah, I also just typed timer, but yeah. I think I might just use these and filter this out. How many more do I need? Hold on. Rune? It's Sans at 625, so I'm at what, 5? It's 125 each, right? So this is 5, so I'm halfway there. Okay, so I need to do that 5 more times. That's not terrible. And then I can have the crossbow right now. If you want. Oh, I don't need timers. I'll probably just buy one more. But this is fine. I'm just going to run this right now. Because I only need one more timer. So I'm just going to... I'll just, like, run through it again. Oh, I got to hand it in. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Give me my item. And then Swabby's Revenge. Alright, so I eat that. Swabby's Revenge. Reset the raid. Thank you. I'll just do this a few times. I mean, if anybody's bored and you want to come, message Stream. You can just come to the raid if you want and hang out. I'm not going to complain if somebody wants to shoot the boss. That's totally cool. But also, I don't want anyone to feel like they have to waste a bunch of timers or something. Like, if you're bored and you got nothing to do and you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm flagged. I can jump into the raid. Come on in! It locks after you talk to her? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm doing 4 more runs after this, so there's time. Welcome. Come on in. I guess I can make this a raid group. It works. I want to go for Clash of Legions. How do I go about farming hearts? The first character to 20 ever? Okay, so what you want to do is you need to get... If you want to get the hearts, you're going to have to go farm out these things called Tokens of the 12. Now, the thing about farming Tokens of the 12 is that all the quests from Tokens of the 12 are good. Like, they're all really good quests to run. So you just go onto the list of quests that drop Tokens of the 12 and just, like, run those quests on, like, hard and elite difficulty, and then that's pretty much it. There's the reason why I do 20 to 30 every time is because... Are we all in? Yeah, we're in. Let's go get him. Get him. Be my guest. Oh, die. Go. Get him. Oh, baby. Spell-casting druid. That's what I'm talking about. Makes that way easier. Yeah, I could have brought a different character, but my range character is actually in the shop right now. I actually don't have a range character. That's not true. I have one range character, which is my Sunflask character, which would probably go a bit faster through this. I like how she's just not moving. She's like, no, I'm good. That makes that a lot easier. Come on, runes. I got Sans runes and nothing else. I'm also gonna get a lot of Sans crystals, which is nice. Yeah, like I said, all I want is the crossbow. Is there anything fun that I would want out of here other than just the crossbow? What's a fun item to use? Tough call. I don't know. But, yeah, so that's usually what I do. So, for example, that's like the House Fjarlin Carnival chain. You do that on Epic, and you get the Tokens of the 12. You need to get a total of 20. The smaller pieces, the fragments of the Tokens of the 12. But yeah, and also so that's for that. And the second part of it is when you go from 30 to 20 to your Epic Reincarnation. Once you get to level 30, any quest you complete will give you 2 heart seeds for completing it, and the 2 heart seeds you get at the end. Once you have, I believe it's 42, you can turn 42 heart seeds into an epic heart of wood. So what you do is you basically run all of the quests to earn the 20 tokens of the 12. This is going to automatically bring you to level like 24 or 25, right? So at that point, you're like halfway up. So you might as well just keep leveling and go all the way up to the top. So you keep leveling and go all the way up to the top. You get to level 30, and then all you have to do is 21 quests at that point. Just 21 quests at all on any difficulty, as long as they're an epic difficulty. So you can even go farm out more tokens of the 12 if you wanted. Whatever you want to do. You do 21 quests, you hand it in, and then you can do double reincarnations. You get way more stats, and it's way easier. Convoluted? I actually disagree. I don't think it's that bad. I think because you're hearing it for the first time, it gets confusing, but it's not too bad.
With instability, you doubt Zawabi's magic can hope.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like a lot at first. I'm totally with agreement with you there. It definitely is going to sound like a lot at the beginning, but I promise you, it does get easier after a little bit. Jeez. gone. God, my hit chance sucks. Oh my god, the hit chance is so bad. Back. Back at 3D guard.
Keep your wits about you. Giants are fierce brutes.
Yep. That hurts. I can't look at chat much. Yeah, I've seen you in that one. Like I said, it's one of those things that sounds confusing at first, but don't worry about it. Have everything figured out by 20? Oh, no. Like I said, just go on the DDO wiki and look up the item, the tokens of the 12. In fact, I can get you a link if you want in just a minute here. And basically, all you have to do is just do the quest that it says while leveling. So there's going to be a list of quests, and you just do each one of those one time, and you're going to get these fragments of the tokens of the 12, and that's it. Yeah, so you just do those quests while leveling. Just run them each one time. Oh, hit points? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, the amount of life. Yeah, token of the 12. So like on the list of quests that I normally do every time, okay? So a lot of people do Chamber of Ram. I usually don't. Offering of Blood I do. Vaughn 1, 2, 3, and 4 I do. Some people do Vault of Night, I don't usually. Bargain of Blood's a classic. A lot of people do that. I do Spies in the House every time. I actually find Party Crashers and the Snitch are both very easy when you know how to do them, but the Snitch is the easiest one. It's just run through and fight the monsters. I do these 2 quests every time, and then I do these 3 quests every time. Lords of Dust, Servants, and Spinner. But you can do them all once and get to know them, and then like understand it. Oh right, I'm supposed to use dark mode. I think I have. Don't I have a? I think I've downloaded a plugin that's like dark mode everything. Or I didn't download the plugin and I told myself I should download the plugin that's dark mode everything. One of those 2 things is true. I don't really remember the details.
This must be the hellish lair where the wizard king summoned Layla to Eberron. The air is so
You got Templar's Justice? It's a cool weapon. The biggest character, the biggest problem this character has, and the fact that I don't have like any of the gear, like I'm wearing heroic gear right now, which is, you know, obviously a huge problem, is hit chance in this environment. Kind of funny, more than anything else. Formative and ready to help content creators I've ever seen. Well, I mean, that's on brand for me. That's one of the reasons why I like playing video games I'm familiar with, so when people ask me questions, I can't answer them. I feel bad when somebody asks me a question about a video game and I don't have the answer for it. It's like whenever I play something new, like a new MMORPG or something, not even like new like experience, but something new for me, I don't have the answers. So like, you know, I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm having a lot of fun with Baldur's Gate 3, but then people ask me questions about it, and I'm like, bro, I don't know the answer. I wish I did, but I don't. It's the same thing like when I was playing and streaming Guild Wars 2. It's fun. It's a fun game, but I don't know everything. I know so little about it, so I can't really answer questions about it. And then people will be watching in the chat, and they'll be like, oh, this game looks cool. I want to try playing it, which is awesome. I'm glad I can inspire people to try playing a video game. And if they have questions, I'm like, I don't know, dude. Where's Dorak? Where's Dorak? Dorak's around here somewhere. Where's Dorak? Oh, I locked you? Oh, well, we can reset. Reset. Rip. I am dumb. Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm stupid. Fuck. Let me get out of here. I'm stupid. I forgot it locks when you talk to her. I wasn't paying attention. I thought I was doing everything right. It turns out I was just doing everything wrong, which is acceptable, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Try again. Round 2. There we go. You should have mentioned it. Oh, that's also true as well. Yeah, if let's say you like don't really want to do it. Say this whole thing is too hard. Then what a lot of people will do is they'll run either the Lords of Dust or Bargain of Blood. And they will run those on they'll run them on Epic Elite, and they'll just open up an LFM that says, please pass tokens, and then people will join them, get some free XP, and pass tokens over, because there's a lot of people who don't need tokens. So that's also an option. Alright, so I'm going to wait for everyone to be in before we talk to her, because I'm not stupid this time. That's not true, but I'm not that... okay, whatever. I don't know what the answer is.
This portal churns with instability. You doubt Zawabi's magic can hold...
The real Sparky Sparks wall? Lightning aura class action? What the heck is that? That looks like a crazy piece of equipment. Oh, this should go without saying, but in case it's not clear, if you could, anyone's posting, I'm sure you guys are probably really excited about the new game, Baldur's Gate 3. If you are playing the Baldur's Gate 3, do your best. If you're like very far away through the game, you're on chapter 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever it is, like heavily through the game, please use spoiler tags when talking about stuff, considering it's a multi-100-hour game that came out on Thursday. I shouldn't have to explain that one, but, you know, just in case. How far am I? I think I'm just starting some stuff that wasn't in the early access. Was that tweet yesterday a meme or what? No, I think the game is pretty unfinished and needs to go back in the oven. I have encountered so many bugs, I can't go more than, like, maybe 20 minutes with encountering a bug that requires me to either reset something or undo something. Like, it's brutal, dude. Yeah, it's the torque. There it is. Oh, did anyone want it? The old torque. I assume nobody wants it. Yeah, nobody wants it. Okay, we're good. But yeah, it was not a meme. I literally kept encountering bug into bug into bug. And it was so frustrating that I had to keep like resetting my game and changing stuff. And it was just like, it was just an issue. The autosave feature sucks. The fact that it only autosaves maybe once every 2 hours at best is brutal. Now you might be like, oh, but you know, you should get used to pressing the save button all the time. And that's true. I could press the save button more frequently than I do. That's absolutely correct. And, you know, maybe and it's on me for not saving, for sure. But, like, I'm just used to modern video games having robust autosave features. It's very common for modern video games to have robust autosave features. For example, think about a game like Skyrim. Skyrim autosaves every time you go through a door. That game is so old, we make jokes about how it's still being re-released, because it's so old. Autosaving frequently is not a bad idea. Could you imagine if Microsoft Office came out with a new product and they were like, by the way, the autosave feature where we save your data, or Google Sheets or whatever, yeah, they're gonna get rid of that. You make any changes? Sorry, if you didn't manually click and save a backup, it's gone. That data is gone. So like, the autosave feature is very bad. And the fact that it only autosaves at best once every 2 hours. I have about 36 hours in my playthrough. I would be hard-pressed to say I have more than 10 autosaves in my file. Because, again, it just barely autosaves. So that is just genuinely a problem that I think that is. But, like, abilities missing, things not working, you know, conversations happening wrong, quests bugging out. My romance with one of my characters broke. So I couldn't do the romance. Just a whole bunch of stuff that just doesn't work. Again, it's fun. It's a fun game, but there's like so many bugs. It's a constant barrage of bugs that I felt like yesterday I really wanted to quit. I was very close to just being like, I'm putting this game down and coming back in 3 months when the bugs are fixed. Like, it was brutal. Again and again and again. I was like, I can't deal with it. Now, to be fair, apparently I'm getting more bugs than the average person. This is what I've been told. That other people that have been watching my stream are like, oh, I don't experience as many bugs. And you might be like, oh, well, you know, are you sure they're actually bugs? Are you sure whatever? Yes, I am certain. I streamed it. It's live. You can go watch it all on the VODs channel. At youtube.com/streams. You can check out all of my, all the VODs, and you can see the horrific quantity of bugs that I'm experiencing on the regular in this video game. If the damage game was treating them as dead anyway? Yeah, probably. Lawrence is bugged in real life. RIP, dude. Sorry to hear that. So as I said, it's a cool video game, and it's very fun to play. But I'm not gonna tell anybody that the game is finished. It's not done. They just didn't finish the video game. It's just it is what it is. Now you could argue that it's like, oh well, you know, it's just a few bugs. They'll iron those patches out. I don't know. And there's also just like a surprising number of quality of life features that are just like missing that just should be there. So like one of the examples is I broke my paladin oath with no idea that that was even a mechanic in the video game. Okay, what am I looking for? I need a timer. Timer, please. I need one more. I believe it's gear and crafting. Raid timer bypass. One of these. Buy item. Thank you. I gotta use it so I can get into the raid. This is my last one. Nice. I'm programming like 5 runs at the same time and they all seem to be fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like that's annoying. And there's just like a bunch of features that are just surprisingly absent from the base game that I don't know if they'll ever get added in, but hopefully modders will be able to add it in. Like I really like the idea that all of your characters are they're all like a part of the team, right? So every single character that you have on your party, they're like a part of the team, and you can swap them out because the XP is shared between all your characters. So everyone has, it's not exactly the same, but it's basically the same. Like if one of your characters is 5, they're probably all level 5. And so the idea is you can swap out your characters, like be like, oh, this person's right for this mission, and then kind of swap people out when you go to town. But the issue is, no, we went through this yesterday, so I'm not going to get angry about it, Goro, but I just want to explain to you 100%. I just want to explain 100% that the oath breaking in this game is complete 100%, 1000% dog shit, garbage, trash. Trash, not the mechanic, the concept of oath breaking, but the implementation. They do not tell you that you can oath break. It's not explained to you as a mechanic. The idea that you have to, that a video game that costs $60, okay, that is a modern video game with modern video game design principles, can't explain to you the basic concepts as how the game works in any capacity is entirely a fault of the developers. It's entirely of the developers. It has nothing to do with the players. Saying, well, I'm sorry you didn't go buy a $60 book and read a $60 book is the most bullshit, lame excuse ever. Don't excuse lazy developers not doing their fucking jobs. That's bullshit. Fuck that. And fuck anybody that thinks that that's okay. That's bullshit. Everybody who's like, oh, but you should know oath breaking is a thing. Oh, I'm sorry. The text in the video game doesn't say that that's even a possibility or a mechanic. So no, you shouldn't have the expectation that that's going to be a thing. And then the game goes, hey, you did something that wasn't clear, that you were able to that you were even able to do that. It wasn't clear what the rules were because they didn't explain it to you. And then also, they didn't explain it. The only way to get it back, spend 1,000 gold. What are you going to do? Great. Here's your fun mechanic. Again, it's just the whole mechanic sucks. The whole mechanic sucks. Right? If the game told you you could break your oath, I'd be okay with it. If the game just said, it had text in the game that said anywhere, you could break your oath. And you might be like, yeah, there is text. It's on the oath text. Not a character creation. It only has oath. The text about the oath and the fact that you can break it is only if, after you make your character, not on the oath selection screen, after you make your character, you then have to go into your character status menu, and then you have to mouse over your oath, and then at the bottom of the oath, it adds an extra line of text that is not present in character creation. Not following the actions can cause you to lose your oath. But again, it's not clear exactly what those are because, again, under my interpretation of what it said under the oath, I did everything right and I never broke it, but I broke my oath, and then I had to go back and like pay 1,000 gold. Which again, I'm fine if I even knew that was a mechanic, which it was not explained to me at the beginning of the game. That's the reason why I picked Paladin. Because I thought Paladin, I was like, oh, Paladin is usually pretty inflexible in D&D games, and you have to do specific things. But on character creation, there was literally not a single thing that explained to you in any capacity that you could break your oath. And on more than one occasion, I went back because people kept arguing in chat and being like, no, dude, it tells you. And I had to keep going back. I would save my game. I'd go back to main menu. I'd go make a new character. I'd go to the character creation. I'd click Paladin, and I'd be like, where? And I'd put it on screen and tell me where it says it. Because it doesn't say it, doesn't tell you that information. And then when you're going to break your oath, it doesn't tell you that you're going to break your oath. It doesn't say, oh, this will break your oath. This will cause you to have some type of problem. And you can make the argument of, oh, well, it doesn't need to tell you that. You should implicitly know that. I'm not a fucking paladin, okay, for 30 years. I didn't read the book. I don't know the oath. I don't know what the oath even means. It is 3 sentences of text on your character. 3 sentences. I'm supposed to extrapolate 3 sentences the whole fucking life? Motherfucker, the Bible, the 10 Commandments, That's 10 sentences, and that's still not enough to cover circumstances of life. You telling me it's fucking, I'm supposed to extrapolate 3 sentences out the whole game with no direction? Fuck that. Fuck the developers who think that's okay, and people defending that behavior. God damn it. Sorry, it makes me so mad when people, like, defend this. The developers didn't do a bad job of making the game, but it's a huge oversight, and it really bothers me, the number of people who think that because I'm upset about an oversight, that, like, it's like, well, you know, it's you should have known better. No, I shouldn't have. That's the whole point. No, I should have known better. Hey, look, if I expect any group to lie to you, it's the rogues, right? Oh, a rogue mechanic doesn't work like I thought it did. At least that makes sense, because I guess rogues lie to you. The paladin's not supposed to lie to you. They're the people that tell the truth. God damn it. Anyway. I'm calm. Good. We're good now. Anyway, so thank you for inspiring me to start screaming, Goro. Appreciate that. Anyway. We're good. I was very mad. I got very mad yesterday about, like, a bunch of the mechanics, and it was just, it's, like, so annoying and so dumb. Alright, well, I got all my sands runes. Nice. Thank you for help with sand rune. Smile. I now have sand runes. Brings a thing in Baldur's Gate 3? Yes. But again, my issue is not that you can break your oath, and that has never been the problem. It's that the information isn't there. It doesn't even let you know that that's a physical possibility in the game, is that breaking your oath is even a thing you can do. So when it happened to me, I was just shocked because I didn't even know that was a mechanic in the game. And it's not because I didn't read everything. I read all of the text on my character. Yeah, so it's not easy to communicate the knowledge of the game system. Correct. It's not easy. But that's why people make video games. That's why developers go to school and they learn. That's why they play video games. That's why they'll reverse engineer video games. That's why people will be passionate and want to learn these things. They'll learn ways to communicate that information to the player. Angrier of the collection of bugs, not that design choice. Oh, it's a combination of things. It's basically like, the best way to put it, when you, it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every bug in and of itself is not really a big deal, but when you encounter the next one of a thing that doesn't do what it says it does, and then the next thing that doesn't do what it says it does, and then the next thing that doesn't do what it says it does, and then the next thing that doesn't do what it says it does, and then the next thing that doesn't do what it says it does, it like compounds, right? It's easy to like laugh one thing off, but then it's just, oh man, it's like very frustrating. I think that it was a combination of things. It was suddenly needing to do problem solving by moving terrain elements, which is a mechanic that definitely could use a tutorial in that game, but doesn't have a tutorial. So I'm fortunate I had Twitch chat to help me through that. But then, so it was already kind of annoying because it's a cool thing to learn, but it's kind of annoying that I learned it from getting told it instead of seeing some type of implicit environmental thing, right? Like imagine that there was like, imagine if close to the beginning of the game, like you're on the Nautiloid ship or whatever, and there was like a room you couldn't reach, and it was like, oh no, the stairs are broken, what do we do? And there's a bunch of boxes, and then the game teaches you, oh, and one of the characters says, what if we could stack those boxes? And you realize, oh, I can move the boxes and I can manipulate my environment by doing that. And it's like, oh, cool. And then you can climb it and then climb out of the room and then you're all set, right? Which would be very cool. But that type of mechanic's not really explained to you anywhere on the Nautiloid or anything. In fact, some of you guys might not even know, the Nautiloid is a lot shorter. It was actually longer with more tutorial sections that is completely cut in the final draft of the game, which is interesting. I don't know if it's because I clicked like not do the tutorial, I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, so you can manipulate everything in the environment, and so so yeah, there was like these vents that I could cover with objects, and then the gas would stop coming out of the vents, so it would be safe to walk past, which is a really cool mechanic, but something I learned from Twitch chat because I didn't even know that was a thing because I had a bunch of Divinity 2 players telling me that because apparently that's more important than Divinity 2, which the games are built using the same engine. So that was fine, but it was like a little agitating to basically have the situation where like it felt like I couldn't come up with this answer because I didn't even know that was like within the realm of possibility. I guess it's supposed to be like, you know, like it's like I'm like I think inside the box, and then I'm like, oh, outside the box thinking? What I would think of as outside the box thinking is what the developers are expecting to be inside the box thinking, because they didn't show you the full range of tools within the box. So again, this is just communication issue. So that was like frustrating moment. And then moving that into, I couldn't stop there's like a piece of wood, wooden cage that had a prisoner in it, and it was on fire. And I couldn't prevent it from being on fire because there was a bug where you have water bottles you can throw at things. So you can throw a water bottle to, throw a glass bottle of water, it shatters, and it puts out the flame. But I couldn't do that because there's a bug that using the water bottle, technically to click it is an action, and therefore you can't throw it, so the item is broken. It just does, you literally can't use it. Apparently that's a bug, and they're going to fix it so that way you actually can use the consumable. Like, it goes on to the consumable thing. The idea you can't consume it's madness. So they're going to probably change it so you can do that. But that was just an annoying bug, because now I have to solve this problem, and it's just, so it was one issue into the next issue into then losing my oath immediately afterwards. It was like this 20-minute span of just pure and raw frustration. And I was like, oh, it was, and then it just kind of extrapolated out to the whole day. Anyway, as I said, I don't even think it's a bad game, but because it's not a bad game. And in fact, I don't even think it's a bad game, but it does still have a lot of things to get ironed out. A lot of like, there's a lot of bumps in it. You know what I mean? There's just a lot of bumps in it. That's all. And things that could get smoothed. It's just a less extreme version of Cyberpunk. I think it's kind of complicated because, like, the best way to describe it. So I played Cyberpunk on release, and I would say Cyberpunk was way less frustrating because I think that Cyberpunk had tons of quest bugs, but a lot of times the bugs were really funny in Cyberpunk. Like, you know, on the one hand, driving your car was all over the place because people would drive everywhere. Like, you'd see cars just drive through walls or drive through other cars, and they'd explode and people would die in the middle of the street. Which is a bug, and there'd be tons of bugs like that. But they were like kind of funny, and they kind of made the gameplay all of a sudden you're walking down the street, and then there's people going through the crosswalk, and then the car decides not to stop driving, or somebody else's car, and it just goes through, and then there's a shootout in the middle of the street, and you're like, that's interesting. And some of it might not even like lend itself to not being part of Night City. There's also the number of like graphical bugs where like in a cutscene, a character's like head is on backwards and stuff, which again is immersion breaking, but it's also like kind of funny. But I found there were fewer scenarios where like the number of times my abilities haven't worked in Baldur's Gate 2, or sorry, Baldur's Gate 3 is way higher than the number of times my guns didn't shoot.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
In
I'm
Cyberpunk.
looking.
In Cyberpunk, if I shot my gun's at least shot. Whereas in Baldur's Gate 3, sometimes you should attack and your character hits walls, nothing happens. The area doesn't work. The number of times my characters have just swung at the air. Ugh, it's very annoying. Also, Horse, welcome back to the stream team for 30 months. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Hope you're doing super well. Glad to have you here. Anyway, I apologize for that bit of explosive ranting. I was just... I likened this game very heavily, as I said yesterday, to smoking weed, which is it's something I don't like to do because I get stressed out and it's just not fun for me every time I do it. But then I talk to other people like friends and they tell me about how fun it is and how much they enjoy it. And I'm like, I don't get it. I'm missing something. I don't understand what I'm missing. And yeah, Kikalise, if you aren't in a rush to play Baldur's Gate 3, I would wait a couple weeks. It's a good idea. miss way less. Oh, that's a good call. That's a good move. Anyway, back to being calm. I'm calm now. Everything is calm. We're all calm. We're all calm here. Don't worry. Everyone and everything is calm. Okay, so... yeah, it'll probably be like a couple of weeks. Oh, and also before, somebody earlier was like, "Oh, you probably like did something wrong, and that's why you couldn't romance Lae'zel or whatever." No, I'm not the only person. It's like a commonly reported bug. I can romance her with my other characters because I set the flag properly. I just couldn't romance her with my character because there's like some under the surface bug. This is what I want: Storm, Lightning Blast, Shocking Blast, Screeching, Thunderstorm Lore, Power of the Thunderstorm. Yes, this is why I did this. Beautiful. It's level 12. I'm one level away. So yeah. The times are atrocious for some reason. Ooh, that sucks. Like in Cyberpunk, a lot of bugs were funny, but some people called that unplayable. Exactly, and I think it's going to be unplayable for everyone. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of gameplay interrupting bugs in Cyberpunk, right? The closest gameplay interrupting bug that I had is that my game would crash every minute, every 2 hours, which at first was kind of annoying, but I eventually realized there's actually, I could see it happen in real time, where like the game would start to experience some problems. If I knew it was coming, I'd be like, oh shit, I got a quick save, or I got to finish this fight and save so I can turn it off. And it became like a game within a game where I was trying to beat the game to crashing, basically. Which again, is not a good thing, but it was kind of funny. And like I said, I found my general questing experience was pretty good. Like most of the quests work, only a couple quests that didn't function. Or like a couple quests that broke. So I enjoyed myself for that. I think they're the reason why I'm kind of like, I think it's also more upsetting with Baldur's Gate 3 is because it was in early access for a long time. And I think I've mentioned this before. I don't usually get excited for video games because I find that when I get excited, I find myself getting disappointed more often than not, where I get excited for something and then it's a letdown. You know what I mean? Like you get excited and you're like, I can't wait for this to come out. I can't wait for this to come out. And then it's like a big letdown. Because it just doesn't measure up to the expectation in your mind. You let the hype train kind of go way too high, and then you realize it's not the same thing. So that is like a bit of a part of it too. I usually go into games neutral. It's the reason why I enjoyed Guild Wars 3 is because I didn't know anything about it, and I just had no expectations when I went into it. I wasn't really excited. I was more like just playing it. And I at first didn't have a fun time with the character I played, which was a Mesmer. But then I kept playing the game, and I found that I made a Necromancer, and it turns out, oh, I liked it way more. Like that Necromancer was way more fun than Mesmer, and it was because I was playing the wrong class, and that's why I wasn't enjoying it as much. And it wasn't the game, and I was able to, and I wanted to experiment. I wanted to keep trying stuff and trying to figure stuff out, and I thought that experience was very different versus, as I said, like a game like this where I was very excited because Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, I wasn't sure how they were going to be before I played them. I know they're older games. Baldur's Gate 1 was pretty good, but Baldur's Gate 2 was like so good. It was such a fun experience. The only problems I had with Baldur's Gate 2 were like the final 2 bosses. But outside of the final 2 bosses, everything else was like pretty good. And even then it was because I was 10 levels under. Whoops. Anyway. But yeah, it was like a really really cool experience, and I enjoyed the hell out of it, and it was so good. So I was really hyped going to Baldur's Gate 3, and I think that hitting the reality of it's still a modern video game that has modern video game problems
to move to Boston and visit Cruiser
is like, that's also a I think that's what got me. Yeah, the two Throne of Ball bosses, correct. But yeah, I think that's what hit me, was like I was really excited going into Baldur's Gate 3. And then it was just problem into problem into problem. I have to remember, it's a modern high budget video game, which means it's full of bugs. So it is what it is. Guild Wars 3? Sorry, I say Guild Wars 3 is a joke. Canada. Oh, I should move to Boston? Yeah, because Cruiser lives in Boston, right? That's where he lives. I was extremely under level? Yeah. Yeah, I was 10 levels under. Baldur's Gate 3, I think I probably should have been closer to 35 and 36, and my highest character was 27. And most of my characters were 22 or 23. That was a hard part of Baldur's Gate 2. Okay, it's Bard level time. I have to load up my build. Anyways, as I said, I don't want to dampen anyone else's experiences. I hope everyone is having fun with Baldur's Gate 3. I know lots of people are still having fun with Baldur's Gate 3, and they're not having the same number of bugs that I have. Admittedly, in my last 2 hours of play yesterday, I actually didn't want to turn the game off. I was actually having a lot of fun. I was just tired, and I wanted to video edit and get some other things ready, because I've been a bit behind on videos on the main channel because of all the Baldur's Gate pushing. And so I wanted to do that. But I was actually having a lot of fun because pretty much in the Underdark, I didn't really encounter any game-breaking bugs. Like, I encountered a bug here and there, but it was like, oh, here's the fight I wasn't expecting. Okay, I got bodied by this. Now I got to do this. Oh, this fight's going this. Oh, no, I didn't know that was going to happen. Oh, this. And it was just more of an exciting moment where there was lots of, like, it was just fun. And so, and I just wanted to keep playing. So, yeah. All the user-created characters and Twitch in 30 hours of playing it, so I caught it man expecting trying to release the hype some many had. Yeah, I think that's it. The Ballspawn storyline? Oh, there is connection in the terms of books. I found several books that have talk of the Ballspawn storyline. So I found like several books on the ground. So there's one that's like the first life accounts of the Ballspawn incident. And it's like all these interviews with these like random people about like the ball spawn and what happened. It's kind of funny. Okay, I have jump maxed. I have to go haggle now. I do like having haggle. Early access. Okay. And now I get a feat. So I believe I took maximize already. And I want to take Quicken as well. So I will have Quicken. I don't need... I can Freedom of Movement, actually very good. I do need that. And Dimension Door would be good. I'll take both of those. And Cure Serious, also good. Okay. So now with Bard, I have Freedom of Movement, which is good. I have this, which is good. I have Dimension Door, which is good. I have Good Hope. We have this active. Got Rage. All of that is fine. And now I'm going up the Inquisitive tree, because I need to get more Inquisitive stuff. I'm going to just take the Charisma for now, because I think that's pretty good. Grab the Charisma here, get the extra stats. Now I'm at 40 Charisma, which is nice. And now I can put on my extra crossbow that I had. So now I have the Storm, which I can use. So now I have the special crossbow that I wanted, which is very cool, and we'll go from there. There's some twist like Tadpole and your character came from an Illithid who is mutated ball spawn or something. I don't know if they'll probably do that, but yeah, I would not expect that. I'm pretty sure they're just moving on. I don't know how much license they even have to access the content of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, considering it's made by another company, but I don't know. Ad time? Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I'm fairly confident. I am fairly confident there will be more connections to the ball spawn as the game progresses. How's DDO? DDO's pretty good, man. DDO's pretty good. I'm just enjoying yelling about Baldur's Gate, and it makes me very happy. As I said, I apologize. I don't mean to bum anybody out about Baldur's Gate. It's a fun game. I just also can't hide my bad experience because I got frustrated yesterday. I really did. I was like pretty mad about it.
Rogue.
Not without good reason, but it's just a I needed time to like kind of cool down and come down. So it's been an experience and a half. Anyway, is there a group I can join? Giant Hold Walk-Ups. I'm a little low level for that. I'm gonna do my own group. So this is gonna be 10s are 1.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Hey, what's up, Peter? and Barovia. We're going to grab Into the Mist, go with this. And also, Horse, thank you so much for gifting out a sub to Chris the Mistword. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. And Horse for gifting out a sub to Lucario Razix. Again, very, very kind. Really appreciate that. I hope you're doing very, very good. Experience it matters for sure. No, I mean, I don't want to bum anyone out. I don't want to have people not be excited about the video game. It's very cool, and I think you guys should have a good time with it. Oh my god, dude, Horse, you just gifted everybody a sub? My god. Welcome to Stream Team Angry Dave 84. Thank you. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Angry Dave and Horse. Wow. Into the Mists. Reaper. Let's go. What have I been doing with the parasites in Baldur's Gate 3? So, the parasites are supposed to be... Oh, I need components. I need spell components. Right. You're supposed to use the parasites because there's a lady who comes to you in her dream that says, use the parasites. Use the Force, Luke. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't trust this person in my head. And I'm fairly confident that the person who's telling you that is the Absolute trying to twist your mind. Now, I don't know if this is true because I didn't play the whole game yet, but I believe that they're my antagonist, direct antagonist throughout the game, because that in Baldur's Gate 2, John Arenicus talks to you in your dreams, and he is the main antagonist. So therefore, I am going to not use it the entire game out of spite. And in the event I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Also, Horse, thank you so much for giving out even more subs to Eltrim69, and I Don't Heal, I'm a Battle Cleric. Welcome, all of you. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Horse. And thank you so much for tuning in. Eltrim69, and I Don't Heal, I'm a Battle Cleric. Appreciate it. Weather for Dildo, Newfoundland? Oh man. Classic Dildo, Newfoundland. Did you know that Dildo, Newfoundland is a common tourist destination in Newfoundland simply because of its name? And actually the city had come up with referendums as to whether they wanted to actually rename the city, but they ended up not renaming it simply because it brought in too much revenue from being named Dildo because of the tourism. People wanted to go to see it as a tourist city, where it has pretty much nothing else going for it other than the fact that it is named Dildo, but it's funnily enough, that's why they haven't renamed the city. And if you didn't know that, that's because you don't know how many times I've had to do the weather for Dildo, because people think it's funny. You just prove the point by not knowing anything about the city, and then typing it in, you're like, haha, this is funny. That's correct. That's how the city works.
I shall
Feel
attend
bad?
to it in a trice.
No, it's just, there's your Dildo fact of the day. I'll do it again. I'm just giving you little tidbits and pieces of information you might not know. Also, thank you so much, Horse, for getting a sub to Fade God. It's very kind. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is big, but it's also a big game. So that makes sense. It's huge. Absolutely huge. There we go. It's going. Yeah.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report on the weather with your host, Strimtom.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Strimtom Weather Broadcast. I'm your host, Strimtom, and today we're looking at the weather down there. Whoa, that's crazy. Look at all that weather. Right now, all the way down there in Dildo, Newfoundland. It's 15 degrees Canadian right now. Holy guacamole. Is that kind of warm, but not really. 94% humidity, though. Even though it's like light jacket weather with the rain coming down, it's still gonna feel warm. That humidity is just gonna grip to your skin, and holy cow, it's gonna feel very warm. As we move towards the rest of the week, rain today, rain tomorrow, rain the next day, temperature staying about the same. We're close to the ocean. It's gonna be heating up towards the end of the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I tell you what, that rain is gonna pretty much come down indefinitely with humidity going nowhere. We've got nearly 100% humidity 100% of the days of the year. So you better get excited, because over here in Dildo, Newfoundland, it's going to be wet and wild every single day this week, next week, and through the following week afterwards, the rest of the entire summer. So I hope you guys get ready, get yourself an umbrella, and protect yourself here from all of the rain and wetness here in Dildo. Back to you, Strim. Also, dark mode. I think I need to download like an add-on for that. I just haven't done it yet. I'm lazy. Also, thanks so much for some people tuning in. Welcome to the stream team Bridge of Schism. Even attacking and giving a sub to Wolfen as well. Thank you, guys. That's very kind. I really appreciate it, all of you, for the gifted subs and the kindness and everything. You're very, very generous. Appreciative of the support, and I hope you're all doing well. Oh my god, and Horse Gifts have 4 subs. You guys, I'm just, all I did was yell about Baldur's Gate 3 about how it's a pretty good video game that needs polish. I use Chrome.
I shall attend to it in a
It's
trice.
constantly stolen? Probably. It probably does. But welcome to Stream Team. 4 people. Themes, Darevel, Sukiduki, and Azarona Bottle Chucker. Again, thank you so much, all of you, for tuning in, for supporting the stream, and I hope you're all doing very, very good. Thank you, guys. Hope you're all doing super duper and fantastic. Again, I'm just here as a vessel for your viewing, and so I can yell. Yelling is also a good thing. I love yelling in my video.
Small, distant voices spring from nowhere. We're so...
All right, I don't have that spell thing. And also, British Schism, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very, very well. Again, I
Mind the step.
whew,
It's squeak.
need to remain calm. That's all. Just remain calm.
I'm a rogue.
Chill, relax. Don't
BG3
scream.
round was very funny. 10/10ths would hear again.
Okay, good. As I said, I'm always worried because I try to be like the more positive, upbeat sort of feller and to have like a good experience with stuff. So I always worry that when I have a bad experience, that people are gonna be like, "Oh, this isn't my content creator. I don't know anything about this guy." So I wanna, you know, I just want to project. You know what I mean? I just want to project. And do I disable traps on this? Yeah, I do.
Beyond the
Nice.
secret door, a dusty stairwell leads down into darkness.
It's death house
Gently
next.
place the bones
Spell
inside
power
the
set
coffins.
bonus such as Sands. I don't have it. All I have is Storm. I have the Storm on me right now, which is good.
You can rest here. Once you get rid of the
Don't have, but I don't have the set. What do I need for that? Cape of the Rock? Cape of the Djinn? Baldur's Gate 3 rant? Yeah, I was ranting about Baldur's Gate 3. You can't be an Oathbreaker in DDO. Oh, Dark Reader? Yeah, I could get Dark Reader. This is for an item? I don't know what the items are. Not sure. Oh, Hydrate? Yeah, good call. Didn't even think about that. But yeah. I don't know what the rest of the items are. I know there is the Cloak of the Djinn from the raid, and there's probably other things, but I don't know. Sure, I'm level 28 and a FLC and a finger licking commander. Where should I start questing? I just finished Evening Star. So usually when I am level 28, on my solo guided playthroughs, what I've done is I've just gone and done like expansions on normal difficulty, Ravenloft, Sharn, that other stuff, because they're usually pretty easy and on normal, and you should be able to go through it fairly well. Okay. Is Oathbreaker? I don't know. I didn't play Oathbreaker. Is he already
If it makes you
standing?
feel
No, I'm
better,
not standing.
String,
Oh no, I
played
didn't see the
BG3
redeem. I
for 2
apologize.
days and then stopped
No,
Keck.
I'll do it. Give me a sec here. Oh, never mind. DDO's lagging. I got time. Ugh. Some things never change. Yeah, basically a warlock evilly version of the other subclasses. It's not actually. It's so accessible. Did you know you can make only good choices, only help people, never murder any innocent people, protect those in need, protect those who defend nature, rescue druids, save a druid grove, and still break your oath? I bet you didn't know that, Goro. That's how versatile they made Oathbreaker in Baldur's Gate 3. That's right. It's amazing. I don't know where this guy died, so I have to figure that out. I haven't played. I know, I'm just mad and bitter. And I'm using you as a springboard to be angry and bitter. Which I appreciate. Thank you for letting me do that. Bitterness. Where is this guy? Oh, there he is. Okay, hold on. Where is this guy? Oh, where is he? Okay, okay, here we go. Where's Raze? Oh, I misplaced my scrolls. There we go. There we go. I just misplaced my scrolls. Sorry, misplaced my scrolls. Here we go. Getting some buffs. Not a bad item for the set. Oh yeah, Spiked Urban probably works really well. What are we talking about? Is this bitter chat hour? Only because you showed up. Runearm's not letting you attack? No, I haven't. For me personally, I can't use Runearms. So I haven't had any issues with Runearms not letting me attack. Oh, what standing desk am I using? I'm using an autonomous standing desk is the name of the brand. It is autonomous. I can't review standing desk brands because this is the only one that I have, because standing desks are not cheap. So I'm not going to buy a bunch and then check them out. I don't know if there is a standing desk review channel. That's I think one of the issues with doing like a standing desk review is I don't really have a lot of other like, and especially expensive products. It's hard to review expensive products because I only have the experience I have with this product and not other expensive products, as they're inherently expensive, so I don't have a lot of options. Try and make a little enclosure. Put them all at different heights. Make like a little climbing area. Make like a little climbing gym out of standing desks. Yeah, so I actually have a level of Artificer. It's just I'm going to be getting Runearms from Epic Destinies. There's the new Macrotech Epic Destiny. The Macrotech allows you to use Runearms, and so that's my goal, is I'm just going to get Runearms from Macrotech, and that'll save me having to get it from somewhere else. Being angry is the only way to play? Yeah. That's how I used to play League of Legends all the time. I would win a game, but I'd be mad about myself for my performance in the game, so I'd play another game. And hoping I'll do better on the next one. Woo! There it goes. There you go. That's how I used to do it. Just get angry, stay angry, keep being angry. There we go. There you go. Derweir. Have the Flightfoot Greaves. Those are the best things in the game. Fresh baked dreams. Range gameplay in Heroics? It's not that bad, actually. I find this character is pretty good. Because I get access to Shout in Heroics leveling, it doesn't feel too bad. Only got one. Any thoughts? If you only have one, don't do it. Only upgrade it if you have two. That's my opinion. If you have two of them, then go for it. If you only have one, don't do it. Because then you can't use it at level 10 anymore. And the level 21 is not that much better. That's an old for XP. I'd imagine you'd want to complete quests for favor, though. No. Is that not? Do you not finish quests when you complete them on normal? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? What? What doth thou mean, Lucario? I'm not sure I understand. So at 28, okay. So in heroic leveling, usually if you own Ravenloft, Sharn, that sort of thing, you're going to do Ravenloft in Heroics. So you'll already have a completion of it on Elite during the leveling process. But Ravenloft on Epic Elite is a lot harder than Ravenloft on Heroic Elite. Heroic Elite is much more manageable. Epic Elite, not so much, because it's legendary. However, on normal, you've already completed it, so there's no favor to be had, but you're still able to complete it to get experience points, which is really what matters at that point. 30 minutes for rage, selecting 30 minutes to make sure the tables, class tables, and every time, like fully standardized, I had several to go. Yep. Yep. This is the reason why electronics are the way to go. It's just about the convenience factor of it. Like, I can just, with the press of a button, boom, I'm standing up, and now I'm able to move, be active, and be mobile. So there's that. It's the fact that you have to, like, hand crank it out. It's kind of like the same thing, like, with a, like an electric window in a car, right? So, like, a lot of cars, back in the day, you'd have your hand crank. You gotta reach down and hand crank. In fact, there's definitely, I bet a lot of you have cars that have hand cranks in them. You gotta, like, crank that shit out to move your windows up and down. It's not that it's bad. It's not that having a hand crank is bad. It's just that the convenience of having it being electric, means you can just press the button and it does the thing, and you don't have to do it yourself. Okay, Shrimp. Which rune arms are you gonna use in epics? Probably Tobin's Hammer. This is electric. This guy's taking damage. Oh, is this your first time in Ravenloft? Somebody in my party is very lost. Who's Crackalacken? Yeah, I think they might be a new player. I want to know, because again, I've said this before, don't suffer in silence. If you join a group and you don't know where to go and you're not familiar with the quests, please, 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 please just say you don't know. Because then people, myself included, will go out of the way and be like, oh, you don't know where to go? No problem. Here's where we're going. Here's what you got to do. Here's what you need. Here's all the tools you need. But I can't do that if I don't know that you need assistance. I gotta know. If I Blightcaster, 2 Seasons Herald, or I guess what should I split look like roughly? Oh, if you're playing as a Blightcaster, so if you're a Blightcaster, you want to go tier 5 Blightcaster tree and use the Blightcaster stuff. But what a lot of people will do is, because Blightcaster is just worse than Cold Druid in epics, is that you level Blightcaster 1 to 20, and then you like do an epic TR. Hello. And then you do that. So you epic TR into a regular druid, and then you finish out leveling as a cold druid instead, because it's just better than Blightcaster. Oh, for leveling? Oh, I did a video about it, but I used tier 5 Blightcaster and then some of Seasons Herald. Not a lot of Seasons Herald. I used Seasons Herald, and I think I used the Azamar tree and Fate Arc Illusionist for the most part. Because Fate Arc Illusionist gives Force Crit for leveling, and the Force Crit for leveling is really good. Question, is there a max for Rune Arm charge speed? The max Rune Arm charge speed, I believe, is 140... No, let's see. You get 30% from Artificer. It's 30 from Artificer, and then... I'm just mentally trying to math it out. You get 15% from Macrotech, so it's 45. You get, I believe it's 30% from a Rune Arm, the 2 Rune Arms, Tobin's Hammer, as well as the Bee Cannon for 75. You get, I believe it's 20% charge speed from the Filigree, which should be 95. And then you get an extra 100% charge speed from Maximum Overdrive. Any good at all at level 20? I never took the SLAs. I only took the SLAs for the first 2 spells, the Thorn Bolt and the Splinter Bolt and the Thorn Strike. And then at 20, I swapped both of those out and didn't use any spell-like abilities in epics and just cast spells.
The story appears to be true. If so, then the Morgantha addresses the gathered peasants from up on the wooden platform. No! The old woman sneers. You lay about,
Yeah, something like that.
rob me blind, or tear the place apart.
This is Umbraco Hex Keys, not a hand crank, reason for the 30 minutes per leg. Oh, God. Yeah, you just gotta rev up the engine.
Morgantha looks down at you.
You poor
It's gonna deal.
misguided soul. You thought that they did not know?
Here, have rage. Alpha base. Kill them while making outsider pies. Ah.
That's the last of them. Now,
Into the building we go.
leaders within the window. Mad crackling comes from upstairs as a dredge climbs, fully formed, out of the bubbling, tarry
So yeah, when it comes to I meant for doing quests on Elite for favor, but if you can repeat epic quests and epic levels, and yeah, you can keep doing them on normal. Yeah, exactly. Like, sure. I guess if you did on a first life character and you don't know where to go, somehow get to level 32 and you didn't do Ravenloft or Sharn during the leveling process, I would still recommend doing it on normal because you just repeat it in the future anyway to get the favor, and you really want to get the extra XP. But a lot of people, if you own Ravenloft, you're gonna run Ravenloft, and if you own Sharn, you're gonna run Sharn because they're just like they're really efficient quest lines. There might be people that don't, but who are they? I don't know. Space aliens, I think.
leaving behind them only the bitter taste of dreams.
I was working. I was thinking it would be interesting how romances work. In Baldur's Gate 3, if you play the Tiefling origin character. Yeah, I don't actually know how that works. So if you play Baldur's Gate 3 and you pick one of the characters, does that character mean that they don't show up in the game? Like, what happens to their spawn? So, like, if you pick Shadowheart to play as, does that mean that you don't have Shadowheart
It is time to go.
in your party? So you just wake up on the beach and there's just nobody there and you play by yourself? But you're supposed to start basically finding Shadowheart right away, so she's like in the way. Yeah, I know. But like, so at the beginning, right? You land on the beach, and then you find Shadowheart, and then you have the fight with the brain stealers or whatever, or the intellect devourers. And if there's only one of you, there's a good chance you're going to lose, especially if you're not familiar with the game. So is there some percentage of people? Is there some percentage of people who pick Shadowheart, don't find anyone on the beach, and then die to the intellect devourers, and then get stuck? This one is Castle Ravenloft. I'm not saying that does happen. I'm just curious. Well, because I don't know what happens if you pick Shadowheart, who you find on the beach. Maybe you find another cleric just randomly on the beach. Yeah, I did make another character because I wanted to see, just like as a test. Let's start. Wait here. But I did want to see what it was like if you played a different character. And something I didn't realize is that your character's responses are actually based off of the race that you pick. So I did like the first hour of the game as a Gith. And if you do that, because I was like, oh, what if you play a Gith, but you like be nice to everybody? You can't. So spoiler alert, if you pick the Gith, you do not get the option to be nice to people. Every single dialogue cutscene, every single cutscene dialogue thing is, you know, you are beneath me, you are worms, I'm going to kill all of you, etc., etc. Which is kind of funny. So you can roleplay with some characters, just not with all of them. I guess you can roleplay as in you can roleplay with all of them. You just can't have your own experience. And for those characters, you have to have the Larian experience. Which is kind of funny. Okay, where are we going? So Anarchist, Hollow Bones, second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Sounds right. Sounds right. Down here. Hello, bad guys. Hello, my pretties. Die. Get him, melee, get him. You can only be Gith Yankee. I don't know the difference between Gith Zerai and Gith Yankee, so I apologize. Say I played a custom Gith. If you play a custom Gith, your character's still a Gith. So when you meet Lae'zel, you're like, oh, I'm excited to see you, you know, sword, sister, or whatever. And then every time you want to talk to anybody, they not only do people treat you with hostility, but you can pretty much only treat other characters with hostility.
There is the icon of Ravenloft.
That might lighten up later in the game. I only played it for like the first hour. I just thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. When is monk? When is Mongolian marauder soldier pirate? Are they like the same race, or do they look different? Are they like different colors, or like what's the difference? It's a sub race. Oh, gotcha. But did they look different or the same? They're like different ethnicities of the same species, like elves versus drow. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's more what I was wondering. The last boss Remnant 2 last night, but a good video game. Did you just buy Remnant 2?
In your hands, and stow it securely in your pack.
That must have been a good video game. You actually beat the whole thing. Damn, dude. You like bought it and then just like ripped your way through it all the way to the end. 100 to 0 real quick. Yeah, that's crazy. Earthers you can get in one race. That makes sense. Have you seen the anime Bleach? No. That's the that's like the product you use for like cleaning stuff, right? Like it's really basic.
Dusty scrolls.
I've seen that in the detergent aisle at the grocery store. Is that the same thing or no?
Dominates the room. Sitting there.
Second.
Is an elderly man scratching away with quill
You know?
and paper.
That's one of those things that I got to be careful about talking about on the thing, because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm gonna get flagged by all these maniacs who should probably be in jail for telling people they can do that. It's a whole thing. Guy is dead. I don't know where they are, but I will find them. Evil look similar and tend to be more like Githzerai or calmer ones, and lean more towards good, so usually you should differentiate them like that. I gotcha. Like I said, for me personally, I haven't really enjoyed any of the Gith characters that I've seen either, because they're like a bunch of warlording jerks. I will say, it's always refreshing when you get to meet somebody, like a character, that just kind of like defies the expectations of the norm. So yesterday, I got to meet a very friendly character in the Underdark, who is generally from a race, a D&D race that's not very friendly, and it was very cool. It was a cool experience. A character I implicitly trusted. Was it Dritz? No, I don't really want to spoil it for people that didn't see it yet. Although you're going to see it tonight when I go back to that character. But let's just say they have tentacles for a face. Where did you go? I don't know where this person went. Okay, there's a thing here. I gotta figure out where this person is, because I don't know. They go to the 3rd floor? Ah, there they are. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm losing my patience. As I said before, you know, I want to help people. I want to get people started, but if you don't have not going to take the time to even type in chat where you are or respond to questions, then I don't need to help you anymore. That's how it works. I love Order in the Court. Very, very good quest. Yeah. Again, don't take this from me about like, oh, it's only Gith Yankee. I literally don't know. I do not know because I don't know anything about the Forgotten Realms or the Gith. I don't know anything about these characters. So if it's like, oh, they only have these one things, I couldn't tell you the difference between them. I'd never heard of them until we started talking about it today and until Baldur's Gate. So like, I don't know. It was the same thing when people started, SSG had the vote where they're like, oh, what type of expansion content would you like to see next? And then people were voting for they're like, oh, do you want to see a thing involving the Gith? And a bunch of people were really excited. And I'm like, oh, I've only met the Gith in video games, and all the Gith are really mean and not friendly. So I don't want them in my video game. Left it to rot in the first zone. Mm-hmm. Like in Baldur's Gate 2, all the Gith are very not nice, and they leave you to die with the hopes that they can collect a weapon off of your corpse. And I'm like, well, you guys suck. You know what I did? I killed them with it. They probably shouldn't have told me that was their goal, because that definitely led to their deaths. But it is what it is.
You have done it. With a sigh of relief.
Tell you all these things about these races. Oh, but like the Gith? No. Like I said, it's not knowing something about like the lore of the Forgotten Realms and the Gith and all of that other stuff. To me, that's perfectly fine. I'd like in terms of like getting to learn it, because I just didn't spend all the time reading books. So like, I'm a 90s kid, so I didn't. He likes not knowing. No, I don't want. No, that's not true. That's incorrect. I like having information. I just don't like having. I don't like spoilers, but I'm okay knowing things about groupings and individuals and people. Exactly. You read all the books. That's it. Like I got books back here, but just none of them are Forgotten Realms adjacent. Maybe even one Forgotten Realms book. I guess the 5th edition handbook is the closest thing I get to the Forgotten Realms books. Is the 5e handbook. Oh yeah, I know. I think I read one Dritz book. Yeah. Next is Ataraxia's Haven. I think I read one Dritz book. Okay, so I need ask questions first. Whoopsie. Give my book to my friends as collectible since many of y'all don't read much. Well, okay, so here's the thing. I've never been a big reader, but I will say, as I think it's probably true of a lot of people. A lot of people who were big readers when they were younger probably lost some of the drive to read as they've gotten older. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, just because taking the time to go out and find like actually sit down and read a book. It's like more taxing than a lot of the passive forms of like entertainment that we get, especially considering you could make the argument that's like, well, people don't don't like reading anymore. But I wouldn't say that's true. I think that people just have reading as a core element of their day-to-day on such a high level. Like, my entire job is reading. Yes, it's talking to you guys, but also a lot of that involves reading chat. I am literally reading all day, every day. I am constantly reading. It is an endless deluge of written messages coming my direction. So I'm constantly reading. So when I turn off the stream, I might be less inclined to go and read for fun because I'm sitting there reading all day. Again, similar circumstance if you are You know, somebody who is you work an office job all day and you're constantly working at spreadsheets or doing other stuff, or even like you don't even have to work an office job. If you're somebody who just works, even like, you know, stocking shelves or whatever, you're reading price tags, you're reading stuff all the time. You go on your phone, you're now reading Reddit, you're reading Facebook, you're reading Instagram, reading. We're all reading all the time. I think that a lot of people don't read novels as much in the same way, or a lot of people read like some short stories. This is all conjecture. But I know several of my friends who used to read a lot when they were younger have like given up on, not given up, but they just kind of like stopped reading and they don't know how to fix it. Oh, fuck me, not the purple alert. The purple alert.
Not only reading all day, but listening also. Trim lololol.
Listening is the worst. I hate that. Woo! We're good. Then I keep using computers? Yep, exactly. Switch to audiobooks because I really don't have time for it while I'm commuting, and I get sick when reading on bus or cars. That too, yeah. I also have that problem where I get car sick if I try to read something. So I oftentimes don't use my phone as often as I would like on the bus. I'll usually play like Pokemon Go on the bus because it's like I don't have to look at it for very long. I just look down, look at my phone, spin something or catch something, and then look away again. The problem with this quest is like it always happens where somebody will just fall down the middle and red alert the whole thing because they don't know how else to do it. You made it into the Underdark? Nice, that's good. Now you're into the Upper Dark. Whoa.
It's time to Pokemon Go to the polls.
What a classic move. I like Excel, but use it sporadically. Exactly. I also like using Excel. If I have to use Excel for something, it's because it's fun. Because it's like, oh, now I'm planning something or I'm like building something. It's not like my job. My job is not sitting in front of Excel all day. It's like I'm inspired to do something, so I use Excel. Like I have this giant Omega Monster spreadsheet that I've been putting together for a campaign that I'm going to be running. And so it's been really fun to just input all of the numbers and stuff into the spreadsheet and to go through and compare and contrast with the different monster types and what have you. It's been very fun and enjoyable. Spreadsheeting. I'm actually very excited for that campaign to finally come to fruition in November, which is 3 months away. Just full of books. All those, are they books you read or books you don't read? Because I gotta say, I don't know what type of lifestyle you live, Ipsum, but as far as I can tell, you've played every video game. Apparently your apartment is floor-to-ceiling books. And no matter what time of day or night, you seem to always be online and at the computer. And generally in a good mood. All of which is just like very impressive. Very impressive series of feats. Yeah, I know. A vampire? Honestly, that sounds right, yeah. Oh, balls. I got surrounded and I'm dead. I just got surrounded.
Ipsum's apartment is full of books.
Yep.
Okay, it's all hentai, but hentai's art copium.
It's not that much copium. Anyway, time to get back to work. I got surrounded, man. I couldn't do anything. Ugh. Daily after work, I have warm-up session summaries and put like 100 data points, various types. Excelling when tired sucks. It's excelling when tired sucks. True. Got attacked by the jurors? Yeah, because they probably found you boring. Yeah, it's actually a lot of people don't know this about the legal profession, but if you're deliberating on a case, you know, you're like a lawyer, and you're kind of boring, then the jurors will just come in and attack you mid-case. Gotta be careful about that. Oh, that's really funny. That did not happen. What's the name of those Japanese cartoons? Oh, I know this one. And then, boom, right to the end zone. Here we go. Green, you're doing good. Or they're turning into the Hulk. So you gotta be careful. It's got worse. Making the font bigger is a godsend. Yeah, books don't have a lot of accessibility features. Do you try to buy the books with accessibility features? You know, you try to get something in Braille? That's not gonna happen very well. Fuck, there's so much damage. No. The Reapers. It's fine, don't worry about it. Everything is good. This character is perfectly strong. I have lots of healing amp. It's fine. Everything is good. I don't like getting surrounded, man. So many dwarves in these rooms. You got the question incorrect, but it's... Oh, you got the question incorrect? Wait. Is the answer not anime? On practice? You're a lawyer? Yeah, me too. I'm also a lawyer. Oh, is it about henna tattoos? Oh, that's funny.
Bold of you to assume that books don't have good accessibility features. In fact, mine has a built-in escalator.
See, that's good, but a lot of books won't have escalators. A lot of books won't have elevators. A lot of books won't even have ramps. Yep.
Heavy reinforcement make it clear that this
First, I have big problems reading small letters. Yeah, but you just make them big. Just gotta zoom it. Just gotta like, whoop, and just bigify it. Like, I've had people ask me, like, how do I make stuff bigger in DDO? And the answer is you just turn down the resolution on the game. Problem solved. And everything in DDO is really big and easy to read. They're suing their parents once because they didn't want to be born. Yeah, I don't think that went anywhere. I don't think you can sue for that. I remember hearing something like that. But people come up with all sorts of crazy lawsuits. Like, there was the guy that sued himself while he was in prison for violating his own religious liberties because he was a devout Christian and his faith forbade him from drinking alcohol. And since he was drunk at the time of committing his crime, he was violating his own religious freedoms in doing so. So he wanted to sue himself. But because he had no money and he was destitute and in jail, he wanted the criminal justice system and the legal system to pay $10 million on his behalf to himself.
The Durgar confesses that the keys to the lighthouse have been prescribed. A band of sea trolls have infested.
He didn't win his case, but it was a, interesting interpretation of the law. Yeah, he violated his own religious freedom, so he sued himself for $10 million, but he can't pay it, so he asked the legal system to pay it on his behalf. Yeah. It's an interesting interpretation.
A large cavern
Wait, how did that guy instantly die? Did I do that? Oh, if you're wondering why my damage is so low, it's because I don't have any points in the Inquisitive tree. So yeah, I'm working on it. Imagine he then pleaded the 5th. Oh, is it the cloak? The cloak has nightmares on it, right? Yeah, it has nightmares. Nightmare Guard. Sometimes monsters die when they attack you with Nightmare Guard. You have stats to damage? Yep. I use Charisma to hit and the damage. And I have Divine Might. So my hit chance is 79. power going over Queen. Oh, I wanted the hit chance in the early game. Right, true. I want colors of the Queen. I wanted the hit chance in the early game. I don't have double shot. Before you ask, if you're like, where's double shot? I don't have it. Because I didn't get critical hit and damage for like several levels. I forgot to change it over. Get him out of here. Yeah, also, the things that don't bother me, and I will say this, the things that didn't bother me about Baldur's Gate 3, I had no issue with, like, missing attacks or anything like that. I had no problem with that. If you're like, oh, was it the RNG? Did maybe Shrimp Tom is upset because he died to a few fights? I had no issues with the RNG. There were several fights where I missed, like, there was a fight where I missed a 96, a 94, and 91% chance to hit in a row, back to back to back. That was not a problem. That just makes a cool experience. Where you're like, damn, this crazy shit is going on. Now I really got to figure it out. It's one of the reasons why I have an item that gives me better Magic Missile now. Because Magic Missile doesn't miss. So, like, I don't have an issue with that. Missing is just a part of the video game. Like I said, it's the stuff, it's the bugs that go around it when it's not part of the video game. I don't like that. Or you can attack an empty space if you miss the enemy model by a pixel. Yes, I encountered that multiple times. Yesterday, that happened to me like 5 different times, where like my mouse cursor was over top of it. I saw the percentage, and then my character swings and a miss, and I was like, yeah. Technically, file suit doesn't mean judges won't. Exactly, that's it. You can, if someone ever tries something like that here, the court judges would just laugh in their face. That's what happened. Yeah. Something about, like, in that particular instance, the judge was like, well, it is an interesting interpretation of, like, you know, different definitions of, like, you know, expression of freedom or, like, you know, religious liberties or whatever. You know, obviously the case has no merit under itself. We're in Cycross Jewel. Not the enemy? Yep. Yeah, I gotta get used to that. It's identifying which enemy is the portrait. That's the hard part.
The lighthouse door lies open before you.
Bam. Vistani or Inquisitive EK? And would you a Sork or Wiz? Well, Vistani or Inquisitive are completely different things. If you're going tier 5 of Eldritch Knight, you should go Vistani. If you're going tier 5 of Inquisitive, you should go Inquisitive. And if you're going tier 5 of Vistani, then it doesn't matter, because Vistani is really good. And Sorcerer versus Wizard, that depends, again. Oh, dude. The Lightning Strike hitting for 600, not gonna lie, kinda sick. I forgot I'm supposed to buff my guys with that. So they get the Lightning Strike and all their attacks. Yeah, but sometimes there's like too many enemies in a single fight. Like there was one fight that I did in the Goblin Camp when I fought the entire Goblin Camp at the same time where there was like 100 goblins. Fortunately for me, Fireball made quick work of those goblins. Whew, that's a good spell. Yeah. Yeah, Sork versus Wizard, I'll say this. They're both good. The benefit of Wizard is better feats. A little bit more flexibility, and you can be undead. Sorcerer, generally more damage. So it depends on what you want. Yep, Fireball's good. Fireball, very good. Just so you know, Fireball, good. Didn't have Fireball yet? Oh, I went back there. So I talked my way through the whole thing. I talked my way all the way through the entire thing. And I only ended up fighting the final bosses or whatever because Halson wanted to do it. And then I was like, oh, I need to find a shop. And I didn't, because all the shopkeepers had no gold left and I needed a shield. And so I was like, oh, I need to find a shop. So I was like, oh,
okay,
well,
Sonic Boomer.
I'll just go back to the Goblin Camp. And when I fast traveled to the Goblin Camp in the middle, they were all mad at me because I killed their bosses and I had to fight them all at the same time. But I'd already done a bunch of other stuff, so I just fireballed them. Also, what's up, Triax? Welcome back to the stream team. Please support. Thank you so much for tuning in for 33 months. It's very kind. I'm grateful. Hope you're doing well. Welcome.
With Ataraxia,
Yeah, Fireball, good.
Sicros will no longer be subject to dual
All right.
blackmail.
Black and blue. It's even better because evocation wizards in 5e get sculpt spell, where you basically just don't hit your allies with AoE spells.
This tucked away cave
And Gale is an evocation wizard, which is very convenient.
read for the devourer.
Camp aggroed on you? Amazing. Which, by the way, his sculpt spell, take care. His sculpt spell effect works on scrolls, wands, and other activatables, which I didn't know at the time, which was very good to know. Because I found a broken wand of fireball that shoots fireballs, but it also fireballs yourself. But because he's an evocation wizard, I don't have to deal with that. Because the fireball doesn't hit him, because he sculpts the broken fireball around him, I guess. I don't exactly understand how that works, but it's fine. Also, I will say, the magic items in this game, in Baldur's Gate 3, are pretty cool. They have a lot of really cool, really unique magic items. A lot of good effects.
The Chamber of Arganessen assigned an agent.
But they just have, like, unique abilities I wasn't expecting initially.
In this area. But Ergnon hasn't reported in for some time.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Been sent to find out
Ergnon. What a name. What's my search and disable?
Disable
Disable 50, search 52. Okay, I should be good.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Some people would say 20 is larger than 19. But I would say what better way to spend 20 months than watching a Strim Strim Wolfipede head Strim Wolfipede legs 2 Strim Wolfipede legs Strim Wolfipede legs 2 Strim Wolfipede legs Strim Wolfipede butt 2.
Classic. Strim Wolfipede butt 2. Welcome back to the Strim Team screen. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the resub. For not 19 months, but 20 months. Very grateful. I hope you're doing well. I hope your day is going good. And I'm glad to have you here. What's up? Welcome back.
One of the 3 rooms on Ergnon's
Back to see
portal.
that they return the charges. Oh, no. The UI was, like, made by idiots. I don't understand why most of the abilities don't tell you what they do. And I don't mean, like, the mousing over stuff. Like, they'll just lie to you. Like, the duration is included in almost none of the spells in the game. Almost every spell, you have to cast it to know what the duration is. In the crafting menu, you can't read the effects of any of the potions that you're supposed to craft. Why? Why can't the potions tell me what they do? Don't you think the potions should tell me what they do before I craft them? Like, I know what a potion of healing does, but there's like a potion of speed. It doesn't tell you what it does. It just says, like, oh, this potion is like blue liquid that looks fast. And you're like, okie dokie, I guess that's what it is. So, yeah, they just like, and so many spells, like, will be like, it lasts 10 rounds, it lasts the rest of the day, it has no duration on it. Like, there's so many, like, exceptions to everything. There's more exceptions than rules in Baldur's Gate 3 when it comes to the item descriptions. Which game? Baldur's Gate 3. More than half the effects in the game, to know what they actually do, you have to cast them, because the spells don't tell you what they do. Or Google it, which is also the option. Gonna get himself killed? No, I'm good. My bard is very powerful. You have to understand, I'm playing as an Inquisitive, which means I got range on me. Well, technically I'm playing as an Inquisitive Stormsinger, because I'm using this Stormsinger effect, the freeze here, the extra lightning strike, which I'm excited for. I can't wait to get the enhanced bolt, so it does even more damage. It applies vulnerability stacks. I get the freeze on this. Disambiguation? No. The spells themselves just don't tell you what they do. There are several abilities that just have no description on them, and you have to cast them to find out what they actually do.
This ruined amphitheater are now the site of a dark ritual conducted by cultists and a fearsome black dragon.
They have different tooltips for potions. They literally have 2 different tooltips for potions. Some of the tooltips tell you what they do, some of them don't, for reasons I cannot understand in any capacity. And then what's I'm trying to think of a spell that doesn't tell you what it does. There's so many of them. I'm trying to think of one offhand.
Dragon flies off, bellowing for help. Master, we were thwarted at the amphitheater. I'll secure the second artifact if you'll slow these damned intruders. Ergnoth shouts. Quickly!
Can't think of one off the top of my head, but there are some effects that don't tell you what they do. Warding bond, warding bond. Oh, dude, warding bond. That's the penultimate example. I completely forgot about this. Well, it's not even that. Warding bond. It just tells you that it gives you resistance. It's like, oh, give an ally resistance to damage and like advantage on saves and stuff. And I was like, oh, that sounds really, really awesome. That's what it does. But then if you actually inspect it and then mouse over the word like at the bottom, like actual spell, it then tells you that warding bond also makes us you take half damage. Like the person who casts the bond takes half of the damage, which makes sense. It's basically damage split is what the spell does. It makes you and the other person both take half of the damage from each attack, which is perfectly fine and acceptable as a spell. But they should put that piece of information in the description of the spell for the damage split, that it's a damage split. Because the spell does not tell you that's what it does. The spell just says you bond somebody and they take half. And you're like, that's awesome. They don't tell you you take the other half. Because I was like, this spell's broken. There's no way that can be right. And the developers were like, yep, that's true. There is no way that can be right. Because it's not.
The door opens, offering refuge from Korkaza, the ancient blue dragon, and the electrified water. The cavern tunnel leads deep.
Yeah, but that's one of those things you like. You can like learn and reload. It's not the end of the world. It's just it happens a lot. That's all. That's the main problem. Mage Hand cannot trigger traps. You know, I haven't even tried casting Mage Hand yet. Because my current team is my main character, John Devere Pipega, who is a 4 paladin 1 bard. I have Shadowheart, I have Gale, and I have Karlach. My team. Karlach, my trapping barbarian. Because Karlach has enough dexterity, and I have items that increase her sleight of hand skill. And so she's not proficient in sleight of hand, but I can boost up her sleight of hand that she can disable traps and pick locks. So I don't have to worry about it. So because I was like, oh, I need to have a rogue, because there's like a ton of traps and locked doors. And I realized, oh wait, I don't need to have a rogue.
The creature emits a guttural groan.
I can just use my barbarian for this.
This door opens into a second cavern, giving you a reprieve from the attentions of the blue dragon.
Campaign is a rogue barbarian. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, she's not quite a rogue barbarian in the sense that she is actually a rogue. I didn't want to multi-class her because barbarian's really good. And he deals the most damage in the party. I mean, sounds about right. Sneak attack is very, very good. And rage is very, very good. Because doesn't rage give you, like, +2 damage on every hit? And also makes us you resistant to all damage? Or, like, resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing?
The smell of ozone and the crackle of sparks immediately tell you that electricity pulses through the water ahead. Stone platforms.
Karlach has the highest armor class in my party. And also, I took the bear form, or whatever, the bear rage. So she gets resistance to all damage types except psychic. Very good.
Off the walls of the aqueduct. The other levers are now at the top position.
Yeah, base rage is only physical, but bear rage in Baldur's Gate 3 is all damage. And it's very good, because you can stand there and like monsters hit you with like radiant and fire and poison, and she's just like, and then just go like, hey, by the way, boom, lay on hands. In fact, John Devere can heal how much? He does 22 on the lay on hands and 11 on the the oath power, so I can do 33 in one turn. Buy DDO expansions. No, you can use your credit card. You can use all sorts of stuff. It depends on your region as well. Like if you're in a region where SSG service or like provider doesn't accept the card, then obviously it's going to be a bit of a different story. But...
You can now enter the Giant's Temple. The third of the signal crystals begins to glow.
The problem with the Trapper or the Guidance necklace is I found better necklaces, so I don't want to use it. Because the Guidance necklace is interesting, but you know what's better than the Guidance necklace? The necklace that lets you cast Cure or Healing Word and Mass Healing Word once a day. Also, the necklace that gets you 1 extra Magic Missile whenever you cast Magic Missile is pretty good. Good necklaces. Also, one of the things I like is because everybody's playing the game at a different pace, and like, you know, they're trying to figure it out, but they're doing it, you know, everyone's doing it a little bit differently. Is that the experience that I have and the magic items that I find might not be the same magic items that you find in the experience that you have, and it's really cool. You want a Magic Missile necklace? Oh yeah, you do. If I'm being honest, Magic Missile is definitely one of my favorite spells in 5th edition. I find in the older editions, it's not as good, but since in 5th edition, the way Magic Missile works is it just shoots 3 missiles, and you can use higher spell slots for it. Oftentimes, Magic Missile can just be better than Scorching Ray, because Scorching Ray does a higher damage threshold, but what if you miss, right? But Magic Missile, you don't miss. So, and you can, like, shoot around corners and stuff. Like, it's so good. I love Magic Missile. Actually, the Hunter's Mark shortbow is great because you can take the Hunter's Mark shortbow and then put it on anyone, and then they can just Hunter's Mark whenever they want. I should give that to John DeVere. He could use that. Die. Thank you.
The second sigil flickers to life, and the magic barrier fades. The way to the artifact.
What's co-swords, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know what that means. I don't know what co-swords means. And like 0E, Magic Missile is OP. I use Magic Missile all the time in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
My master has escaped in the
And in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, it's so powerful. I use Magic Missile literally constantly. I was using Magic Missile in like the final boss fights to knock stuff off.
Time to teach you a lesson.
Oh, College of Swords Bard. Okay, gotcha. Boy, do I wish I had Endless Fusillade. I don't have Endless Fusillade, but boy, if I had it, I'd be sick.
Lightning strikes the water below, causing electricity to course through it. Lightning strikes the water below, causing electricity to course through it.
Can I get these guys from here? A ranged character? Get 'em, baby! Yeah, I'll be very excited when I get, you know, Shoot Later, which will be very cool attack. More Imbue Dice, Diplomatic Immunity, Improved Uncanny Dodge, No Holds Barred. Oh, No Holds Barred, I'm excited! Okay. Down.
Maybe one day magic missiles will be good in DDO Copium.
Good in DDO? Yeah, it is Copium. Yeah, I just gotta find the +3 full plate, and then I'll be all set. All right. Next is the one in the tunnel. Wait, no. Hiding in plain sight. Next. I hate newcomers, and I never do it, and I will refuse to do it as far as I can. But yeah, when I get my +3 full plate for John DeVere, so I can get the +3 full plate, +3 magic shield, So his armor class will be 24. I'll be pretty happy. I don't know if it's in the game, but when I get it, I'll be happy with that. Oh, I keep going the wrong way. I forgot I have to go get the thing. Maybe buy the game. Oh yeah. New armor and scimitars. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know when characters get their powers and stuff in 5. So for me, that's like a bit of a different like I still have to learn a lot of like the timing on things like that. Like as far as so something I didn't know is that so paladin, barbarian, and fighter get extra attack at level 5. Which is cool. But I don't know what level you get yeah, you get extra attack at 5. And I think also Warlock, if you take Pact of the Blade, gets extra attack at 5. Does, I guess, the College of Swords also gets extra attack at 5? I assume. Right. Plus Gate 3 is PHP only subclasses? No. They just did whatever they want. And they'll probably update Baldur's Gate 3 and add in DLC to give you more subclasses and stuff like that. I'm sure they'll do like a patch where they add in a bunch of subclasses and extra races and things. And if they don't do it, then like players will do it. Oh, did that say hiding in plain sight? Oh, I'm sorry. The quest is labeled wrong. It's hiding in plain sight. I didn't update it. My bad. Plain sight. Schools, yeah. Like I said, either like they're gonna add it in, or the players will add it in, where somebody will make a mod. Somebody's gonna make a mod for it.
Red robe agents in the aura.
Bladesinger's the OP one, right?
You are free to proceed into the sewer.
One of those, this is why you buy the source book sort of things? Is it just literally better than all the other alternative options? Okay, yeah, that's what it's, yeah.
You hear the sounds of battle from up ahead.
Because I'm familiar with the classic cycle of Wizards of the Coast power creep, where they're like, they release the book, and then they go, damn, this is good. Do you guys want to get some new options for building your characters? Here's some new source books. And then people buy them, and they're a little better, but they're mostly like just different options, and you're like, wow, that's kind of cool. And then they're like, 6 months later, hey guys, or 6 months to a year later, do you want even more new options? And then the second round of new options, because they know interest is already waning in the edition, and they go, hey guys, here's these extra new options, and they're completely off the walls.
Judging from the thick cobweb
Cauldron of OP.
hallway
Yeah,
beyond,
that's exactly.
this gate was closed for good reason. The sounds of scurrying rats are gone now.
Like I said, for me, and this is how I go about it. When I play these role-playing games, I like to role-play. And so when I create my characters and my ideas, I have like it role-played in my mind. So when I picked my Paladin Oath, I picked the Paladin Oath that best aligned with what John was going to do when he was playing the game. And I somehow broke my oath anyway, which makes me think I can't play Paladin in these games. But then also, what was it? Yeah, so there's that part of it. But it's like sometimes I'll like min-max it, but I like having like my own characters still like make their own ideas. Like I said, games without any roleplay elements, like Dungeons and Dragons Online, I just min-max like crazy. But yeah, I like to keep things like I like to make things make sense. Like, why does John have a bard level? Because his dad's a bard. That's why. That's why he has a bard level. Is it because it's better? No. Definitely not that. To be fair, I have made very good use out of all of the bardic inspirations. Being able to just use bardic inspiration whenever you need it is so sick. Be like, because I barely ever use it in combat, and it's almost always like on skill checks and stuff, and it's very handy to have around. I think the main issue is how you choose to activate it in that game, where like in pen and paper you can apply the bardic inspiration to whatever you want, but in what do you call it, in Baldur's Gate 3, it's a toggle where while you have it turned on, it will apply to your next saving throw automatically. And so you can't choose whether you want to use it or not. It's just you have to choose whether it will... It's like you choose whether it will be used, but not what you want to use it on. So, because something might happen so fast that you... Like, the game doesn't stop when you have to make a save or a check and prompt you, do you want to use this? Instead, it just goes. And if you have the toggle, it uses the first thing. So, like, I have swim. Yes, I do. Nice. We'll be able to swim when we need to. I'll give this guy Greater Hero. He has all the swimming abilities.
Water drips from your body as you climb out.
Nice. I'm assuming he got the trap. Let's go.
Debris litters the
Yep,
water.
it's done.
The remnants of trash swept down into the sewer.
It Shadow Short works and indeed makes you fight the two little brain dudes after the crash on your own. Interesting. So yeah, that makes me wonder how many people are gonna pick Shadowheart at the start because they think that sounds cool. I'm gonna play a cleric called Shadowheart. It's gonna be awesome. Then they die to that fight, the first fight after getting off of the ship,
Blades are powerful enough to cut you to ribbons.
and then quit the game. Oh, that's kind of funny to me.
The air here
Isn't Shout on the Run supposed to give specific buff to bows?
outdoors must be
Shot on the Run? Shot on the Run used to. It doesn't anymore. It used to give attack speed to bows. They changed that. Roleplay over I like, and I know I can deal with the consequences. Yeah. I'm okay having a worse character if the role-playing is better for it.
This must be how Hazardil moves his cargo. Right under the nose of the harbor master.
It's one of the reasons why, like, as often as I can, I like to avoid resetting and just deal with the consequences of my actions. Like, when my entire party wiped to a bunch of spiders in a cavern, instead of resetting the game, I just used all my Revivify scrolls on it. Because I was like, I died in the game. It's the consequence. I'm not just going to reset. If I'm going to reset every time someone dies, why do I even have these scrolls for? You know what I mean? Unless you miss with Guiding Bolt. Shot on the Run gives +6 range power.
Stormbreach's crime lord slumps to the floor.
That's why you take it.
Return this book to Borgin. Perhaps he can shed some light on its contents.
Right. Tempest Spine next. They had a setting that basically revives your dead party members after each combat, which is kind of nice. Yeah. Disadvantage in melee? Oh, really? Oh, interesting. I didn't have that high of a hit chance to hit those things. I found my hit chance against those was like 70%. Weird. Why is it so high? Are you playing on normal mode or easy mode? Because I didn't find my hit chances that high. Maybe it's specific to that fight at the beginning where but if you play by yourself, it gives you extra hit chance. Because you shouldn't, because 95% means that with her +5, that means their armor class is 6 or lower. Are you able to right click on them and see what their armor class is? I know that might be a lot to ask, but I'm mostly just curious. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a water after this. Get some water and go to the bathroom. Spine. Difficulty, yeah. Yeah, because like I said, I think they have like a 10 or 11 armor class. Like, I don't think it's high. But if you have a 95 to hit, that would be interesting. You have your autosave? Oh, of course, the autosave. Of course. Big fan of that. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm back. Oh man, so many people want to join. Let's see. Accept. Hold on. Time to go. Alright, welcome to Tempest Spine. We're doing the fast way. If I until last time, ways to do it that way. Later, I pissed myself in Shadowheart on the ledge near the stairs. What I didn't know is I had a shout. Yeah, that happened to me. I got shouted, and then all of a sudden, I was like fighting spiders. And I'm like, why am I fighting these spiders? This is stupid. I'm not supposed to be fighting spiders. Why are they even aggroed in the fight? You know why they were aggroed in the fight? Because the spiders were attacking me because I got knocked down. Because I got knocked down to a lower floor with the spiders by the shout, and I didn't notice. And I was like, oh shit, that's John. That's John who's under attack. John who has 5 hit points left. Oh no. I had no idea. It's a good time. Notice that normally there are 3 brains. Shadowheart, there are only 2 of them. Yeah, I thought there was 3 of them, yeah. Okay, so they have -5 to armor class. Interesting, so they only have a 7. -5 from weakened. Okay, that's interesting. These are things I didn't know. Huh, there are effects that say they can weaken monsters. Is that what weakening means? Is that it's -5 armor class? Instantly game over if your main character dies? No, because you can resurrect your guy in town. May I have song? Yeah. Harvest fun. 40 strength at level 5. Yeah, it is. I've got 42 charisma at level 12, which is still an absurd number. You gotta get that racial completionist barbarian and get like 50 strength at level 5. Or old divine might, where at level 5 I had 52 strength. It was like 36 charisma or 38 charisma, 52 strength on a bard. Because old divine might used to give you strength instead of what it does now. Get from the trip through hell. No, but I think weaken is a mechanic. I think there are spells and effects that cause weaken. I think. Iron Stone that gives you +5 strength. In DDO, probably. I don't know much about the Iron Stones. I never farmed them out. Been too lazy. Way too lazy.
Heat spreads along the floors and up the walls. The sound of rushing lava resounds all about you in this cavern.
Oh, what am I doing? Shoot the fire reaver. Well, even if you TR a ton, it's probably still not that good because +5 is just 1 higher than Feywild, which is +4. And for the amount of work, it's extra. Like I died to the lava area. Oh, fire is alive? Did I kill fire too fast? I think I killed fire too fast. Oh no, they were still killing ice. Okay, it was ice that was slow. I gotcha.
Entering the treasure room, you spied 2 chests.
There we go.
And an ancient rune.
The spell absorb one is very, very good. Special name. We can affect a might. But the work is the same regarding variety weaken. Yeah, I think there is a weaken effect somewhere. Because there are like several special extra abilities in Baldur's Gate 2 from like Divinity and stuff. Like the fact that acid gives a -2 to armor class in Baldur's Gate 3. when it doesn't do that in pen and paper because that's not a thing. That's just video game stuff. On autocast, what does autocast mean? I think the answer is no, but I also don't know what that means.
A deep hole offers no sign of egress, although a soft, cool breeze can be felt coming from below. Peering over the edge, you realize that a fall from this height would be devastating, if not deadly. Peering over the edge, you realize that
Aggressive? What is aggressive? Your abilities? Again, I don't know what you mean by put abilities on. Fire just comes out cooldown depending on the context. So no, and also that would be very bad because there's tons of times where you would get stuck in loops. Like your game would, there's a lot of issues that you would have when it comes to loops. I don't have strength to open this. Yes, I do. So what I mean by that is here's an easy loop. You're standing in front of a beholder, and a beholder dispels your magic, but your magic is set to auto-apply if you don't have it on you. Therefore, your character tries to auto-apply it, but you can't auto-apply it because your character is in the anti-magic cone and can't cast spells, and therefore your character, basically until you get out of the anti-magic cone, your character will just be stuck, unable to do any actions because the game will constantly try to auto-cast.
Drow scorpions and rust monsters guard this room. The sealed door across from the entrance looks recently used.
The only thing that you can have auto is auto-attack, where your character will attack a target if you have it targeted. I think it's the only thing. Like, I can see where you come from with the idea of, like, let's say, that way you don't have to buff at the beginning of quests, so that way you can just have it, like, auto-buff you. Again, I kind of understand the motivation for that, but implementation-wise in DDO, I can think of, that's just the first case I can think of. It's not even that uncommon. There's literally a beholder in this next room. Dispel magic is a fairly regular effect in DDO, unfortunately. Much to my dislike. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. When in we're at the end. Here we go. No, they could use Fireball. Yeah, that's the Way of the Four Elements monk. I don't know if that's in the game, but Way of the Four Elements monk is really cool. In pen and paper, I use Water Whip all the time. Very good. Diplomacy to be used on cooldown. That's an effect in Inquisitive. That's Diplomatic Immunity. Toggle while active. Your light and heavy non-repeating crossbows have a chance to automatically trigger Diplomacy around you. I should use to mash two diplomacies constantly. Oh, you don't. It's right here. It's in Inquisitive, Botvid. Still waiting. I'm just waiting for something to happen here. We all in? Are we in yet? Four Elements Monk is the weakest subclass in paper because the costs are insane to actually do something useful. Okay, get him. The angles in the stance is insanely annoying. Yeah, some people don't like it. I just wish I had more damage. Wait, do I only damage them on crits? Damn, that sucks. I found it super strong. And, like, I felt like I was always able to do stuff in my party, in my game. So I think context matters. Because, like, yeah, I found it was, like, super duper strong when I played it, in my game that I played in. I felt like I could always do stuff with my key points. Welcome, we're killing Sorjek, so run in. I thought it was great. Now, granted, that just because I enjoyed it doesn't mean it's good. Right? Obviously, people can have different experiences with it. But, yeah. He is not to have something to do with them, but not enough points, yeah. Well, because I think it depends on context, right? Because, like, in a lot of circumstances in pen and paper, there are tons of reasons as to why you don't necessarily need to have a lot of fights all the time. Like, obviously, if you're in, like, some type of long dungeon and the players don't have the ability to take a rest, then sure. Yeah, I feel like there's usually a good amount of time to take a rest. Because, like, a short rest is pretty good. It also helped we had a warlock. I think we had a fighter, a warlock, and a monk. So it was really easy to convince the party to, like, hey, guys, let's take a short rest right now. It wasn't difficult to get people motivated. Because a short rest is only an hour, so not a huge part of the day. And you can short rest in, like, while doing other different types of circumstances, where it's like, oh, we're, like, moving from, you know, one area to another. So, like, we're in, like, we'll hire a coach and we'll just rest along the way. Yeah. Like, circumstantially, you might have times where you can short rest, and circumstantially, you're going to have times where you can't. Count towards feat requirements? They do, just not at level 1. So yeah, then your subclass doesn't matter. Like I said, I found it was pretty good. But I think also what makes it different is, again, it depends on, like, what your game is like and what you're doing and how it's balanced. Like, I played my character where I had with my monk, my wisdom was my highest stat. So I had lots of dex and wisdom, but it was more wisdom than dex. I think I had, like, a dex of 15, but I had a wisdom, I think, of 18. And so it let my Way of 4 Elements abilities work a lot better, which was very, very useful. More monk more better. Yep. And so also, because you get the extra abilities through your key points and your character is so mobile, it made it really easy to pretty much always be in combat whenever I needed to be in combat and not be in combat when I didn't want to. And I found most of the time I was mostly just, like, party support. So, like, again, there's, like, the ability Water Whip, where you can grab somebody and pull them to you and then also knock them down. And so what you can do is, like, use the whip and then pull a guy to you as a bonus, because it's a bonus action. So you deal damage, 3d10s for 1 key point. It deals damage, it pulls them to you, but it also knocks them prone. So since they're prone, you have advantage, and then boom, 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 boom. But then they're also next to you. So you can go next to the fighter, drag them over, and they're prone, and then the fighter's like boom, 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 and they just smash everything. It's pretty cool. It was a neat combo piece. I really liked playing the character. It was a lot of fun. But again, I think it's going to be circumstantial with, like, who's sitting around the table and how you're doing individual things. Oh, hey, look, it's a stick guy. Playing stick again. Look at this guy. Look at him sticking around. I actually want to neutralize poison. Fighter, Favored Soul, Warlock. Hey, I've seen this build before. As a shifter. Not exactly that build, but I've seen something very similar. So it just goes to utility abilities. No one needed food. Lost, and when we complained that Ranger and Druid were weak. Yeah, because a lot of, like, survival skills are relevant, but it's only as good as the Dungeon Master is at making those things relevant to your game, which is also important too. Like, every Dungeon Master is going to have different things that they excel at. I think that for me, what I'm good at is overarching narrative, and I think I'm good at fights and fight composition, and I think I'm bad at personal narrative. If you join a campaign of mine and you want to have a detailed story directly involving your character and not all of the other characters, which is not a crazy request. A lot of people want to have like their own personal growth. I find it difficult to incorporate personal character elements of a story in together, as opposed to having people derive their personal growth from the story that's being told, which is more challenging. It's something I definitely struggle with, so I'm not as good at that. I'm also not that good at describing clothing. Really bad at describing clothing. And my players know that, which is why they will explicitly ask me to describe what characters wear with regularity. Because I never watched a lot of like fashion TV growing up, and I'm just not as familiar. I just don't know how to describe different pieces of clothing. Clothing is nothing that never really interested me. There's shirts and there's pants and there's skirts, but then somebody will have like a certain type of shirt or pant or skirt, and my brain is like, I don't know what you call that. Like, that's a cardigan. I'm like, I don't know what that is, dude. It's too hard. I know all the Pokemon. Is that not more important information? Come on. Wait, did I go to level up and then not level up? Nice. Can it changes percent of blood tribute if you're lowering your attack and damage rolls with it? Yes, it does. Yeah, it does, for sure. NPCs are wearing? Yeah, all the time. It's a struggle. Guess you just don't know. This is your failure, not mine. True! Oh, that's so smart. Okay, give me a history check on how much you know about fashion. What? Yep, how much you know about fashion? You tell me. Oh yeah, you look at them and you're like, they're wearing some type of shirt. You don't know. You can't identify the shirt. And they're wearing some type of pants. You don't know the specific kind of pants. You don't know. You're just not familiar with it. That's so smart. Dude, I'm going to do that in the future. It's my get out of jail free card. Very smart. Look at charts. I don't need this. Gem bag. Oh, I gotta... Yeah, they ask me all the time. Again, I find it more funny than anything else because it's just a part of the game, but it's where I'm like, oh god, what are they wearing? They're wearing like a chain shirt with like a tabard on. It's got this symbol, and it does this. And like, and? Did they have any jewelry? Yeah, they do. They have 10 nose rings. But it's like a barrel of monkeys. So they're all like hooked. Then they just hook off the nose and it goes straight down. But you can easily just grab them and pull them off because it's just a hook on it. And they just walk around like that. I don't know. My brain is stupid. What's happening now? What are people questing on? Giant hold? There's no quests? There's literally no groups of lower level? Damn, did Baldur's Gate 3 really kill DDO? Actually, great question. Where's DDO audit? Okay, hold on. Where's my trends data? I don't know if there's anything closer. We have a week by week. That's May. Oh, damn. DDO is experiencing the standard dip that they get. Because it's like 3,000. Because like before pandemic, it was like 26 hundo. And then you've got like when it kind of like dips down. So right now we're at a pretty standard dip. This is like the DDO, the low cycle basically, because as you can see here, it's like rise and then low and then up and then down and then up and then down. It's pretty standard for this game. But yeah, there's not enough time to see. We don't have this week published. There's not enough. even on the daily trends, you can't really see. It's kind of the same. Like you can see the downward trend, obviously, but this is we don't have enough time. We need like an extra week worth of data, fortunately. So, servers. Yeah, it's all only LFM data in the past 30 days. So it's all coordinated off the past 30 days. So it's going to take some more time to actually see the impact of it in the data. Because of BG3? Probably. You're trying to ask Strim? Oh, me? What build I'm doing? Oh, this is the Sonic Boomer Bard. So the idea is that I'm using Stormsinger, and with 31 points in the Stormsinger tree, I can get Stormsinger's inspiration to apply to my auto attacks while also making it so that it freezes with no save. So whenever I attack, I have a 2% chance to freeze with no save, which doesn't sound amazing. But remember, that goes on top of the fact that I'll be running in the Shradi Champion tree, which I don't have here. And Shradi Champion has a chance to freeze with no save while also having the damage component. And with No Holds Barred, I can just like and get a lot of attacks out. And I can also apply this to all of my allies. So the idea is not only can I do this, this effect will also apply to all of my spells. So I can actually take Macro Attack and get not only the Rune Arm, which will allow the freeze to apply, but also get the Sonic Hammer, the Thunder Hammer, and open fights with the Thunder Hammer, which has no save on it, so I don't need any DCs, does a bunch of AoE damage, procs Shradi Champion, procs the Lightning Freezes, and then just start firing through monsters. And it has like a good chance to like no save freeze stuff, which is cool. Are bosses immune? Yes, bosses in DDO are immune to all forms of crowd control. For instance, in a barb, over 300 monsters killed, and I bet you got that conquest bonus. Yeah, I already posted the. Damn, there's like no one playing this game. Oh, I didn't check. Okay, hold on. What counts as a boss? A red name monster. If the name is red, they're a boss. Okay, let's see grouping. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Argo, Kenneth has people on it. What do we got here? Galanda. Oh no. Is Argo like groupless? Oh, it's just Argonessin? Oh no, it's just Argonessin! Oh no! It's just Argo. On my server. How could this happen? No! Even tells you just current raids? That's sick. This is great, by the way. Just being able to see raids is amazing. What a great feature. Yeah, life is pain. Life is pain. Anyway, I'm going to make my own group.
Come to Kenneth, Brazil.
No, I'm not going to go to Brazil. Or like El Largo? No. Damn it, you got me. Time stop is boss CC. Yeah, kind of. You CC them with damage. Also, if you're not sure, go options, okay? And then go into UI settings, and you can change the color. So, name boss monster. So boss monsters and raid boss monsters are immune to crowd control. You can just change the colors so you know which ones those are. Mini boss monsters. So this is why there's monsters, orange names and red names. People call them orange names and red names. I think it's because people didn't read this text here. So that's orange names, red names, and raid bosses. Now you might change these colors, but even Yasukai, who changes them to different colors, still calls them red names because it's just ingrained into the minds of the player base. It is what it is. DDO changes the color scheme of every monster you log in. Red names are most likely not red. That's just harder on new players and easier for players like myself who are total losers who don't go outside and don't talk to anybody. Oh, is this the Dark Reader? Oh, let me just download this real quick. Add to Chrome. Yeah, sounds good. There. So let me go to the DDO wiki. Oh, is this better, you guys? Is this what you want? Let's go to weather. Oh, look at the weather. Oh, so much better. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, anybody that designs websites with white text, they're a maniac.
I'm sweating from how hot that weather is.
Sorry, I got a message. There we go. Let's go to Argybust. Wait, is the weather hot? I didn't actually look at the weather when I loaded up the page. I was looking at the other stuff. Oh, it's not hot at all. Yeah, I've had my window open. We've had this weird cold spell at the end of the summer. So it was really, really hot with like this crazy heat wave. And now it's going to be like borderline fall temperature for the rest of the entire summer. It's kind of weird. The hot days are all over. Every single one. This quest confuses you? Oh, just go the right way. Don't go the wrong way. That's the trick to this one. I don't like it because I like the heat. I like it when it's warm outside. I'm a heat magnet. I like heat. Yeah, give me more scorching summer and less autumn, please. Work outside? Yeah, I've just always liked the heat. I'm a heat guy. I'd rather be sweating than cold. I find the cold is way worse because when it's too cold, I find I just like can't do as much. Like my hands don't move well. Especially when I'm playing video games. I don't need slow reaction time. I need fast reaction time. Every day of the summer? Weird. I don't know where Oregon is on the map. Couldn't tell you. Is it on the east? Don't know. West? I'm unsure. Is it in the middle? I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if anybody knows where Oregon is on the map. 105? Damn. Yeah, we should ship some of that heat up here. Be a good idea. Right next to Washington State. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Which is completely unrelated to Washington, D.C. Okay, gotcha. Oregon. Left side. Check. I think somebody I raided with in World of Warcraft lived in Oregon. Or they lived in Washington. Honestly, couldn't tell
The
you.
reason you don't know where Oregon is because it is or not there anymore.
Damn, it's Oregon. No. I missed it. I'll never see it again. It's too hard, you guys. There's too many states. You guys should condense states, please. So it's easier for us non-Americans to remember all the 50 states. How about like 4? How does that sound? West, east, and middle. That sounds good. Actually, you know what? Screw west and east. You guys shouldn't be ruled by the cardinal directions. Can you make it left, right, and middle? The 3 states? You just go on the map. You've got... there it is.
Go away. The Revenant shakes his head.
Or like... this way, that way, and in between. The state WASD? Yes, even better. Be fantastic. I'd love that. Thank you. Okay. I don't like this. I'm gonna cure... Oh, I can cure myself? Oh, even while targeting Vladimir Hornguard? Oh, I think I have that option turned on.
Ah yes, the 4 directions. West, east, and middle.
Yeah. But you don't need a north and a south, because it's like Mexico and Canada.
On the commander's body, you find a large
Addition to
silver
politics?
in
Yeah, well, we can use W, A, S, and D if that makes you feel better. Isn't most of the country called flyover states? Yeah, that's the thing. Is I know that there's like, you got the east states, and you got the west states, and then you have the flyover states, the ones in the middle, there where they grow potatoes and other different types of food, and where they got like cool mountains and shit. Like, dude, I ain't never heard nothing about Wyoming, but man. Google search, if you've never seen it, if you're European, Google image search Wyoming. That shit's crazy.
just beyond the closed door. Your eyes
It's like the land is so pretty looking.
dominates the courtyard.
Beautiful mountains.
Taloned creatures fly out
With
from behind it.
Visible glaciers cresting in different distance. All the different colors across it. Oh, it's so cool. Am I epic completionist? I don't know. I don't think so. Red Wyoming isn't real? It's not? Damn it. I was so close.
The beacon flashes with a brilliant light that
12
can be
epic
seen from
TRs?
the valley.
Is that it? Is it just
Somewhere a
12?
voice whispers,
Oh, I definitely have that then.
from its vows.
How many epic past lives do I have?
Of warmth that you
Epics.
never
I have
felt in Barovia.
21 epics. There we go. So yes, I am an epic completionist. We're buying Ravenloft weapons. Raven at the door. I don't have to do that. So this thing tells you how many lives you have. So I have 21, so therefore I have to have it. Get those for free. Like, yeah, but what if you want a specific one? What if you want a scimitar? You might be like, yeah, but Strimtom, I just said you get those for free. One. I got 2 fucking hands over here. I got 2 hands. You think I'm just going to whip my other hand all over here and do nothing? Ridiculous. Also, to get the Night Mother's weapons as well.
This time uninvited.
Because the Night Mother's weapons are the opposite of the Barovian. They have like vampirism and other stats. And you get them from trading in the totems as well.
Jesper's last report.
You can also get
from a coven of witches whose lair is at the top of the south tower.
there's a sentient jewel as well for epics. Mr. Shrim, while being a monk and not having ghost touch weapon, what can I do so I don't miss Reapers so much? Well, you can go get a ghost touch weapon. You can get those out of the keep on the Borderlands because you trade in an ethereal ingot. But if you don't want to do that, then you can go and get there's a trinket called the Book of Forgotten Spirits or something from the quest Housekeeping, and that gives you ghost touch on all of your weapon types. And if you don't want to do that, you can wait for the Halloween event where you can get the Ruby of Vampire Bane, which lets you do that. And if you don't want to do that, at level 5, you can get a Cold Iron Bracer that gives you incorporeality and hit monsters that way from Feywild. And that's like 4 options, so I'm out of ideas. Oh, yeah, and is there a ring from Feywild? What ring has incorporeality? Oh, and there's the Ethereal Ring from Saltmarsh, which is also level 3. There's the Ethereal Ring from Saltmarsh, which is level 3. The Dustbone Ring, which is level 5. So you have Dustbone Ring 5, Cold Iron Bracers 5, Ethereal Ring 3, Book of the Dead 3. Oh, I don't do Borderlands because I don't like it. Not because it isn't good XP or there aren't valuable items. I just generally don't like it, so I don't want to do it. So I'm not going to do it. There we go. We got the Ring of the Stalkers to a level, but Ethereal Ring level 3, it's got Ethereal on it. Yeah, it lets you... So ghosts have a 50% incorporeality miss chance because they're half in the world and half not in the world. So you can only hit them 50% of the time. But if you have an ethereal effect, you can hit them 100% of the time.
As you come to the door of the witch's den,
Yeah, this one, the Book of Spirits.
From Jesper's journal.
Got ethereal on it. Comes from housekeeping. The ring from Kenneth challenges? That sounds right. Yeah, Ring of the Stalker does it? Yeah. But this is a higher level one. Yes. Yeah, or you could just bug out the Sacred Fist Ghost Touch on here by having the Ghost Touch and then reincarnating with it, which also works.
They regard you with a haughty aloofness that only one creature across the many planes has truly mastered.
That's supposed to be getting fixed in update 61.
The withered forms of two hags glare at you from across their cauldron.
A lot of bugs are supposed to get fixed. Is this supposed to get fixed? I don't know.
The old witches cackle, then one
What's up with the mirror room? What is the mirror room? I would like to answer your question, but I also don't know what you're talking about.
Just like that.
What's the mirror room?
Face twisting into a gap between the witch continues. You little flappers now in the dungeons with our eggs. Soon, all its secrets will be
The only fixed combat brute. There you go.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Oh, me too.
31 is Prime. Fight Prime.
Fight Prime, baby. Yo, welcome back to the stream team Fight Prime for 34 months with a 31-month streak with the sub. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. And I'm just grateful that you decided to tune in for my stream for almost 3 years. My God, dude. What a time to be alive. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? You know, for your parents, they had legends like Johnny Carson that they tuned into every single night. But for you guys, you got Strim Tom. That's what you tune into every day. There you go. Yep. Same quality. Let's go. Here we go. New generations, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
At the center of the destruction is the smashed remains of a
it's fun to think about.
Its sickly sweet smell permeates the wreckage.
So I will say, I am very... It is always a shock to me every time I think about the fact that there are people who live and breathe oxygen, who tune into my live stream every time I stream, basically. Which is just a thing that I just, like, don't think about. Because it's so surreal, the idea.
You quaff the witch's brew, and you watch as your body
I just try not to think about it, because it's like... not that I try not to think about it. I'm trying to think... I don't know. Something I've learned is that there are a lot of people out there who think of themselves as being very, very important and put themselves like very much front and center and first. A lot of people who are like, who create very personality driven content are like this, you know, where they set themselves, I wouldn't say set themselves apart, but they kind of, you know, their brand is themselves. And so they are important and they let kind of like any amount of success go to their head and they feel powerful because of, you know, their success metrics or whatever they want, however they measure their success by. Whereas for me, it's always like a constant shock where it's like, again, I'm not a super famous person, but like every time somebody sends me a message and they're like, hey, I watched your videos and they're cool. I learned how to play the game. Thanks. Every time it's always like a shock to me. I'm always like, watch my videos? And you like them? Thank you. It's like literally a shock every time. I don't know what to tell you. It's weird.
My grandparents couldn't shitpost in Johnny Carson's chat toe. Where's your better TTVG more nodders?
True! Giga true. 100%. What losers.
Hey, I watched your BG3 video and you didn't go grab the legendary item, what a chump.
Wait, there's a legendary item? I definitely didn't find any legendary items, but I also didn't know there were legendary items. It's not like a crazy surprise to me. Oh, I didn't read what you wrote. There's a room in the castle Ravenloft that says the mirrors don't look right, but I haven't been able to figure out what they're talking about. It's a room full of mirrors? I don't know. I've never been in this room. Give me a phone soon. You're in the area? Ooh. That's exciting. Mad Tea Party. I do like the idea of getting legendary equipment. Again, I'm just waiting for when I'm going to go around a corner somewhere in this video game, and then all of a sudden, boom, +3 full plate. It's going to be good. I got the Necro book. I burnt it. The book was evil, so I destroyed it instantly. Oh, I don't know the room. I don't explore Castle Ravenloft. I explored it when it came out in 2017, and then I haven't explored it since. So I just know the way to go in the quest. So if you get to a mirror, if you're in a mirror room in Castle Ravenloft, it's because you went the wrong way. Picked a fight with the book? Yeah, so I got the book, and then I destroyed it, and it summoned these shadows, and those shadows proceeded to destroy me. Just right away. They were like, hey, by the way, bud, we're dangerous. They resist all damage, and they just started just draining my strength. I was like, it was a bad time. And I had, like, no magic because I didn't know that was going to happen. Because I was like, oh, I'll just rest after this fight. Or, like, after I destroy this book. Big mistake. Go, lightning strikes. Look at those lightning strikes, dude. There's so many. Yeah, the north section of the castle is completely unnecessary, so I apologize. I do not know what anything is on the north side of the castle, because you never have to go there for the actual quest. So I know it sounds like I know everything about it, about DDO, but like I know a lot of things about like playing the game, but some of that stuff, yeah, I don't know. It's in the north? Yeah, I said I explored it in 2017 and then like 3 times, then not since. A lot of people will go into the quest Castle Ravenloft for the first time, and they'll spend hours inside that castle, get lost, and some people love it and some people hate it. For me, I just know how to get through, so it's like a 10-minute quest.
This must be the dungeon under the Baron's manor. It appears he has already taken a couple of prisoners.
By house guards. Same with TOE1. Same with TOE1. True. You only need one side. The entire rest of it is useless. It was worse when Temple of Elemental Evil 1 was twice the size, and you used the same amount of space as the current Temple of Elemental Evil 1. God. That was a time. Quest has a lot of useless stuff. Yeah. But the thing is, it's cool. Like, there's lots of stuff to explore. I will say it depends on whether you play plenty of casters. Play a bow or crossbow or thrower and fight a moving target. Then come call me. Yeah. Since we needed to farm materials. Now you're right, there isn't a lot of a reason to explore other than the fact that the temple is cool. this is where like optional content is like really difficult in an MMORPG versus an RPG, right? So like you want to check every room in a game like Baldur's Gate because every room could have something in it. Like there just could be something in every room. You don't know. There could be some secret treasure chest or a sword or some magic power-up. And you are like, just like, you know, you never know what you're gonna be looking for. Maybe you need extra resources, maybe you need gold. Things are finite depending on your experiences. You know, I think it was somebody else was saying, they were like, oh, dude, how do you have so many potions yesterday? Because I had like 25 potions in my backpack because they used more potions than I did in their combats, whereas I didn't have to because I didn't take as much damage. And so I think that, you know, so they would need more resources for other things, and then maybe they're spending their gold differently. So everyone's like checking rooms is like a part of the big experience. But in an MMORPG, you need to have that reset to 0 all the time. You can't have people who are, you can't have two different people having two different experiences, because at the beginning of each quest, you reset to 0, right? At the beginning of each raid, you reset to 0. Partway through quests, when you're doing your shrine, you reset to 0. You're constantly resetting to 0 all the time, so there's no scarcity of resources. And so as a result, exploring in an MMORPG is usually not even that worth it. And the thing is, you can also make the argument when it comes to, you can be like, oh, yeah, but what about X video game? The problem is, you only really explore it like the first time. So like, Elder Scrolls Online is cool. There's a lot of reasons to explore the world, but you only do it like one time. You don't need to constantly explore the world. You find all the locations on a character, and then you're done. And on a future character, you slap that shit, you slap an add-on to find all the books for the Mages Guild, and then turn on a TV show and space out while you run around and follow the map directions that you set for yourself, or that the add-on sets for you. So it's complicated because of the repetition, and also the kind of the utility of what exploration means in each of these different game types. Because MMORPGs kind of have to constantly reset to 0, there's no real sense of urgency, and so there's no need to explore other than the desire to explore. But in a regular RPG, where unless you cheat, there's a limit on how many resources you have, you're encouraged to explore and look for everything. And it's kind of like just this disconnect, I think. And then you go, oh, but what if... But why does every RPG or MMORPG have to do that? Why don't they make RPG or MMORPGs with scarcity of resources? Because usually MMORPGs, you have to interact with other player, and then scarcities of resources in MMORPGs where you have to interact with other players means you have haves and have-nots. And when you have haves and have-nots, then the have-nots have not as much fun as the haves, and then the have-nots quit, and then your game dies. So that's another problem. Whereas in a single-player game, you don't feel like there's another NPC with more resources than you have, or is taking resources from you. Because you're in a single-player game and there's no one else doing that. Die, everybody. What? Oh. The ranged desync is very bad, and having no AoE isn't fun when most quests have like 200 monsters. We got 79 killed. Nice. Even NPCs steal your stuff at EVE Online? Yeah, exactly. So does that kind of like make sense? You need to have like a very particular game type to make something like that work. And even then, it's only going to appeal to a certain direct quantity of people. So like, and that's okay. It's perfectly fine to have... video games that also don't appeal to everybody. That's just the benefit of a niche market, is that if you can find, you know, the niche and then appeal to those people, you can kind of like feed those people with exactly what they want, and you can get what you want. It's the reason why Dungeons & Dragons Online is able to still exist in the modern climate, even though DDO has like no tutorial, basically, doesn't explain anything. You need to have like 3 other people explain to you how the game works all the time. It's buggy, it's laggy, there's tons of abilities that don't work and tons of things that don't work, and they can get away with it because it's a niche market, and there just aren't there really aren't a lot of video games that play like this. In fact, there's no other MMORPG that does what DDO does, for better or for worse. So, you know, it is what it is. Do I have Restore? I don't have Restore. Anyone have Restore? Isn't melee the same? You've never used cleave or strike through? Go by scroll now. I have a druid in my party. Or whirlwind attack. Hitting all in a 360 is amazing. I'm happy you like ranged. And I'm done responding to somebody. Somebody's trying to convince me to like ranged combat. In DMs in game. It's okay for ranged combat to be bad and not fun, and for you to like it. You can sit here and say, I like ranged combat, and it's, even though I think it's unfun, or even though it is definitely unfun. I like bad movies, dude. I like Sharknado. It's not going to stop it from being a bad movie, but I like it. Yeah. It's me. Ranged combat, baby! Yeah, like I said, I'm just not I'm not irrational in my dislike of ranged combat. Every time there's a desync where my ranged shot doesn't hit, it's frustrating and there's no AoE. Ranged combat too. Yep. And as I said, I don't want people to not have fun with something just because I don't have fun with it. We can enjoy different things. I think it's totally good. Alright, so I find the desync is not nearly as pronounced in melee combat or with spells, because they're both area of effect, which makes them a lot easier to hit. If there was like an AoE attack, I think with ranged, so like an arrow spray or rain of arrows or something else, then that would be fine. But yeah. But that is not the case. Yes, you can melee and casters also. Yeah, but you live in Europe. That's different. My ping is 30. Wait, did we get the password? I'm dead. The password didn't spawn? Weird. I've never seen the password not spawn before. Huh. I don't know how we solve this problem. It always spawns? I know it always spawns. But no one found it, so... Trahadeen. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait here on this. Bug in front of my face. Terrifying bug. Recheck basement? Yeah, I'll have to recheck basement. I thought there was. Or maybe it just didn't load? I don't know. Because I checked one side, and I saw somebody check the other side. So I assumed that they looked, but I don't know. Say no password several times, and it was there. Yeah. Like I said, that's okay. That happens sometimes. You know, loading issues, all sorts of stuff. Like I said, DDO is like, it's a big game. There's a lot of stuff going on all the time, so yeah. Yeah. Myself included, I could have just missed it. Like, it was honestly probably in the room that I was in, I just didn't notice. Yeah, like I just wasn't paying enough attention, and I just didn't see it. I went right, I didn't go left. And there it is right there, yeah. Okay, yep, it was just here. Okay, got it. It was just here the whole time. I don't know who... I saw somebody walk over there, but I guess... I don't know, I must have imagined it. Or something, I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. I got it now. No need to cry. The milk's already been spilled. No need to cry about it. That's what Shadowheart said. Got it. Let's go set this up. But yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? Something about, yeah, Area of Effect. Yeah, like I said, I just like Area of Effect in DDO because the modern quest design is throw lots of monsters at you. Now I will say, Isle of Dread was a very nice change of pace because Isle of Dread not only has fewer of that lots of monster quest design, but also it has big monsters. There's the dinosaurs, which tend to have a lot more hit points, but be like a bigger central focal point of a fight. And I love it. I think that's great. I think they did a really, really good job with Isle of Dread. And even the newest expansion, the one that's coming out very soon, also, I think they did a very good job. So I'm excited. I'm very excited to see how exactly, you know, people like the quests. I had a lot of fun with them. I don't know when the next Lemania is going to be for it, but I'm stoked. Single target attacks. It does also because of how scaling works. Dual wielding is better later because dual wielding gives you extra offhand attack chance at higher levels. Unlike, you know, the two-handed, which just does more damage right away. And also, to get the scalers, sneak attack dice, imbue dice, other stuff, a lot of that comes later on in epics. Nice, got the restore. Nice job. I like how the barbarian has the restore, and I couldn't be bothered to bring it. Yeah, two-handed fighting feels very good. I'm a big fan. Why are you here? Oh, whoops, tell me my fortune. Hey, it's the miser. Heal barb? Mm-hmm. I did have a heal barbarian build a long time ago. It was based... Oh, you know what I need to do? They move stuff on me. I did have a heal barbarian build a long time ago. It was basically an Azamar wisdom-based barbarian, and it was fun. It was a really fun build. The idea is you just go Azamar, you get tons and tons of healing amp, you get the lay on hands, you get all the healing from like the falconry tree and stuff. Extra healing amp from falconry, healing amp from barbarian, healing amp from Azamar, the Azamar lay on hands. It was cool. Plus you're really tanky and defensive, and I used a Cult Slayer as like the main thing in the tree. Obviously, it's not about, like, the raw damage output, but the survivability, man. It's the survivability. Alright, next is, Purge the Fallen Temple. What's that quest called? It is Purge the Fallen Shrine, that's what it is. I was like, what is this thing called? It's like, Purge the Fallen Temple? I'm like, that sounds wrong. Something about that just sounds wrong. It just hits my ear, and I'm like, I don't like the sound of that. It's because it is wrong. Oh, and I have one point. Oh, this is a one-pointer? Oh, nice. I didn't realize that was a one-pointer. True Seeing, +1 critical threat range, and multi with crossbows. Yay! And I get True Seeing. Yay! All of that is good. Oh, the crit threat range and multi, finally. What happened with Baldur Gate 3? I just do it in partitions. I'm a Dungeons & Dragons Online live streamer, so I want to stream Dungeons & Dragons Online, and then throw in Baldur's Gate 3 as well later on in the day. So I'm going to be continuing to stream Baldur's Gate 3. Don't you worry. It's just going to be like a 2-part experience. That's all. It's just going to be a 2-part experience. Hydrate, good call. I'm not really drinking enough water. I should drink more. Oh, I gotta get the quests. But yeah, I haven't made it to the Baldur's Gate yet. I assume it's gonna be like Baldur's Gate 1, where you spend the first half of the game not in Baldur's Gate, and then you spend the second half of the game in Baldur's Gate because the city is so huge. Stop watching Oblivion because spoilers everywhere? I mean, yeah, probably. Compared to Dragon Mark of Healing, they're kind of entirely different. So, Azamar doesn't require a feat. It just requires you to be in Azamar. But it does want you to spend points in the tree, so it's like 7 points. Versus the Healing Hands requires you to be a halfling, which is a L. It scales off spell power, which could be good or bad depending on how easy you scale spell power. And it also requires you to use, okay. So spell power, that, and it also requires you to, spend 12 points in the tree, as opposed to 7, to get access to all the healing. So I would say the Asmar healing, if you have some wisdom, is probably going to be better, generally, than the Halfling Dragon Mark.
This is the final resting place of a
I think what they should do, because Dragon Marks aren't very good, and they could use a buff, is they should make it like they do in 5th edition, where it's just a variant class, where you have to give up a class feature, but then you gain the Dragon Mark. Or it's like a variant race. So you can either be like a Dragon Marked Halfling, which gets, you know, some powers plus the Dragon Mark, and then you can spend points in the Dragon Marked version of the tree, or you can play as a Halfling that's not Dragon Marked, and you don't get access to it. Which I think would be a lot better, generally. There are no races, it's Origin. I don't think so. I have my book, but I'll double check. Is it Origin? It might be Origin. I don't know. I'll double check. I got the book right behind me. So I'll give you a bit of a verification. But the new books won't. Races are racist? It's more of a problem, I think, like anything else, is just that, like, again, a lot of people use fantasy as their, like, their fun escapism, where they can, like, escape from the real world. But, so I can see why, you know, different terms can make different people uncomfortable for different reasons. I honestly don't care. In terms of, like, some people get really bent out of shape when they're like, it's actually called this other thing. Or you have to change this other thing. We change what we call things all the time for all sorts of different reasons. Sometimes because it's more efficient or smarter. I really don't care. Having to call one thing another thing is not that hard. It's only hard if you're not that smart. So, I don't have, like, some hill to die on. Like I'm basically, it'll take me some time to learn. But I'm probably going to do some, or like, you know, it's probably something that in the future I'll like start saying Origin instead, like pick your character's origin, but it takes time. just don't care. People do want to die on the hill of names in a game. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, hey man, fight your fights. You know what? Do what you want to do. As I said, for me, I just don't really care enough. If it's like, if this is the title now, sounds good. I tell you what, if it's Origin, that definitely makes the YouTube video title sound a lot better. I'd rather put out a YouTube video that's like, what's the best Origin in Dungeons & Dragons, than like, what's the best race. So, I'm okay with that as a general concept of change. Sounds good to me. I think I missed one. Speaking word cares. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, you know, regional things are going to be different. I think I missed one. I'm going to go back real quick. Gotta find it. Yep, but that's the magic of a lot of the entertainment products coming out of the United States of America. Is that's where they come from. Yeah, we missed it here. I knew I missed one somewhere. I can't tell you. Yeah. But you could also make the argument that that's basically, you know, if the argument is like, oh, if the race is the proper term instead, then also Origin would be a fine term as well. It's distinct enough. As I said, for me, I don't really care the way the wind blows. It doesn't matter. Oh god. I gotta say, it's amazing how much just that one level gave me in terms of extra damage. The critical threat range and multiplier is so huge. Obviously, it's not great against things I can't critically hit, but the second I can critically hit something, man, it's such a noticeable increase in damage. I'm very excited to get up here for the range power, double shot, range power, increase attack speed. Oh, yeah. Because you literally get 30% increased attack speed at the tier 5. And then 30% increased attack speed and endless fusillade. And I can get shoot later. Because right now, if you'll notice I'm using an attack. It's just smite foe. It's just +2 W. That's all this does. Versus shoot later, which is like +5 W and +2 threat range and a multi, which is way better.
This is the final.
I'm very excited to get, but we're not quite there yet. You know what we are quite close to, though? That's right, it's Daily Gold Roll! It's Roll of the Day. Win points, you can lose points. Lots of people can win, lots of people can lose. But hopefully Oh. Apparently there's not enough people in the actual prediction. I just looked. Nobody put on up. Like, literally 0. So I'm just going to delete the prediction and return the points. I'm very sorry. I didn't realize that there was no one in it. Well, it is what it is then. We'll try again later.
This tomb is the resting place of Ramat.
I'll redo later. We'll redo later. I can't do it right now. Redo later.
The fetid air inside this tomb is stale, but cooler than the burning sands outside.
Woo. Didn't even come up for you? It's not your fault. You're unlucky. Is it not? Okay, hold on. Fine. We'll redo it. Here we go. I'll put it on 10 minutes so people can actually get in this time. Maybe I should announce it every time and be like, hey guys, guess what? There's a gold roll predict. You can throw your hard-earned points away.
Mom said it's my turn on the Gamba Roll match.
Oh, that's really funny. Do you think I care? Waste time with Sporkle quizzes to Gamba? That's not a waste of time, dude. It's a great experience. I don't think I'm going to be further ahead than you are. There's also a lot of places I still have to explore, but you still can't Gamba. I mean, you can just move. Have you thought about that? So you can participate in Twitch predictions. Have you thought about just uprooting your entire life and heading to another place to live? You know, I've heard of worse reasons that people have moved from across country or to other countries. Where's Cruiser? I don't know. I think he's doing like dad stuff. He's a dad now. It's very exciting. And he's very excited. He's like stoked about it. It's all he ever talks about now.
Its once beautiful face is now a ruin of decay.
Gamba? Oh, that's a great emote. I like that one. Add that in. Good suggestion. There's Flash on there? Oh yeah. Use a VPN for Twitch. Why not? I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. Gamba? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It's not that you wouldn't want to use it for Twitch. It's that you wouldn't want to use it for the explicit purpose, because you're like, it's not that important, you know. Admittedly, also definitely is not that important. Woo. Hey, there you go. I think I have to reset the chat. Give me a sec here. Twitch chat refresh. Okay, it should be good. It should be good. Got him. There you go. Now you can have all your emotes. You can go crazy. This is all your points. I love the idea of just going all in, because it's not like the points matter too much, but it's not like they mean nothing. You can spend them on stuff. That reminds me, I have some build reviews to do. I gotta message people who wanted build reviews.
This impressive structure houses the tomb of the Wizard King.
Oh, damn! That's crazy. 470k legal, no Gamba points? Damn. You just earned all of that by watching the stream? Gross.
Hey Strim, you ever gonna revisit Diablo 4 in a year or two?
I don't know. It's a tough call. The problem is, are people even talking about Diablo 4? Actual question. Is there anyone still playing Diablo 4? I don't know anyone that's still playing the game. Like, and it was fast. Buy spell. Yeah, I gotta buy spell comps. I don't know. That overhyped game? What's just about dungeon generation in D2 today? Dungeon generation in Diablo 2? Ooh, that gets me fired up. But no, like, I'm not trying to like dogpile in Diablo 4 because it's really easy. But no, just like actually ask me a serious question, because I stopped paying attention to it shortly after I stopped playing it, and I paid attention up to a little bit of the season 1 drama, and then I feel like there was like some season 1 drama, but now like literally every single person I know that was playing Diablo 4 has stopped. Literally all of them. I think, is Fairy still playing Diablo 4? I know he was playing it. And hope they're gonna worry about it making it better like D3. Yeah, maybe. Just wait for the expansion to come out. You know, Cleaver of Souls. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I remember Diablo 4 came out, people were talking about Diablo 4, and then, like, it's gone. And I don't even know if it's just Baldur's Gate 3 chatter. It's just the nature of the fact that the game is, like, kind of boring and forgettable. I think also, from the circles that I'm in and the areas of the internet that I look at, pretty much all of the Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 talk disappeared with the, you know, announcements surrounding Path of Exile 2. Like the Path of Exile 2 trailer looked insane, and the news about Path of Exile 2 look insane. And it's like, oh yeah, right, this game. Oh yeah.
Kurush, the astrologer, rises from his slumber and shambles toward.
Yeah. I'm good to level 80. After that, it's a slog. Yeah, I definitely did not do that. Ready to quit my job? Dude, the PoE 2 trailer was something else. I'm surrounded by 2 Reapers? I love that. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Shit, I'm like, why is my attack not going off? Wait. Uru? What's that? Oh, I didn't even know that. That's so funny. That's amazing. I had no idea that was in here. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my god. Rod the mines. It's so funny. Won't be out for like 1-2 years. Oh yeah. They've already said that Path of Exile 2 is not coming out for like 2 years. Straight up. They said they do beta next year. When I heard, you know, when I watched the thing and they were like, oh yeah, Diablo, or not Diablo, Path of Exile 2 beta is, or like the game is like 2 years away. To me, that basically sounds like they're not worried at all about the impact of Diablo 4 on their sales. Which is also not a crazy surprise. I think the real test is going to be whether this next Path of Exile League has the player count. If the next Path of Exile League has the player count, then they're fine. But yeah, it makes me sound like they're not even scared at all. Maraud the mines. Ooh, when's next league? 11 days. Pathofexile.com. 10 days, 22 hours, 49 minutes, and 18 seconds. Also, the way that they do that, where on their website, the banner just times down to the second the release of the next league whenever they announce it. I love that. I really love that. It's great. Like, yeah, like everybody else, I'm going to bitch and complain when there's a ton of bugs with the league mechanic on the first day, and then they patch it. They literally put out 6 hotfixes on the first 24 hours.
The air in the mine is thick with
Costs $80. Yeah, but then you go, yeah, it doesn't cost $80. It's so much better, dude. What a cheaper game. And then you buy a supporter pack. And you got to get the $90 supporter pack because it's so cool. You know what? Actually, they put out 2 different $90 supporter packs, and they have different cosmetics, so you might as well buy both of them, honestly. Although I'm not like Dorak, who bought like the $500 supporter pack, which is the one that gives you the giant like Atlas hideout that you can play chess in. And it's like, damn, dude, that's some crazy shit. That was some crazy shit. It's a cool hideout. I think a lot of people probably looked at it when they saw the announcement, and then they saw a friend who had it, and then everyone is like, okay, but how much of my budget can I sacrifice if I want it? Like, can I? I know it's like $500, but like, is it worth it? To me, it wasn't, so I didn't buy it. But I feel like everybody had that thought process. Even if you're somebody who doesn't buy microtransactions, you look at it and you're like, oh, but it's really cool. I really appreciate the hustle of Path of Exile, where they don't make you pay for the game, but they do make you pay for the cosmetics. The cosmetics look really good. Pay later in stash tabs? Yep, basically. Yeah. If your definition of pay to win is that you can buy bank space in Path of Exile, then Path of Exile is just pay to win in that mind. But I love that the game, like, a map tab and a currency tab, and that's basically all you need. Pretty much all you need. If you're like thinking about the bare essentials of Path of Exile, and it's like, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm like, that's pretty much all you need. That's like $10, and and they go on stash tabs on sale all the time. If you can put in 100 hours into Path of Exile, put $20 into it and buy some tabs. You know, I could remove that negative effect on my character. Who's next to me? Not you. Is it Lava Boy? Can I keep him alive without falling in the lava myself? Just trying to get him alive so I can get him out of the water. Oh. Got him. He's saved. He's alive. I was just watching this guy swim through the lava. He made it. Woo! Always you get the heart pump when you watch somebody like drowning in lava. Fortunately, this isn't like Sharn lava, which instantly kills you, so you have a little bit of leeway in terms of trying to actually pull somebody from the jaws of defeat. I can't remember what I was watching. It was like some like sports. It was like one of those sports blooper videos of people who like screw up and lose games for their own teams in professional sports. And one of the words the way described it is like clutch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Quest received.
So good. This is a great way to describe losing. I'm gonna pay to win because just having tabs doesn't make you win, but you really need them to play. You do need tabs to play for sure.
Knoll with black fur and blood red markings.
And we're also doing Pipe League round 2, so there will be a new private league next Path of Exile league. So it should be good. I'll post another thing in the Discord.
Buried underneath these mountains lie the firebrand
Offering of blood. And Firewall used to be a revered spell. Yeah. Wall of Fire was a very cool spell. Or is it Firewall? I think it's Wall of Fire. You streamed the previous one? The private league? I streamed Path of Exile for like a couple days, yeah. But yeah, because it's Wall of Fire because in games like World of Warcraft, it's Firewall because they don't have like all of the walls. Whereas in DDO or in Dungeons and Dragons, there's Wall of Ice, Wall of Iron, Wall of Force, Wall of Fire. Although I think it is called Wind Wall. Or is it Wall of Wind? Don't forget to destroy more of the Mind Streams. Yeah, Prismatic Wall. Which is also... It's not Wall of Prismatics. Very much... I'm just thinking back to my 3.5 book, and that's very inconsistent, and I don't like it. Yeah, there's a lot of good wall spells out there.
Your dangerous climb
what was I going to say? Yeah, something. Yeah, so the new Path of Exile League, when it comes out in 10 days and 22 hours, I believe that's next Friday. Yeah, it's next Friday. I'll probably stream it. I don't think I'm going to have anything else going on, so I'll probably end up streaming at least one day of Path of Exile. I was going to be really busy for a lot of time this summer, but then some of my plans have like been canceled and shifted around. So yeah, I'm going to be streaming a lot. I've been trying to up my streaming hours a little bit more. Spend some more time with you guys. I've been having a lot of fun just streaming. It's been good. Also a bit of an escape. I find like sometimes the real world gets stressful, and streaming is a nice escape from the real world because it's like I'm in video game land now. I don't have to worry about it. It's nice. Not that I have anything stressful. It's just stress. It's Monday today? I know. You guys remember when I never streamed on Mondays? It's over now. We're back. We're back to streaming, baby! I don't know what it is. I find like the weekend fills me like up with this dread. It's weird. I much prefer weekdays to weekends. I have sick leave till tomorrow. A dwarf in the water or a child down a cliff to relax. Yeah, it helps you calm down. Yeah, assuming you can see them, given your massive eye issues. Crit. Crit. You. Gonna be shared? Yep. Again. Whew. Hours in the hospital. Ooh, painkillers are actually a really good idea. I mean,
relaxation, the bane of Strim's mental existence.
Actually, yeah. What's the expression? Like nothing good comes from idle hands or something. I like to do. I like to do and create and do other things. That and I have like weird deadlines coming up of like things I've been working on or wanting to do. So yeah, I try not to think about it. When I know there's a lot of different things that I have to do all around the same time, I get really stressed. So I try not to think about it. Makes it easier. Makes it easier not to think about. Just pretend like everything is going just fine. And I will say something that is both irritating and I also feel bad about, is that sometimes when I get stressed, it's visible. I'm usually fairly good at hiding my stress, but sometimes it's visible. And when it is, people will assume that, like, they don't want to talk to me about anything or, like, do anything that will stress me out, which is the exact opposite. If I'm, like, in a weird mood or something or I'm feeling stressed, I have no issues gaining extra stress. It's very weird. It's very weird. It's actually more stressful and annoying when people, like, tiptoe around me because they think I'm, like, stressed about something. Like, I would much rather somebody, like, it's the number of times where it's been like, oh, you said you were really busy, so I didn't want to ask you about something this week. It's like, no. That's even worse. That means my stress is actually affecting my life, and I don't like that. That's not good. Pretend like it's not real. Ignore it. Hey, what's up, Minotaur Cleavers? Get them out of here. And what do we do with our feelings? Bottle them up, dude. Shove them down. Okay, so just stomp those feelings down like you stomp on a trash bin to fit more garbage in the bin without having to take it out. Down and drown them out. Exactly. La 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 la. I can't hear you. Emotions. Exactly. That, and I was supposed to be like, it was like a couple weeks ago. It was last week? I don't know, time is an illusion. It was like last week. I was supposed to be doing something with my brother, but then his wife got really sick. She's got like strep throat, I think, or something. She's sick with some sort of contagion. Not good. I'm very fortunate that I'm not sick right now, which is great. I actually feel really good. I've been feeling pretty much really good every day, which is nice. After this, I am feeling just a little tired, a little behind on the old energy curve. So I'm gonna jump out and get some good old-fashioned rogue energy. Rogue. Because also I find the weather affects my brain a lot. When it's sunny outside, I'm like up in high energy. I'm like, let's go, when I want to do things. But when it's dark and stormy, like it is currently, it's been like just rainy all day, every day. Right, in the square hole. What a great YouTube video. That's a great video. / TikTok. Is that TikTok? That seems like a TikTok thing. Yeah, great video.
The dank and gloom of the spiral gives way to fresh air and sunlight.
Just sucks the energy out of me. I'm the opposite. Heat charges me up. So I do energy drinks also. Energy drinks also work. I feel charged. Doctor believe that the problem could have been caused. My eye could be caused by either too much stress or taking steroids, which I do not do. No steroids? Okay. Raid the Volcurim. Because, like, a lot of people take different steroids, so I take steroids, if you guys didn't know. Muscles! No, I take, I'm asthmatic, so I need steroids to open up my lung cavity when I can't breathe. Steroidal inhaler. Breathing.
Of this immense cavern is home
Thanks for
to
coming.
Volpurin.
Anyway, so I'm running a dungeon at Eberron setting, but the whole dungeon is in the player's dreams. I don't want them to die entirely if they die in the dungeon, but think of some detrimental effects is a good idea. Any tips? I was thinking maybe points of exhaustion per death. I think that's going to depend very heavily on the context of the dungeon, right? So why is it happening? So I'll give you an example. So I had a event for my players in which there was basically, they found a box. It's not a dream, but it's dream adjacent. And it was a box. And inside, it was just a regular box, and it had nothing in it. It was just an empty box. And they just assumed it was an empty box. However, by taking your hand and putting it to the bottom of the box, you realize that the box actually kept going infinitely. And if you pushed your arm in too far, you would start falling into the box and you'd be unable to escape it. At which point you'd end up in like a dream-like sort of dungeon. And the dream-like sort of dungeon was set up as like a challenge by a wizard to bestow a great power. And so if they had died while within the box, they would have just gotten kicked out of the box. They wouldn't have actually died. Because the whole event was not meant to be a negative thing overall. It was meant to be like a fun series of like different challenges. There was like a combat challenge. There was like a conversational challenge. There's like different elements to it. Now, granted, all of it became combat challenge because they decided to combat challenge all of it, but that's not the point. And so for me, because of that circumstance that they were in, it was a pretty low intensity. So I guess the first question I have for you is, what's the intensity like? Like, why are they in the dream? Because that will determine a lot of the consequences of losing. Our Prims, you got a maze? Okay. So if it's not necessarily a negative circumstance in that the death is not going to be permanent, they're going to wake up and be like, oh God. I don't think there's anything wrong with kicking somebody out of the dream. The problem is death has a lot of consequences in D&D. Even if the consequence, like I'm assuming you're using 5th edition because you said points of exhaustion. Even with something like points of exhaustion, having a couple of those is a big deal. It's like hugely debilitating to your character. And even death, imagine it's like, oh, when they die, they can come back into the beginning of the dream, but they only have 1 hit point. That's still a huge detriment, which may be detrimental in and of itself. Indeed, deity type beings, and they've been imprisoned on the dream plane. I mean, you could do it like, you could take the Call of Duty route and give them the gulag. So if they die in the dream, they have to face an individual challenge, and if they succeed, they can come back, and if they fail it, then they are kicked out. Or you can have a type of consequence. In dream save states, that could work. Trying to think of other ideas. Because usually I don't make things so dangerous that death is always a possibility. Like, it's always a possibility in the sense that, like, you can roll some dice poorly, but I try to make my encounters balanced enough that players can win, but they might not always feel like they can win, depending on the circumstance. Just charge them $100. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, American style. Nice thinking, you guys. Yeah, when they wake up, their insurance premiums goes up. Oh, horrible. It's a real nightmare. So yeah, that's always fun. Heavy run. I want to know what it does. Oh, 100%. I also want to know what it does, but I have to roleplay the character of John Viconia Pipega, whose dad is famously stated as saying no thanks when they were like, Peter, do you wish to become a god? And then, well, it's like, what, do you wish to become a god? And then Peter goes, no, I'm good. And he walks away. So his dad said no thanks, so I have to say no. So John has to say no thanks as well. But yeah. Anyways, I'm running it, so it's kind of a semi-dream, so there's slightly more control than average dreamer could. Yeah, so as I said, I would say it depends on the circumstance. If I was to do something like that, where if you're expecting them to die, then yeah, you need to have a different type of system set up if you're also expecting them to be able to come back. But the problem is a lot of them are like very cumbersome. You could just do something simple like 3/4 hit points or something like that. So you lose 1/4 of your hit points. So let's say they're like, you know, they have 80 health. Then when they resurrect, they'll be at 60. Then they resurrect, they'll be at 45. Then they resurrect, they'll be at 33. And you just kind of like break it down that way. And hit points are a really easy metric because it makes them closer to death, but it doesn't make them feel weaker as a whole. Because it makes you feel weaker when you get hit, but not weaker when you act. Whereas, like, a point of exhaustion, like 5e exhaustion, is crazy. Where is exhaustion? 1 point of exhaustion is just disadvantage on everything. Or on, like, all ability checks. 2 is speed is halved. 3 is attack rolls and saving throws. And it's like, you might as well not even be there at that point. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. I came back. They're just like having their abilities nerfed. Also true. Yeah, I will say that's also like one of the issues of taking away player power is like, that's why I said it feels like you're not even there. Because if you have disadvantage on everything, it just means you have twice as high chance to fail. And twice as high chance to fail is just really dissatisfying. Because it means there's just a good chance that you press a button and you think it's going to happen. And whatever you think is going to happen doesn't actually happen. And it just feels bad. So I don't mind having disadvantage situationally, disadvantage on specific attacks, disadvantage on different abilities, but giving somebody disadvantage on basically everything that they do is so dissatisfying, especially if it's something that doesn't go away either. If it's something that like goes away because you're like poisoned or diseased or you're sick, that's fine because you can like fix that quickly. But something where it's like exhaustion, you have to a long rest removes, I think it's 1 level of exhaustion. So for like the entire day you're stuck like that, and that's rough. Also, time for the roll of the day. That is the gold roll. Damn, okay. People actually put in this time when I started yelling, but it turns out I gotta remember to yell it. But I'm gonna yell and yell and yell and let you guys know there's gonna be a gold roll, and that gold roll is gonna go right now. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? You're not gonna be, I'm gonna be, you're gonna win. Oh, 95, baby! That's what I'm talking about. The 95, let's go. You know what I have that you don't? Plus 20 alchemical bonus to intimidate for 5-minute potions. 3 of them. That's right, 3 of them. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right, time to do more 11s, starting with
Quest completed.
Huzzah.
The enemy within. Also, what's up, Mudchook? Welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here and being a part of the stream team. Appreciate it. You're a great viewer. 17 months. That's a long time. You know how long that is? Just try to think about how long that is. That's crazy. That's crazy. Disadvantage, yeah. Yep. As I said, for me, hit points, it would be like the best way to go about it. You triple your points. You want to go to 0? Well, you're gonna have to go all in again. That's just what that means. Just go flash on a wisdom check with advantage. Correct. Everybody knows you can only win flash if you go all in. Yep.
Someone nailed these doorways shut.
That's what I'm saying. Cut down the max HP. Like I said, I would take off 25% of their total as like a max cut. By voting on what I don't vote for. Mm-hmm. True. Also true. Yeah, you lose almost every time. And my favorite parts is the times where you win, you're not in the stream. You didn't actually vote. Because you always vote for whichever bracket has 69 in it. I know. And the times when I actually roll it, you're not here. It's amazing. The universe, as they say, nature finds a way. Overly cripple them, yeah, and I would just do 25% of their total. So it's like I said, if they let's say you know the bard dies, and the bard has 80 hit points, right? So the bard has 80 points and it dies. Then the bard can respawn at the beginning of the adventure, but they're gonna have 60 hit points now. Now they'll get all their hit points back when they like obviously leave the dream world, but for now they have 60 and 60 is their total. No, I didn't. And then when they die again, you do 25% off of that new total. So then they go from 60 to 45. Then they go from 45 to whatever. For wizard who starts the dungeon with 4 HP. If somebody has 4 hit points, then, you know, what are you going to do? I'm looking for a good barb build. Do you have one anywhere that's semi-new for newer mechanics? Check out the hardcore build guides. I believe 6 or 7. Well, one of those two will have a barbarian. A borb. Depends on what you're looking for, though. You're looking for two-hand fighter borb, or what? Yeah, two-handed barbarian. Yeah, the hardcores are fine. Basically, barbarian is really straightforward. Take all the two-handed fighting feats. Take the cleaves if you want it. And then tier 5 and capstone frenzy berserker with some of the other trees, and then hit people. Or if you're soloing and you want more hit points, go with ravager instead. But yeah, tier 5 frenzy berserker. Use a falchion. You're all set. Also, you can't take precision, so take power attack. Barbarian's really easy to build. Strength and con. Your builds are the bomb.com. Anytime, dude. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Sorry, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I said this, like, itch. Oh, so much better. Quickly, do you expect to be level 12 by the end of the dungeon? There you go. Yeah, next week, I might be ending my 3-year-long campaign because they've come to the end of it. They're about to step into the fountain, or into the Fountain of Dreams, and enter Dal'Quor and face off against the Devourer of Dreams in the Dreaming Dark. Yep, 3 years. 3 years of build-up. And the last adventure ended on a conflict because they didn't agree about what to do. Okay, I'll explain this. Okay, so basically, they went to the island and investigated the interdiction lens, found out the interdiction lens is being under attack from the Inspired, and they have to repair it. So they brought it to the island to get it repaired by the Artificer Channa, who is there. So the Artificer Channa repairs the interdiction lens. That's what happens in the game. Blah, 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 blah. The thing is, the drow that are on the island are the remnants of the ancestors of the slaves who used to, be owned by the giants who constructed the lens in the first place. And so my interpretation of that is that they are basically guardians of the island. And so when they find out that it's like, okay, it's actually the Inspired have like come in and they've broken the lens, they decide to take it upon themselves. They're like, okay, we need to fix it. You need to get something from Dal'Quor, which is why in DDO you have to go and find the Fountain of Dreams and basically get some essence from the Fountain of Dreams that resides in there. And that's the idea. And what I thought was going to happen is basically I had like the main guy, the main drow guy, Chief Bitterblood, basically be like, this is our fight. This is our time. We're going to do this thing. And we are going to, we're going to take care of this. We're going to fight these bad guys and whatever, because this is our thing, and it's our calling. But I also tried to impress upon them and make it as clear as possible, because their characters are level 19, that they are dramatically more powerful than like a regular person. In fact, they're dramatically more powerful than the drow that are nearby them. Because I had the daughter of Chieftain Bitterblood guide them to where the lens was because they had to protect it. And she was like, holy shit, what the hell is going on? This is crazy. You guys are super strong and this is unbelievable. I've never seen magic like this. Oh my god. Because again, they're level 19. The way I think about it is that, let's just say there's like 100 wizards. Then, 75% of the wizards are first level. And then the rest, it's like the first 75% of wizards are first level. Then the next 75% of the remainder are second. Then the next 75% of that are third. Then the next 75% of that are fourth. Where basically, there's only like a handful of people that are level 20 at any given time. It's not just going to be like everybody's level 20. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. You'd have all these giant super wizards everywhere. You'd imagine that, especially because even learning that level of knowledge would be difficult. Because who do you train from at that point? What are you even doing? So, and most people aren't adventurers, right? So yeah, I tried to impress upon them on multiple occasions that, like, by the way, you guys are super strong. Anyway, when the guy that leads the camp is like, hey, you know, we're gonna go right this wrong. We're gonna go get this dream essence, and we're gonna, you know, put this crystal back together. I was expecting the party to go, because I was basically trying to give them that moment where they go like, no, we'll take care of it. This is our fight, because they came to the island in the first place because they were goaded by the Devourer of Dreams when they encountered him in the the dream that Jeets had in the quest I Dream of Jeets, where they basically went into his mind and they encountered the Devourer of Dreams, who said, hey, come and fight me IRL on the Island of Forgotten Dreams. Anyway, I don't know what happened. Maybe they forgot that. Maybe something happened. But I was expecting them to go like, no, we're gonna take, like, we'll do this. You guys defend the crystal or the interdiction lens and make sure that, you know, it stays safe. We're gonna go into Dalquor and fight the big boss of the whole campaign. That's what I thought they were going to do. Instead, they just watched and were like, cool, you guys go do that. So the entire tribe went, and they went up to the fountain, and they lied down in the fountain, and they went into Dalquor. They all fell asleep and went to Dalquor, and then all, like, immediately died to Quori creatures because they're, like, level 4 and 5 characters against, like, level 20 Dream Demons. So they all died. And they're like, what? And it's like, yeah, this person's like, they stopped breathing. It's like, they stopped breathing? Yeah, and that one too. That one too. That guy's also not breathing anymore. And they're like, what? How are they not breathing? Uh-oh. Because I couldn't figure out how to get the whole section of, like, the quest Dreaming Dark, where it's got all these, like, quest chunks, because it's basically just, like, combat without real any reason. There's not a lot of reason to the combat sections of it before the actual final boss. So I'm like, I'm just going to cut that out and make them go to the final boss. So basically, all of the drow went and stood in front of the Devourer of Dreams, who devoured them all and ate their souls. So they're, like, Omega dead. They're not even like, oh, they're going to, like, come back later sort of dead, or we can resurrect them sort of dead. So now, they don't have any drow to watch over the crystal, or, like, the interdiction lens while it's being repaired, because the entire tribe is dead. And because the interdiction lens is broken, the reason why you're supposed to go do the Dreaming Dark right away is with the interdiction lens being broken. That means that night, the Quori are going to basically invade everyone's dreams at night. So they can't even delay and be like, oh, well, let's figure out a plan and regroup later, because they can't go to sleep, because if they go to sleep, they're all going to be attacked by dream creatures, and not just them, people all over the world, because the Quori are going to reinvade. Anyway, so then they started to have a heavy disagreement about what they wanted to do next, and that's where we left off. So it's pretty good. Anyway, our next session is in person, because even though my players are from all over the planet, somehow we're all in the city next week. So they're playing for that night? That'll work. Did the fan campaign? It's literally the shit hits the fan. Like, this is pedal to the metal. It's basically they have to decide to go into the dream plane, and they just assume everything's gonna be okay. Anyway, I'm gonna give them the, what do you call it? I'm gonna give them the Devourer of Dreams fight. It's gonna be phased, so it'll be much like the Devourer of Dreams as it normally is. However, the way the fight is gonna be sorted, sort of, is that they're all gonna have access to a dream. Which is basically sort of like a pseudo wish mechanic, because they're in the dream world. They can dream and imagine things. So I'm gonna have a part of that. But the fight is going to be like a multiple phased fight. And so the first phase is going to be just the Devourer of Dreams. And then he's going to disappear after they beat him a bunch and be like, you think you can defeat me? You can't even defeat your own nightmares. And then I'm going to put every single boss they've ever fought in the campaign in front of them at the same time and see how they do. And then when they come back, they got to fight the Devourer of Dreams Phase 2, which is the Devourer of Dreams again, but he has the ads that make it so you're immune to healing and you can't cast spells while you're nearby them. And they're just going to sit on people. And also deal untyped damage, so it'll bypass all their defenses. And we'll see how it goes. They're level 19. Hopefully they win. Or they won't. One of those two things. I'm very excited. Yeah, they're going to have to fight at the same time the Truthful One, the Black Abbot, because they fought him, the Lord of Blades. Oh, it's going to be a good fight. Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. But they don't know. They have no idea what they're going to walk into. I'm very excited. Stoked? Dude, I'm stoked. Okay. Like, I'm not happy to see the campaign coming to an end, because obviously, you know, I've been having a lot of fun writing it and, you know, having everybody participate, and it's been a great time. But, you know. Campaign was DDO? Yeah. My campaign was Dungeons & Dragons Online, literally. I started doing it, and when I'm done, by the way, I'm going to be uploading all my maps. So if you guys want to make your own DDO campaign, you can use all the maps that I drew. For different things, so I'll put them in like a Dropbox or something and pin it in the Discord if you guys want to have them for whatever you want. But yeah, it was because it was the beginning of the pandemic. Several of my friends who didn't play Dungeons & Dragons or anything at the time were all stuck in their house, and a bunch of them started listening to like Critical Role and other stuff and started getting into D&D, and we're like, hey, you're a complete loser and you don't leave your house. Do you want to run a D&D game for us? And I was like, yeah, okay. But I didn't have a lot of time when I started. So I was like, I'll just whip up something quick. So I just dumped them onto Korthos Island and got started. And then it just kept going. I kept going and going and going and going. I want more intrigue between the different houses than DDO, admittedly. Yeah. I gave them a lot of options as to where they wanted to go all of the time, and I basically had a branching map of what actions they would take, which would lead them to what quests, which would lead them to what areas. So, yeah. They fought Titan, they did not fight the Titan. That was an option. That was always an option. Did I not pick up all the crests? Oh, shoot. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. He has them. Do you have them? Have him? No? Yes, he has him. Nice. Okay, good. Yeah. So they didn't do that. They had a lot of options. I had a lot of different directions as to how the campaign was going to go. And who they talked to, basically. Jacoby Drexelhan? In session 1, no. Dude, Korthos Island was like 8 sessions. Yeah, Korthos Island was not fast. There was a lot of sessions. Because they were learning the game, they had to get to know all the characters. They also heavily distrusted Jeets, Talbron, and Salimus, and thought they were evil bad guys. So yeah. Oh, how long did it take? Oh, I don't know. It's like 20 minutes-ish, something like that. Dreams of Insanity. So they did the crypt. Yeah, they fought Jacoby Drexelhan. That traitorous Jacoby Drexelhan. They fought inside the Wavecrest Tavern, and when they fought, they decided that the best course of action was what they call the knife carpet, which was to take a bunch of knives and try to dig holes in the grout between the tiles on the floor, and then put knives in the tiles, and then put a carpet over top of it, so that way people would step onto the carpet without realizing and knife up their feet. But it was very fragile, and basically didn't work well. because I tried to explain that it's like stone, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna dig into it. I'm like, okay, all right, you got it. It's not like wood; it's like stone. I don't know how you say this. Anyway, the knife carpet has come up on many occasions, and when they got a house, one of the characters built a new knife carpet to protect his room. As the Selena's webby hands. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so they did that. They did all of Porthos Island. Also, I had them have a one-on-one encounter with House Archaics. So after, the Mind Flayer is destroyed, they basically stared down the dragon, and instead I just had like a whole encounter, so they had a conversation with it. Does the house have stone floors? No, the house is wood. Hardwood. Oak. Yep. Oak wood. The house is also renovated by kobolds. It's a long story. They made a small-scale construction firm. And a courier business. Because the problem is, so they basically started with this small-scale construction firm that was being funded by the party. So they basically gave them an investment of, like, I think it was 15,000 gold to build a construction company. However, what ended up happening is they had a lot of expenses of, like, courier expenses, just like sending emissaries in different, relations and stuff. And they realized that they could actually save a lot more money if they built the business themselves. And so they invested in, getting some training and since they already had small enough people for the city, and then created their own courier business, so that way they could transmit missives and other things without having to pay like a third party or like pay a client to do that. And then also they can make money on the side from that. So yeah. Industry, man. So Dragon were level 1. I think they were level 3. Angry border on words knife to meet you. It's amazing. Oh man. I should get a knife carpet. Elotering? Yeah, sounds good, dude. Yeah, if you ever have any other D&D questions, I will do my best to help you out. But like I said, for me, I really don't like taking power away from people, because taking power away feels bad. It's just not a fun thing. It's not that you can't do it. You definitely can. For me, I don't like doing it. I would much rather, like I said, make somebody have to be more cautious or think about their actions more, which is reduced health, than take away their abilities, which is, giving them disadvantage minus to skills and what have you. It makes sense to do that, but it just makes the point where sometimes you roll, and if you miss, when you know you wouldn't normally miss, but you miss because of circumstance, missing because of circumstance doesn't feel good. It can sometimes be okay, depending on what it is, like, oh, you're in the dark, and the character refused to light a torch, and then they miss because they're in the dark. They did that to themselves. So then they can like kind of rationalize it away as like, well, it's bad, but it's fine, it's whatever. But when it's like, when the dungeon master says because of this reason outside of your control you miss, even though the dice says you would normally hit, you're like, ugh. Then it's not just luck; it feels like fate is crushing, or the borders of fate are crushing down upon you. Then they've
That's
heavy
got to be at
crypto.
least a year.
Yeah. Hey, Runt Jr. I don't know how long you've been subbed for, dude. I don't know if it's at least a year. Honestly, at this point, it could have been any amount of time. So we'll circle back next year and figure it out. But appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. 27 months? Yeah, but is that a year or is it not a year? It's one or the other. It's one or the other. Right? And I'm pretty sure that 27 months is not a year. Like, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, also metric or imperial year. Mm-hmm. Give me your DM? Yeah. Woo! It's not... there you go. It's not a year. It says months. In fact, it doesn't even say years on it at all. Yeah, it's 27 months. Not even years. Again, it's It's like one of the mysteries of the universe. We'll never know the real answer. Oh, I got negative leveled again. Why am I not just using my potion of death ward? PG training so far? A little bit I've seen. Looks so rad. So my answer to that question is I think I have had a different experience than everyone else I've talked to with Baldur's Gate. I have encountered a endless deluge of bugs, and in a fit of bug encountering fury, I even went on X.com and let everyone know with an X that I was very upset and that it needs to go back into early access because of how buggy it is. But then everyone's like, yeah, but I haven't seen any of these bugs. Still Stockholm Syndrome Lazel. Yeah, I can't. I'm just saying that because it's funnier. Excreted? Oh, is that what it's called? Is it excreting? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, please. Same day today? Yeah. It's today almost every day. Like today, it's today? Oh, this sucks. This entire room sucks. PG channel. So dumb. What about on Threads? Oh, I haven't been on Threads in a while. I don't ever use social media, and I can't use Threads on my computer. So it's a whole host of problems.
A well-used gong rests by the locked door.
If I could use Threads on my computer, it would be different. But because it's phone only, I just... the old third world country of EU. You guys will get Threads eventually. Sure. You know, Fuckerberg's all about world domination and what have you. So I'm sure he'll find a way. Oh, damn. The circle gave me help. Thanks, circle. But yeah, so as I said before, I know that the video game is very good. So I have no doubt in my mind that the video game is very, very, very good. Right? Baldur's Gate 3 is good. I just encountered a lot of bugs that made it much less fun. And I hope that people are able to have a bug-free experience. And anyone playing the game in like 6 months will probably be playing one of the greatest games of the decade. Pokemon Go. Actually, kind of actually based, because Pokemon Go does not have any in-app communication. It is a very good social media app. The only thing you can do is trade with people, battle people, and see what Pokemon somebody has caught recently. And see their buddy. And unlike it's like, you know, people that you're like kind of tangentially friends with, but not really posting either politics or pictures of their baby that you don't really care about on Facebook. Instead, it's people not able to post anything and then just posting like pictures of their Pokemon, and Pokemon are cool. Cyberpunk, how bad was it for you? So, I think it's also the types of bugs I was getting. I got lots of bugs in Cyberpunk, but I actually found the Cyberpunk bugs really funny because they were just entertaining. Like when shit bugged out in Cyberpunk, it wasn't a big deal. Oh, is my con 0? Oh shit, con 0. Oh, con 0. Ah, there we go. Thank you. When my shit bugged out in Cyberpunk, it was always funny bugs. It was like my game, you know, the monster or the enemies would like crash into each other. Guys would get stuck in the walls and stuff. It was usually like either things that worked in my favor, or it was like a quest would bug out here and there, but it was just one of many quests and it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, I think it's circumstantial. I said the issues that I'm encountering in you know, in Baldur's Gate 3 are a little bit more annoying. Like I said, like the fact that I couldn't romance Lae'zel. There was just a bug. Whenever I would talk to her, she would like not want to do the romance or whatever, even though I'd already had all the conversations and done everything. And if I used one of my other characters in my party, I could talk to her and romance her. So I started the Lae'zel romance scene. Is that what we're calling it now? The romance scene? Anyway, there's the sex scene after you clear the goblin camp with Shadowheart instead. Whoops! Oh, what song? I am listening to Drones by Rise Against. I think we're good. Bug or working as intended? It's a bug, yeah. Gondavir Pipega has no Riz? True. It's probably for the best? Yes. So both those things are accurate. Anyway, my romance with Shadowheart is working, so I'm just doing that one instead. And then when the romance with Shadowheart breaks, then I'll try to romance Karlach. And when the romance with Karlach breaks, then John will just make it to the end of the game without romance. And before you say, no, you don't know if it's going to break, Shrimp Tom. Yes, I do. I've been playing this game for a little bit. I'm pretty sure it's not going to make it to the end. No Will romance? I don't like Will, you guys. Not a big fan. What to do with if you're playing an origin character? I'm currently... The character I played is like a... I made my own one. A custom one. Just romance animal form druid? Oh, Halsin? Yeah. I don't know if you can romance Halsin. It's a great question. You can? Nice. He's in the camp. No, I'm just gonna be a hermit, and I'll have my I've got my owlbear, and I have my dog, so I'm just gonna hang out with them. You know what? I'll just become a hermit. You not got a cat? No, no cat, sadly. I don't know if there is a cat somewhere. There might be a cat somewhere, but I've got an owlbear and I have a dog. My eye and my heart? No, not the eye. I think the best part is he just runs away. He just straight up runs away. I just wish they were at cap when leveling and wish they could level when they are capped all the time. I wish there was a way to be at cap and use the XP for something. Gale starts with a cat? A Tressim. I guess Gale starts with a Tressim. Because he talks about his Tressim when you talk to him. Unless he actually has a cat, but he tells me about its Tressim when I talk to him. Yep. Okay. From beyond the grave. Cat with wings, same thing. Nah, he gets upset if you call it a cat. Like, literally when you talk to him, you call it a cat. He's like, it's not a cat, it's a Tressim. And then at that point, I wanted to know if I could get the Tressim as a companion instead of Gale, because that sounds awesome. You get the Tressim? Dude, I'm so jealous. I didn't get no cat. Again, I made my own custom character, so. It's voice acted? Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, like I said, if there was something where it was like, maybe 10% of the XP you earn goes into an XP bank, and you could dump the XP bank into something else, that would be amazing. Or, I don't know. I wish there was something to do with the XP, because all the high-level legendary quests give loads of XP, and there's nothing to do with them. And especially since we don't need to re-level legendary XP, it's even less important. Has Elminster shown up for you in a non-origin? I don't know how far you are into the game, but I haven't seen Elminster yet, no. I'm in the Underdark, so I don't know if I'm far enough ahead.
A pack of zombies shamble towards the gate. The assault has begun.
Yeah, it's like I'm playing an RPG. I gotta make my character. I'm assuming you're probably farther ahead than me then. Which is why you've seen Elminster and I have not seen Elminster. Ah, I'm not in Act 2. Sorry for the spoilers. I'll never forgive you. Elminster? In my Forgotten Realms video game? It's okay. I ignored him in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Every time you talk to him, it's like, get out of the way, old man. I assumed Elminster's going to show up in some capacity. Isn't Elminster supposed to, Isn't Elminster supposed to be like a fragment of Mystra or something like that? Where he's not just some dude, he's also like a part or like a piece of Mystra or something? Yeah, that makes sense. The best quote in Baldur's Gate 1? I don't know. Just stay a while and listen. Oh, do I have stay a while and listen? I do have stay a while and listen. Oh shit. I actually have that voice line. It's in the Discord in the Discord soundboard. All I have is this one.
Get me out of this hellhole.
The emphasis on hellhole. That is so good.
Get me out of this hellhole.
It's so good. That is the best voice line in Baldur's Gate 1, just so you know. I couldn't find it on YouTube either. I was trying to find one on YouTube, or like try to get it, but it was not available. Well, I had to record it myself. There was one sound effect where somebody had a clip of it, but it had like all the background noise. I should upload it myself. The Chosen of Mystra? Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure it's revealed because in DDO, it's implied, well, not implied, it's directly told to you that what's her name? I can't remember the name of the girl, is the reincarnation of Mystra. Whatever her name is. What's her name? Hold on. Caught in the web. Anna. That's it. Anna Brabener. But yeah, she is the reincarnation of Mystra. Brabnoceros? Mm-hmm. Damn straight. Two, three, jumper from one end of the bridge of the goblin camp to the top of the wall is my greatest feat. Yeah, my greatest feat was shoving that dude in the water. Class did you pick? So John DeVere Pipega, son of Viconia DeVere and Peter Pipega, is a half-drow, half-elf paladin bard. Yep.
Penitent's rest. You have succeeded.
So currently I'm 4 paladin, 1 bard. I'm gonna get to 5 paladin, and then I'm gonna go back to 4 bard, and I'm gonna finish 8 paladin, 4 bard. That's my plan. More dialogue options with the multi-class? Yes, you do. I kind of want to, at some point in the future, do a run where I do one of every single class and see how long each thing is whenever you talk to anybody. Alright. And the dead shall rise. Picks because there's too many characters for Twitch. Alright. What is this? Also, I can't believe, because I didn't find the silver, whatever, the silver pants in Baldur's Gate 2, I missed out on the mech suit. I got the other 2 pieces. I got the copper underwear and the golden pantaloons. but I didn't get to build a mech suit. I've just had about my fill of riddle asking, quest assigning, insult throwing, pun hurling, hostage taking, iron mongering, smartass fools, freaks, and felons that continually test my will, metal, strength, intelligence, and most of all, patience. If you got a straight answer anywhere in that bent little head of yours, I want to hear it pretty damn quick. I'm going to take a large blunt object roughly the size of Elminster and his hat and stuff it lengthwise into a crevice of your being so seldom seen that even the denizens of the Nine Hells wouldn't touch it with a 20-foot rusty halberd. Have I made myself perfectly clear? Character versus some random beggar NPC in the wilderness on your way to Nashkel. Amazing. Using the disguise self helm. I haven't found a helmet that lets me disguise self. It's just in the there's somebody posted in the Discord. Yeah. It's pretty good. Because at the beginning of the game in Baldur's Gate 1, a lot of the characters give you, like, not so much weird cryptic text, but a lot of people don't help you unless you do something for them, or they dance, beat around the bush or whatever. And I can totally imagine that being, like, a reaction. You beat that real fast? No, I can't, actually. It's against my moral code. Yes, Speak with Animals is the best spell, dude. I talk to every animal in the game. Speak with Animals is the bomb. Like I said, I'm going to be going back to Baldur's Gate 3 in a little bit. Also, if you've missed any of my playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, you can always check out my playthrough on the Streams YouTube channel. That's right. Streams is where I upload all of my streams, and I break them down into based on the game that I do at that given moment. So if you only want to watch the DDO content and you feel like you missed some of it and the Twitch VOD system is too hard to figure out with the different chapters, don't worry. Go to just ! VODs in the chat and you're all set. We're in and the dead shall rise.
The towers reach no matter
Okay, we're good.
how high you climb.
I have Easter egg items in your camp chest. A lot of items from Divinity 2 is there. Skeleton face Ripper Helm is there. Yeah, I didn't touch most of the items in the chest because I started to look at it and I was like, I don't think I need any of this stuff, so I just kind of left it there. It is an actual DDO stream. I know, it's amazing. You find the Sahagin, the shenanigan about the sus ox in the druid camp? No, the ox never wanted to talk to me. I couldn't figure out what to do for it. Interact with their story yet? Yep, same. I did the same thing. I have to get to Baldur's Gate first. Yeah, but I don't even know how to use Disguise Self, so I didn't do that. Stuff in the character bank? No, it goes into a new bank called the TR cache. It just takes everything and puts into the TR cache. So if you look at your character bank, that's why I don't care about the character bank and I never use it. Because the character bank is pointless because everything goes out of my bank into my TR cache every time I reincarnate, so that I can't even organize it, so I just don't care. I just don't care. Bank might not even exist. Might as well be nothing. Useless? Yeah. I don't know how to use Disguise Self. I have Shadowheart, who can cast Disguise Self. I think I have an item that can cast Disguise Self, and I'm pretty sure John can cast Disguise Self. But I have, like, no idea how to use it, because not the way I play it. It's also important to note that John has an 8 intelligence and wisdom. And I did that for story reasons, because Peter Pipega was dumb, and John DeVere, his son, is even dumberer. So he's not great at solving problems. He's also trusting, and I play John in the sense that he trusts literally everybody. So the second I meet somebody new, I'm like, hey, by the way, I have a tadpole in my head. Every time. If that's an option, I just tell everybody all the time. There's new eyeballs? Yes, I had some good surgery. I am not using the mind powers at all, because in my dream, there's a lady who tells me to use the mind powers. And that... so she tells me to use the mind powers constantly. Yo, you gotta use the mind powers. The Guardian, use the mind powers, use the mind powers. Well, here's the problem. You know when the last person somebody talked to you in a dream and told you to do things and commanded you? John Irenicus. So I'm very confident. I don't know how the game goes, but very confident that the lady in your head, in your dreams, that's telling you to use it, is actually the Absolute who wants you to use it to gain full control over you to be able to do specific things. Basically, maybe use you to take down their current pawns or whatever it is. I'm not sure, but I think that they're nefarious and I think they're bad. So every time I have an interaction with them, I tell them I don't trust you and I tell everyone not to use the powers. Is probably the grandson? No, his parents are elves. Yeah, can I show you guys my proudest moment? Free power? No, don't trust him. Pipers? Nice. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you guys my favorite moment. If I can find it. Which should help. Okay, so what was this? No, not this moment. That was a little stressful. This moment. Hold on. I'm pulling it up here. This moment. Oh, no. I don't want to get so fast. There we go.
On Gexraft.
This is my favorite moment so far of my entire playthrough.
Where's Gek? Who are you?
Let's see. In the name of the Absolute, you will let me pass. I saw a body on left by the Myconids. Your Gek must be dead. Reach out to the Duergar's parasite. Push the Duergar into the water. Oh! I'm shoving this guy into the water. Totally. Dude, that's the best option I've been given all day. Into the water you go, bub. Hope you can swim. Damn it. It's okay, don't worry about it. Well, hold on. Into the water you go, bub. Hope you can swim. This is why we have inspiration dice. That's the pipe. Yeah, it is the Pipega special. Just shoving people into water. There we go. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's the best moment ever. The way he just he's like, ugh, and he just slams against the hull and then keeps going and goes in the water is perfect. Taking level and finishing Ravenloft 12s for me. I love that. How you just shove him and he's like, ugh, and he falls back and just flumps into the water. Amazing. Amazing. So good. Chainmail, he drowning? Well, I killed the rest of his crew anyway. Yeah, it's because you don't just shove him in the water. He goes like, boom, and then goes down. It's great. Absolutely. I mean, a big part of it, you're like, oh yeah, he drowned. They were also gonna they killed me after I did that. And also, you know what else I did after that? I threw fireballs at the boat until it exploded. So yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine with the fact that they, I'm fine with the fact that, you know, he drowned. Violence upon that day? It was self-defense. He attacked my boat. He jumped onto my boat, my territory, self-defense. Yep. Self-defense. That's what it was. Absolutely. Fuck. Even do a single point of damage? True. Didn't do a single point of damage. That was all ocean. Okay, so now I get the best ability. Oh, shoot later's a one-pointer? Oh my god, I didn't think that was a one-pointer. That's a two-pointer, that's two-pointer, that's two-pointer, that's two-pointer? Perfect. Oh, I can take this. I can take Enhanced Bolt. Yes. Okay, now I get shoot later. Thank goodness. Does John replicate Peter's self-defense genocide of absolutely everyone? No. I use self-defense. I walked to the Duergar camp. They attacked me. Then I went to the boat, and it was free. And then I fought... that guy jumped onto my boat. That was mine now, because the other boat was free. Therefore, self-defense. Yeah, the guy's evil. And a slaver. I had to go free the slaves. You know how you free the slaves? By shoving that guy into the water. That's how you do that. I already broke my oath once. Yeah. That, I'm not going to go into it again because I was yelling before and I need to not yell. But the oath breaking mechanics are very, 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 very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Not good. Very bad. Very bad. Implementation-wise, very bad. Wells. Beruve. Final vintage. Like I said, it's not about the fact that there's like, it makes your character different or whatever. That's fine. I have no issue with that. And the concept that you can break your oath, I have no issue with that either. It's perfectly fine. I don't have an issue with that either. Both of those mechanics are fine. It's the fact that, one, there's no telegraphing. They do not inform you that it's even mechanically possible to break your oath. And two, when you break your oath, they don't even inform you that you are breaking your oath. It just sort of happens afterwards. I said, if there was text at the beginning of the game on character creation, when you picked your oath that could tell you that your oath could break, that would be good to know. And also, if there was, when you're playing your character, when it gives you the decision making, if there could be a pop-up or little dialogue that would be like against paladin oath or something, if it's going to break your oath. The game without a long rest? Yeah, probably. It doesn't have to be this will break your oath. They just say this is against your paladin oath. Maybe there's like a system and you have to like, you know, break like 6 oaths or something. I don't know. I literally have no idea. Dude, is good? I mean, I'm still in the Underdark and I'm loving the Underdark, dude. Underdark is the best. It's honestly one of my favorite areas of the game so far. I'm really digging the Underdark. Ranged combat! Shouldn't it be intuitive? You're right, it should be intuitive. It's just not. System, you need to go against your oath and gain a certain number of Oathbreaker stacks, to my knowledge. None of that information's in the game. If that's how it works, it's not in the video game. Again, I'm gonna get angry and start yelling, but I promise you, I've poured over the system up and down. The game gives you no indication that you can even do it, that you can't even break your oath. That's not even an option. And also is not clear about what you do. So, I'll just give you an example. From my interpretation of my character... What's up with the Reapers? What is this? Anyway, from my interpretation of playing my character as an Oath of the Ancients paladin, I have, under my interpretation of the Oath of the Ancients, I have never broken my oath. I've never done a single thing that is against my oath. According to the game, I have broken my oath. I do not know what I did. The game just arbitrarily decided it. People in my party, or in the chat, said, this is why you broke your oath, because you let a hag go free. But my oath says I need to show mercy. Which is it? Is it show mercy, or is it kill the hag? So yeah, it's not clear. I'm not saying I shouldn't break my oath. It's just, there was no indication that I... Mercy for evil? Then who are you supposed to show mercy for? Who am I fighting that I'm not supposed to show mercy to? What, show mercy for the neutral? Why am I fighting the neutral now? Eats babies? Again, I disagree with the interpretation. do Baldur's Gate 3 in the future, I'll avoid paladins. They're going to be like that. Yeah, like I said, I think it's a simple fix, because also, I'm not the only person. There are a lot of people who have been complaining online that, like, I broke my oath and I don't know why. Because they didn't do any telegraphing that one, it was possible. The game does not tell you it's even a mechanic, and until you find out that you broke your oath afterwards. And then also, there's no indication that what you're about to do is to go against your oath. And you might be like, yeah, but you picked your oath. Shouldn't you know? It's 3 lines of text, literally 3 sentences, and I broke my oath 30 hours into gameplay. I apologize that 3 sentences at the beginning of the game that I can imagine most people would assume is flavor text. They didn't remember perfectly the details. And again, I'm also not a paladin. I'm a guy playing a character who's supposed to be a paladin. Like, my paladin wouldn't break the oath. He would know better, because he would be like, oh, this goes against the entire fiber of my being. I'm a guy trying to remember that goes against the entire fiber of my being. It's usually when my players are about to do something that's kind of against the current of their character that they're doing. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? Just double checking. And then they think about it for a second. They go, oh, wait, that would be really bad if I did this thing. It's like, that would be really bad. And they go, oh, I actually don't want to do that. I give them the chance to double check, to be like, are you sure? Because some people forget, you know, because it's a game, obviously. Again, this is not me saying game bad or anything like that. It's me saying game could use a small amount of quality of life. That's all. Yeah, the character would know for sure. Like, your character would know that you're about to do something bad. Like, you guys are saying it's all obvious with the hags. To me, the player, it wasn't obvious that showing mercy to the hag, because, like, basically, I freed a woman who had made a deal with the hag, and the hag was never going to follow through with the agreement with the deal. It was never going to go well for the woman who was with the hag. It was always going to go poorly for her. And so I got her out of the deal, which is the good thing, and then I let the hag go because the hag also let her go. I felt like that was fair. Apparently it wasn't fair. And so I just wanted to know. I didn't reload my save. I made the mistake. I paid the 1,000 gold and I got my thing back. But yeah, it would have been nice. Also, Zethanix, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for a calendar year. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. If there's another bard in your party, you immediately think red shirt or expendable. Yeah, but there's no bard NPCs for that exact reason, because if there was, it'd be a huge problem. You said game bad? True. I did say game bad at some point. Which oath should? Yeah, exactly. And if the answer is I should never have given them the chance, what? Where's the redemption? Again, it's just, I don't know the doctrine because I haven't been a paladin for 30 years. John was a paladin for 30 years. So John would know whether what he's doing what's right or wrong. Wrath of Earth. Wrath of Earth. Did you get the +1 stat? You bet I did. I got the +1 stat, and then I got the Oathbreaker to be like, you broke your oath. You will come talk to me. And then I had a long conversation, and he's like, you can have your oath back for 1,000 gold pieces. And I was like, okay, here you go. And now I have my oath back. John is dumb, so I don't know if we could know what's right or wrong. Yeah, probably. Can you just buy your oath back? Yeah, it's just 1,000 gold. Okay, so let's say there's no redeeming the hag, right? There's like no redeeming the hag. On the other hand, I also made a deal. The hag said that she would give up the girl if we let her go. And I said, yes. And then the game gave me the option to kill her anyway. If I did kill the hag, does that also break my oath? Because I broke an oath with the hag. I made an agreement, and then I'm now going back on my agreement. Does that also count as breaking an oath? And you say, no, it doesn't count because, you know, you're breaking a deal, but the deal you made was with somebody who was bad. So therefore, it's okay to break a deal with bad people. It's like, but doesn't that mean you also did a bad thing? Remote domain wasn't so buns. I don't know. You get mirror image, which is a very, very, very bad spell. By the way, mirror image is very bad. You know, you confuse that Pathfinder 2.0 champion sub variant. Oh yeah, because in Pathfinder, instead of paladins, they have champions, right? Is always right. Good, they're liking counterspell. Yeah, so I didn't take counterspell on my wizard. I took fireball, and I gotta say, great decision. Have you tried fireball, Midnight's Fox?
With the destruction of the last foe, the lightning dancing between some of the nearby stones flickers, dies.
That probably means kill the hag. Well, if they wanted me to kill the hag, you know what they should have done? They should have put that text in the fucking video game. Thank you. Yeah, if they wanted me to follow the text, they probably should have put it in the video game. You know? Right. Because the hag and I'm playing a little sworn. I don't think you should just kill the hag, dude. Ugh, you guys are right. Why didn't I think about that? Again, as I said, I like to deal with the consequences of my actions, so generally I don't want to reset the game just because I get an unfavorable outcome. And so you'll notice I didn't reset after I didn't kill the hag and I became an Oathbreaker. I just kept going forward with the game because that's what I did. That's what my character did. That's my actions. I'm not much of a, I don't like to reset for that sort of thing. Be inspired when I come to this game. Yeah, it's cool. Back in a portal and kept it as a trophy. It's horrible. Oh, I did not do that. The game said like, oh, he's like, give me a hand, and I had the option to slap it, so I just slapped his hand. It's like, psh. It's like, ow, I meant help me. Oh, help you.
A wave of dread washes over you.
Yeah, well, 1,000 gold is not nothing.
Ahead is a huge, looming statue.
I just don't like hurting the video game characters. Do you know what I mean?
The archdruid shouts.
I don't want to make any of the video game characters upset or sad.
Desperate archdruid screams.
You have infinity gold? I don't have infinity gold because I had to pay a lot of money. To be fair, I have been able to buy everything I've wanted at all the shops, which has been good. But I hover somewhere between 500 and 1,000 gold all the time.
Magic gem they stole from the vineyard.
Because I like have gold, and then I spend it, then I get gold, then I spend it, then I get gold, and then I spend it. Nice. Welcome to the chat. Golden pantaloons? No. I got the golden pantaloons, and then I got the bronze underwear, but I didn't get the silver chest piece out of Baldur's Gate 2, so I couldn't actually build the mech suit. To hide the body? That sounds terrifying. Where's the Ravensbane? There it is. 3K, but I loot every box. I also loot every box. At least I try to. I definitely haven't found everything. Have your video game characters have intimate relationships with each other? Yes I do. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, I didn't do that. So I didn't have that circumstance. I did, again, my character did have surgery at the end of my last play session. But now I can see invisible creatures, so it's kind of cool.
Giant bramble walls and dense banks of mist surround this. The ward fades.
But John had a little bit of surgery with a nail and an ice pick. I don't want to go into more detail if people are squeamish, but man, it's at the end of the last stream that I did, so it's on this VOD's channel, and it's rough. That was a rough thing to watch.
The nearby ward is disrupted. A section of mist fades, allowing you to explore further.
Oh, I got an item like that in Dragon Age Inquisition. I know it's a different video game, but I've been playing Dragon Age Inquisition on the side. I'm about halfway through now. And I got a ring that makes it so when you're in combat, if you're not moving, you just turn invisible. And you don't turn invisible when you start moving again. And so I'm basically always invisible because I just reposition and then turn invisible. And it's amazing. It's like one of the best video game items I've ever experienced. It's so satisfying. It means you can like control the battlefield and constantly putting out like shield spells and defensive abilities and crowd control and other stuff. It's awesome. No pickpocket equals no money. Yeah, I don't really pickpocket anybody. I probably could. Again, I don't want to hurt the video game characters. I don't like pickpocketing somebody and then taking their money from them. What if they needed that? What if that dude is heading... What if you pickpocket some dude on the street and guy's heading to buy like, you know, a delicious sandwich and like a bottle of his favorite wine that he's been saving up to get like for like Friday, and so it's like Friday afternoon. He's had a really tough week. He's so excited. He's gonna hit the sandwich shop, get like a delicious like chicken parm, okay, and you know parm hero, and he's gonna get and just sit down and have a great time. And then he reaches into his wallet, and boom, no money, no parm. Horrible, horrible. Will, who is lame and sucks? Damn. Just eviscerate this guy, why don't you? Remnant 2 is your game of the year? What's my game of the year? Baldur's Gate 2 is really good. Baldur's Gate 2 is very good. Elden Ring? No, that was last year. Actually, that wasn't my game of the year. My game of the year was Doom 2016. Elden Ring is a close second, but Doom is really fucking good. Elden Ring had annoying moments and what felt like seemingly unnecessary moments in a couple different areas, and I really didn't like the copy pasting of enemies until the later game and the copy pasting of bosses. I figured, obviously, like, FromSoft really pushed the boundary in terms of open world, but even they can't fight against the copy pasting of enemies because the world is too big. But Doom 2016 has basically no flaws in it. It was just like a solid 8 hours of perfect gameplay and combat and exploration. I love that video game. Was it 100 hours like Elden Ring? No. Did I replay it like Elden Ring? No. I played it once, I put it down, and I was like, holy shit. And it blew my mind. Play nothing else? Oh, bro, you gotta play Doom 2016. Ugh, Doom 2016. It's Dark and Darker this year? If Dark and Darker ever releases, maybe. Let's see. Games I've played this year so far. Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2. I'm gonna be finishing Baldur's Gate 3 this year. So those are in the contenders. What else have I played this year? Superliminal I played this year. Superliminal was very good. I wouldn't call it game of the year, but it was very, very good. I replayed Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1's not game of the year, but it's pretty entertaining. I'll say I like Dark Souls 1. I will say I didn't realize how easy some of the bosses were in Dark Souls 1. Like, replaying it again? Man. Like, a lot of them are way easier. Oh, of course, Diablo 4, obviously. Game of the fucking millennium. More like game of the... of all time. Really, Diablo 4. In fact, just give it away. Just delete all the other video games. We got Diablo 4 now. We're fine. So there's that. Oh, Metroid Prime Remaster? Ooh, Prime Remaster was good. Obviously, I can't give Game of the Year to Prime Remaster because Prime Remaster is obviously a remaster of Metroid Prime, which already came out in 2002. But, oh, oof, that was so good. Oh. Also, Deep Rock Galactic I've been playing a bunch of. Very fun game. Definitely not Game of the Year, but maybe. I don't know. It's been very fun to play with other people. Like, some of the most fun I've had gaming this year has been playing that game. Also, Pokemon Go, for me, also might be Game of the Year. It's definitely a contender. I would say this year so far, top 3, if I had to pick a top 3, would be Pokemon Go, for sure. Baldur's Gate 2. I'm going to include Throne of Ball in Baldur's Gate 2. So I'm going to include that. And, yeah, Pokemon Go, Baldur's Gate 2, with Throne of Ball. And I think I'm still open. I don't think Dragon Age Inquisition is going to make it into the top 3. Because as much as I like it, it has too many MMO quests in it. There's too many MMO quests. Trombone Champ, that was last year. And yeah, I did see your message. You said Dark and Darker is early access? Dark and... Oh, Visual Novel Steam Fest. Dark and Darker? Darker? It's not on Steam. Where is it? Oh, because they pulled it off of Steam because of the lawsuit. Where is it? When was Getting Over It released? I don't want to think about Getting Over It with Benefati. That definitely was one of the most memorable video game experiences I've ever had. Chaff games? Is that where people who are getting sued put their video games? So yeah. This company which did For the King games. Yeah, Starfield. When does Starfield come out? Starfield's $100? Holy moly.
Strange whoops and unnerving screams echo from the floor below. Tall, silent forms shuffle down the corridor, while strange cries come from behind closed doors.
Hope Starfield's good. I hope people like it. Shit, $100? I was not expecting that. I just was not ready. We had a good time watching it, really upset at Getting Over It. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Definitely not great for my blood pressure. Oh my god. That was so rough. Dude. I don't know what it is. There's just something about that. But I know exactly what it is. It's the combination of both failing, causing a ton of negative progress, and also the, like, frustrating control that makes it feel like you're not making progress with the control. Ugh. So happy I'm never doing that again. No more. If Bennett Foddy works on a video game, I'm not going to play it. That's my new rule. Guy does a great work for the industry. Okay, he works on a lot of video games. If he touches a video game, I'm not going to play it. That's how it works. Again, incredible video game designer. It takes real talent to make something that is so mind-numbingly frustrating. Yeah, just experience and a half. Every fucking game. He's pretty much played every game. Taking with it. Stream. Yeah. I will say, Ipsum introduced me to a lot of video games. A lot of ARPGs. Like, I'll see Ipsum playing something, and it's like, what's that? He's like, oh, it's an ARPG, but with boats. I'm like, oh, cool. Then I check in later. What's this? Oh, it's an ARPG, but with spaceships. So you're in a spaceship? Oh, okay, cool. God, what was that? What was that ship game you were playing? Oh, man. Age of Water? Is that what it's called? The one where your ship was constantly sinking every time I checked in on the stream? Yeah. And the problem is the list of games that I need to play does never get shorter for two reasons. One, I buy games when they go on sale because I like buying video games and having them. And two, without paying for it, I've had people buy me Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen because somebody said you have to play it. And I know it's good, so I probably will. Then somebody bought me Hades because they said you have to play it, and I will. And then somebody bought me Divinity Original Sin 2 Definitive Edition because apparently it's really good. And that's like literally 300 hours of game right there. So I'm working on it. I don't know how long Hades is, but I know Hades is very good, so I'm excited to play it. Yeah, so wait, is it? You said, okay, Dark and Darker is on where? It's on... Not on Steam. I can't even find the website where you download it.
The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy. Tatiana,
There you go.
it has been so long.
They're just not going to launch the game on Steam. Or I guess they're going to keep it off of Steam until their lawsuit is sorted out, and then they'll launch on Steam. Makes sense. They're not going to like stonewall Steam. They're definitely going to go onto Steam the second that they can. It's free money.
As she reaches for Sergei, she is pulled down beneath the rippling water and into her lover's embrace. You have never seen a happier couple.
Don was literally stealing people's money. I mean, probably. Lots of websites do that, though. 6 minutes. From on Steam? Yep. Play Forgotten Cities, short RPG adventure, best game of the year, 15 hours max. I do that. All of that sounds appealing to me. Nice. Goodbye, Strayed. Yeah, like I said, I played a ton of Dark and Darker of the alpha and the playtest. I really liked the Ranger class. I really liked the Wizard class. Both were very, very fun. And I played a bunch of it. And I was a little asleep. I couldn't stop till it ended. It was very, very, very good. It's a really good idea for a game. Is that if I want the Founder Edition? So I can continue to do dungeons or not? Yeah. For the last 20 years? Yeah, you don't understand. Ipsum is ancient. He's 1,000 generations old, okay? Oh, also, I've been playing Feeding Frenzy 2 Shipwreck Showdown Deluxe. When I get bored. Inner Eyes next, starting with an element of chaos. So for those of you that don't know what that video game is that I just said, it is an old arcade game. You'll find it like arcade cabinet, like an old arcade cabinet game where you put in quarters and you get to play as a fish and you just swim around on a two-dimensional screen and you eat smaller fish to get bigger. And it's very brainless and it's kind of fun. And then each level gets harder. Get the link I put in chat? Yep, I have it open here. Lucario? I mean, probably, but also 10 years older. I remember when that website took the internet by storm, and everybody was playing that shit. What a great video game. Yeah. And then also, I have to, like, I don't know how to hide the fact that I have Neverwinter Nights installed on my computer, because if that information ever gets out, that I feel like I'm going to have Mr. Lich banging on my door being like, Neverwinter Nights? Are we going to play? I gotta be careful. Just show up. Just sprint through. I've never seen somebody shitpost in Discord so much about Neverwinter Nights before. It's impressive. It's genuinely impressive. It's very good. 12. Here it is. Few guards. That's fine. You just paid off.
You can search for the Eye of Kithri. Kithri is the
Dude,
plane
are you going for the world record speed run? Holy shit. This guy's just machine gunning his way through Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, so this is something, Dorek, now you have time because you're here. So you mentioned this before, and I find this interesting, but previous to this circumstance, you'd mentioned that you haven't really played a lot of other MMORPGs, and from talking to you about your video game catalog experience, before watching the stream, you hadn't really played a lot of like Diablo-style games either. Like, I got you to start playing Diablo 2 and Path of Exile and stuff, which I don't know if that's good or bad for your life. I'm not going to tell you. I guess that's up to you. But I do have a question for you. Because you, like, obviously you're playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 as well, and you're like machine gunning your way through it. Good or bad? Bad, probably. As I said, have I had a negative influence or positive influence on your playing of different video games? I'm just curious. Whatever you associate it with. It's because we've talked about video games, and there's so many video games you haven't played, and then, but now you're playing like so many of these video games that we talk about, which is not a bad thing. I'm happy to encourage other people to embrace new things. I don't know how many people I can convince to play Baldur's Gate 2, but that game was the fucking bomb. That was a really, really good video game. I am shocked by how good it was. I just assumed all of the like 100-year-old dinosaurs in chat, all the boomers who were like, oh, it's so good, Baldur's Gate's amazing, back in my day, the game was so good. And I assumed that they were like, you know, just full of themselves. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. It's really good. Like, I'm just still thinking about how good Baldur's Gate 2 was. I kind of want to play it again. But I'm going to wait a little bit before I play it again. It was so good. It was such a good video game. Yeah. It's one of those things like where it takes time. Like, you really got to like take your time with the game, but man, very satisfying.
waves of intense heat billow out from the
Yeah, because you just hear, like, again, it's like the, you have the ancients standing before you, being like, I have played games before your time. And back in my day, we had Baldur's Gate, which was okay. But then Baldur's Gate 2 was the shit. And it was the best game I ever played. And so I bestow upon you the sacred floppy disks, so you too may play Baldur's Gate 2. You're like, yeah, okay, Grandpa. Get back on the oxygen tank. You know, I don't need to play your Baldur's Gate. I got Baldur's Gate 3, it's so good. Have you played Diablo 4, Grandpa? It's like such a good video game.
As you travel deeper into the cavern,
Then I played it? Oh my god.
things slowly
Done.
shift around you.
Way better than I expected. More like CD's nuts. Way better. I was wrong. I was wrong. If I ever insulted somebody for like, you know, if I was like, I don't need to play this old game, I was wrong. I was wrong and stupid. In the market, Assassin's Creed. Spent a lot of my game time in Dungeon Siege, Heroes of Might, Magic, Guild Wars, League of Legends, Guild Wars 2, and then started RPGs with you and D2 PoE. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, it's because you also don't play shooters. He's not a shooter player, which is basically all video games. I say that because I guarantee you, if you ask somebody who doesn't play any video games to like imagine a video game, they're probably gonna imagine a shooter, like a Call of Duty. I don't want this. You can have it. Stream is a positive influence on Dorian. I love shooters. Huge fan. Destiny 2, great game. Borderlands, great game. Time Splitters 2. Holy shit, Time Splitters 2. I think most people would not, don't think of that as a modern shooter, but it's a good game. Can't play it on modern systems, but Time Splitters 2.
You see a group of people engaged in a shouting match. Robin Bix is trying to placate them, but it's not looking good.
Bix got bored after 3 days. Game bad.
You learn that the
Yeah, any game with a grappling hook is usually like that means you're in for a good game. Usually. I can't wait for Prime 2 Remaster to come out, because if Prime 2 Remaster comes out, dude, it's gonna be the best. Metroid Prime 2 is definitely my favorite. I think it is my favorite Metroid game. Even though it's not, obviously Prime 1 is the best one, but I just have like I don't know, there's something about the aesthetics of Prime 2 I really like. The music is very, very, very good, and it does a deviation from the standard power-ups of like, what you would be expecting to get in like a Metroid game, Wave Beam, Plasma Beam, and all that. It just kind of, it does away with that and tries to do something different, and it's so good. Fan. Yeah, I like shooters. Big fan. Destiny 2, and my god, I was bored. Also very bad with aiming. Yeah. Did you try using keyboard and mouse? Is this guy with me? Go heels. But it was years ago, yeah. Classic Counter-Strike Go.
On Bernadotte's interest in helping the workers.
Use keyboard and mouse? Yeah, I don't know, dude. You said can't aim, but then you say keyboard and mouse. There's something not adding up. I was gonna say, something is rotten in the state of Denmark, you know what I mean? And tribes? Oh, yeah.
According to a loud kobold, these creatures are not supposed to talk to strangers.
Well, I got enough evidence to convict Aethor. Wait, did I not get enough evidence to convict Aethor? Talk to this. And I did not find enough evidence. Halfling corpse.
Some snitches get stitches and others die.
Then here. I think we all just spread out. Everyone's like looking for different things in different places. Hello, Mobile Auto Battler RPG kind of person? Yeah, feeling that one. Yeah, there's only a few games styles I would say I really dislike. I'm not a big sports guy, so both sports and sports games are kind of like, they go a little over my head. Also, pretty much anything that has a survival mode. So like your Minecraft, Lost Ark, Valheim, where it's like base building, I like tune out very quickly. I just like die of boredom. I've never enjoyed Lego, and so if you can compare a video game to Lego, the physical toy, it's probably not a game for me. Not because I think it's bad. Yeah. Factorio Stream, I'm convinced you would. I'm also convinced I would. I do think I would really like Factorio, and it would eat up an amount of my time I'm not comfortable talking about, probably. I am very much the type of person to like get stuck playing a game and then start playing it and not turn it off. And lose the day. I play barely anyone plays the same genres as I do. That's also an issue when your friends don't play the same games as you. Yeah. I'm very terrified of Factorio. That's what I'm thinking. Like, just time travel into the future. I'm worried about that. And then I go look at my screen. It's like, I just imagine I'm like, sounds horrible. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And then notification, you know, someone sent you a gift. It's Factorio. No. The curse. Broken. Sometimes these break. Their text doesn't load. I don't know what causes their text not to load. Are you a fan of solo-only games? Yeah, I feel you on that one. I struggle with it because there's so many good single-player games out there that are just these cool experiences. One of the reasons why I like short single-player games. Like, I like short single-player games because they... I said, the short single-player games just give you a neat experience that you would never get in any other medium. I think of them like a movie. Like, I paid, it was like $20 for Superliminal, and I think the game was 2.5 hours. It was an awesome 2.5 hours. It was just awesome. Every moment was awesome. But it's not long at all. But I got to experience something I literally can't experience anywhere else. And it was very cool. So yeah. Yeah. When it comes to having Steam friends, I will say, so pro tip, if you ever want to be my friend on any platform or Steam or anywhere else, if you just send me a cold friend invite, there's a 100% chance you get a decline. Unless I recognize the name, it's 100% decline. So many people send me like just stone cold invites or like friend invites on Steam, on other places, and I'm like, I don't know your name. You didn't send me a message. I don't know who you are. So no, not your friend.
The surface of the underground pool begins to ripple.
The 20 with a friend invite? It's gotta be crisp. It's gotta be a crisp 20.
As an elemental flows up and attacks. The elemental dissipates, and the magical barrier protecting the pool fades.
It's gotta have a snap, like a snap bracelet. Just gotta be able to shatter glass. You to sleep soon? Yeah, don't you work tomorrow? Or do you have hospital tomorrow before you go to work? That's the hard part.
Quest
Whoa.
completed. Huzzah.
Fenris, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 18 months. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and I'm very glad to have you here. I get this. 10 hours. The Forgotten City is the game. Obviously, after you get to Baldur's Gate 3 or want a break from it. The Forgotten City is the game. Blind, much better. Oh, I go into every video game blind. I have learned something, which is that most experiences are good when you don't know much about them. Not all of them. Sometimes it's good to research, but there's like so many movies and video games and TV shows that I've watched that have just been better experiences going in blind. Like, what was it? Was that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once? I don't know anything about it. I just had a friend just be like, just watch it. Just go watch. Don't look it up. Don't Google it. Just watch the movie. I was like, you got it. So I watched the movie. Didn't look it up. I was just blown away. I had a great time.
And there's a sudden
I got you.
pulse of magic power. Somehow you get the strange feeling that the path has just become open to you.
Another one was Control. I don't know anything about Control. And again, I didn't know anything about the video game. I just bought it because I heard it was pretty good. And I started playing it, and man, what a wild ride that video game is. But I also did like the completionist route, where I talked to everybody and I found all the notes and I tried to put the story together, and oh, it's such a good game. Said I would have put that as my game of the year for last year, but the problem is that there's 2 DLCs, and the first DLC has just enough low points that it just pulls it underneath Doom. It's a very fantastic game, but it's not a bad DLC either. It's just
as the last kobold dies,
it has some low points.
Sealing the passage slides open. As you step inside
Right.
the temple,
Isn't
you
any
notice
genre?
that the
I've also heard
floor
Outer Wilds
is
is very, very
filled
good.
with Sand and dust of the desert. Everything is
Yeah, I've also heard Outer Wilds is very, very good.
Someone
That's the problem, is there's too many video games that exist on planet Earth.
for this place.
There's just not enough time to play all the video games that exist on planet Earth,
Bear it to safety,
which is kind of crap.
then prove your worth. The Deva
I need to divide myself into 2 people so I can play more video games. And then I merge the brains back together.
This
Well, didn't Outer Wilds come out in
child belongs to
2019, I think? Should be on
Do
sale,
not
right?
let it fall into darkness. We
Oh, it's only
will
$20.
be watching. You wonder about the Deva's parting words as you place the Eye of Irian in your pack.
Okay, so I looked up Outer Wilds, and the autocomplete filled up. I don't know what this is, but the autocomplete filled out for a game called Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk. And apparently it has 10,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews, and it's $5.
You yawn, a slight fog in the corners of your vision. What were you doing here again? Oh,
And I'm like,
you remember that you
yeah, Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk.
the eye of
The title of the game.
when you touch
It's described as psychedelic narrative full of pyramidal verbal conversations, stylized pixel graphics which reflect the girl's distorted perception of the world, high variability, each playthrough is unique, and oppressive and viscous soundtrack.
the floor of this chamber. These stones you instinctively let out a sigh as the last light
I don't know what this is.
sense of calm and relief. Yet that relief quickly turns to dread as you notice that something is wrong. You steel your mind as you're plunged into
Anyway.
blink awake. You
I don't know how that got there from Outer Wilds, but it is what it is.
Oh, you're awake already?
Yeah, apparently, according to reading one review,
Would have a more lasting effect.
the first comment says, in quotes, "I can fix her, bruh, I can't even fix myself."
Dear resist my initial compulsion to send you away after all.
And then the next comment says, warns you from the outset that this features a heavy and dark story, and I'd say the warning is appropriate. So apparently it's a heavy and dark story. Spooky. There's so many video games on Steam that you can't even find them all. Just too many. The universe is infinite, and so is Steam's library. I think this is also one of the reasons why it's difficult, in my opinion, to like convince myself to use any other launcher other than Steam. Because while there are good games on other launchers, there's so many millions of games that are hosted on Steam that I still haven't played yet. And the idea of like, oh, now I gotta get the Epic Games launcher to get these games. And I got the dude, it's too many video games. I don't even care. I'll just go to my grave knowing I didn't play them all. It's fine.
Or you might sink into eternity.
Is there a reason why you're not playing Baldur's Gate 3 yet, Kentos? I thought you owned it.
You plunge down into a shaft filled with the monastery's support beams.
We might have talked about this, but I can't remember because my brain is stupid and I'm stupid.
Around you.
A pity to watch you fall so far.
Oh, you don't own it. Oh, that is the best reason as to why not to play it. Yeah.
My dear friends, to help you get
Yeah.
back on your feet.
Duh.
Catch your breath after
The game's on release.
climb.
Yeah.
Taking a look around.
No, that makes sense. Yep, I'm stupid. Yep. Oh, totally. A lot of people do that.
Surely one of these doors must lead to the chapel where the eye awaits.
Is it inexpensive?
After the quarry
It'll be on sale at some point. Probably not even that long. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on sale by Christmas.
It appears that the cultists of the hidden
Scoop it
Hell
up in that
tried
Christmas sale.
and failed to infiltrate the monastery and retrieve the eye.
It's a good game at 50% off, though. Honestly, it's a good game all the time. Baldur's Gate 3. The game's full price and usually on sale. Yeah. But do they? I don't think you understand. Bobby needs to buy another $100 million mansion. So we should all buy Diablo 4, you guys. You know what I mean? 581 quick saves. That's funny. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm saving more aggressively. I am saving more aggressively.
You can clearly see the courtyard below, as well as 2 other doors on
No,
the
not
side.
that Bobby, but maybe he does. So I gotta say, I don't even... This is how I know I definitely do have a huge preference. I don't know anything about the next Path of Exile League because I didn't watch the video about it. And I'm so excited for it. Because I know it's going to be good. Consistency is nice. There are a few things that are just consistent in the world. And Grinding Gear Games is just consistent. They very rarely miss. And if they do, it's not even a full miss. Like, I thought Crucible was a bad league, but the game is still fun underneath it. Or, like, was it like FromSoft with, like, Elden Ring? It doesn't matter what game FromSoft makes next. Like, Armored Core, it has to be good. It's made by FromSoft. They just don't miss.
You found your way to a corridor overlooking the Twilight Chapel.
They just don't.
Yet you cannot simply drop down. It is blocked by a magic
It's got
barrier.
paths and it's got exiles. Should be good.
Yep.
Alas.
I'd like to say the same about mainline Nintendo games. I would say if a video game has Mario in the title, it's gonna hit.
You will need to choose between the 2 trials.
And R.I.P. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
The eye's voice fades, and the vines blocking your path forward disappear.
Play Disco Elysium?
So,
I think I own Disco Elysium.
very interesting. Let's see how you fare. The last tile turns into position. Power flows into the signal.
I
crystal
own
core,
Disco Elysium.
dispelling the barrier
I don't know what it's
atop the
about, but I own it. It's 9.58 gigabytes. You want me to play it? I might.
You drop down into the Twilight Chapel.
Yeah, I literally don't know anything about it.
Lucia's dusty, desiccated corpse lies next to the eye of Dalcor. For years, I
And different
have
indie games in
lulled
the past
these
2 months.
mortals to
Damn,
sleep.
dude. It's not bad.
Years during which they believed they kept me from pain. When, in fact, I had been the one containing them inside a
Oh, that's kind of cool.
illusion.
How long is it?
And yet, you still wish
If it's not too
to
long, I'll
take
definitely
them
play it at
away?
some point. Sounds fun.
You've seen how happy they are now. It would be such a shame to rip them away from their happiness. To pull them back into this
I'm okay with
world
wacky characters.
with all its
I like wacky and fun stories.
grace. If that is truly what would bring
Are there any
you
other good
peace,
level 12 quests?
I will oblige you. But if you believed these
I did Ravenloft.
trifling
I did Peril of the
illusions
Planar
are your
Eyes.
true strength, prepare to be
20 hours? Yeah.
disappointed. You are pushed back into your dream by a
Deep?
force
Yeah.
too powerful to resist. When you rise, you hear the Eye of Dalcor's chilling voice.
It's just invaders, right?
Last challenge, love. One final
I
dream.
think I'm gonna have to do invaders after this. Invaders. Diplo chain? I don't like the Diplo chain.
To slay the last illusion, the Eye of Dalcor
I don't like the
is
Diplo chain.
crafted.
I'm sorry, guys. I just don't like that chain. I never have, and I never will. I don't know what it is. There's something about it I just don't like.
As you blink awake, the Eye of Dalcor sighs.
Invaders.
Well, I have no more tricks.
And also, I just like invaders.
Challenges I have thrown at you.
It's just a fun quest.
I suppose my reign
After
of
all
this
these years.
madness
Yeah, and the revamp.
has come to an end.
I know that SSG did a lot of work making the revamp good.
For moment, at least. You have managed to break the spell and cure these monks of their
Boring quest.
blissful
Because
sleep.
it's dangerous.
Yet I still live, and I still.
You just
live
run in
to
and fight
dream.
a bunch of dangerous
Now
shit.
that the eye of Dalquor's magic has been disrupted,
Why?
the monks will slowly begin to rise.
And everyone dies
from
in
their
it.
long, reluctant slumber.
Plus, there's an exclamation point in the title. Yeah, that's the best quest ever, dude. I'm a game player, okay? Hallways with enemies, that's the best. People want emergent gameplay, unique circumstances, situations, you know, ways in which their characters, the game is going to change and do whatever. No, 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 no. I want a big hallway with lots of monsters. I want to funnel them into my shotgun blast. Yeah. You will like DDO? Thank you. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. Oh god, that hurts. Hurts on my render distance for some reason? I'm just gonna charge these things. Question with corridors and monsters. Don't you like slave lords then? I didn't say I don't like slave lords. I run slave lords on a hardcore for a reason. It's not that bad. Slave lords isn't that bad. I'll do a slave lord, you know. I'll slave some lords, you know what I'm saying? If you catch my drift. Shavrath? Ooh, okay, those hallways, I'm not a huge fan because those are like three-dimensional maze adjacent hallways. Every one of those quests is a stupid 3D maze. Yeah, actually, I definitely do like slave lords. The issue with slave lords for me is the fact that we had to run it so many times. That's the main problem, is the fact that we had to run slave lords so many times. Not that slave lords in and of itself is bad, but we had to run slave lords a lot. Three-floor random one? Yeah. Where you're just searching around, you just hug the right wall and run around? Yep. Yep, same. And also Shroud. That's also my problem I have with Shroud in general. I've done the Shroud so many times. Because when LGS was the best, you had to run Shroud, and you're running Shroud every couple of days. Or you're running it every day if you have ults. It's just exhausting. Mentally fatiguing. I only just like Cold Chamber because of people that would sit at the top. When like people would climb up to the top and then just wait for you to do the whole quest. That's the only thing that made me mad about Cold Chamber. Die? Yeah. Got me. That was the Plague Reaper, yeah. Get him, dude. Get this guy. That's every time? That is every time, 100%. Raise me, druid. Yes! I'm a ogre. -2 Dexident. Let's go. Vetoed our party running it on hardcore. Amazing. That's funny. As I said, next hardcore league for the day one rush, it's going to be all melee party. So I don't know what exactly we're going to do, but it's going to be all melee. Which I'm very much looking forward to. 6 melees. Second tune, first life, druid, favorite soul, warlock, or pure barb, or blightcaster max level to farm gear is needed. Pick an AoE spellcaster. They're the fastest at farming. Nothing out farms an AoE spellcaster. If you're just farming, AoE spellcaster. So blightcaster, cold druid, anything like that. By the other classes so much.
Commander falls dead. The crisis is over for now.
EK work as long as you're a melee character. So you can be an Eldritch Knight as long as you're a melee character. If you're like Eldritch Knight, but you're mostly just running around casting spells, then it's not going to work and you're going to get booted. Like, you can cast spells while you're playing. You just have to be a melee character. Yeah, you can be a Thorn Knight. Thorn King? Damn. Sexy demon, I'm so sorry. Leave party. Why is Oracle not a class in DDO? I don't know. A lot of people like Oracle from Pathfinder. It's a very cool character, so I'm not sure. I actually think Witch is cooler, but anyway, that's not the point. No one cares what I think. Ranged. Okay, now I've improved critical ranged, which, by the way, very good. Oh, greater heroism? Nice. And greater dispel magic? Nice. And cure critical? Nice.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to ferry passengers to
Good.
Sharn, the city of towers.
I'll probably get rid of cure if I can at some point, but yeah, nice, dude. Now I got all the spells, dude.
Speak to Captain Alban Dragon.
Oh, and also I have
on the
Quicken now.
Stormreach Harbor
Quicken
to set
spell,
sail
which
for
I can just
Sharn.
turn on all the time. Magics. Quicken. Cool. Have you ever made a build centered around Shadow Blades? I've made many builds. Both centered around Shadow Blades, as in, like, throwing the Shadow Blades, and also the weapons, the Shadow Blades. I have the Rogi Bardi Warlock, the Artie Bardi Warlock. Both of those use Shadow Blades. I have a dual-wield Cleric. I have a Ranger, a Charisma-based Ranger I use for Hardcore. And then if you want to use, like, Fade Arc Illusionist, I have a Fade Arc Illusionist Wizard that was, like, an Illusionist that used Rogue to get sneak attack damage and stuff on at Epics. So the answer is yes. I have a lot. If you head to the build repository, !builds, you'll be able to sift through there and find a whole bunch. Because yes, I have done that. Bonkers class is 25, but casting spells through the weapon. Wait, what class was that? Because Spell Sword can do that, I'm pretty sure. Every class specialized. Any daggers like to Dark Hunter, maybe 6 Rogue or Monk. Oh, for that? Oh, if you're just gonna be using Vistani, it doesn't really matter what you take. I would probably go 6, if I'm being honest. Go like Rogue, and then maybe like Favored Soul for the healing, and then 8 of whatever class you want. Just so you get close wounds. And you can just close wounds the entire way through the game. Dusk Blade. This is in PHP 2? Yeah, it is. Okay, I remember this. It's my chart. Armored Mage, Light, Combat Casting, Arcane Channeling. It's the Arcane Channeling, right? In third level standard action, you can cast any touch spell you know and deliver the spell through your weapon with a melee attack. Casting the spell in this manner does not provoke an attack of opportunity. The spell must take casting time of 1 standard action or less. If the melee attack is successful, the attack deals damage normally, then the effect of the spell is resolved. 13th level, you can cast any touch spell you know as part of a full attack action, and this spell takes effect. The spell affects each target you hit in melee combat that round. Doing so discharges the spell at the end of the round, in the case of a touch spell that would otherwise last longer than 1 round. So you'd be able to apply, like, touch spells with this, but you would not. So that's interesting. I don't hate this, because I was thinking, like, oh, it's full attack action, you cast spells. So you've got Dustblade at 13. Is that full base attack, too? Wow, they get full base attack? You'd think they would get like the 0.75. Wow. But so with this, that means you could cast like hold monster and go hold, hold, hold. However, it dispels at the end of the turn, so it's not that overpowered. Getting medium armor and a shield, I mean, that's not a big deal. I don't really hate that. Combat casting is a bonus feat. Arcane channeling. Is this overpowered? I don't know. What's the spell list? Oh, spells. Dustblade casts arcane spells, which are drawn from the Dustblade spell list. Okay. And bonus spells. Dustblades use what? Intelligence. Okay. Oh, and they have spells per day. Oh, spells known. You begin knowing 2 0th-level spells and 2 1st-level spells. You also know 1 additional 0th-level spell for each intelligence bonus. And can you learn spells? Oh, you can scribe spells like a wizard. Okay, gotcha. Pathfinder? No, dude. I play a Why does that go to 10? Yeah, everything stops at 6 in pen and paper. Why does this go to 10? I have no idea why this goes to 10. That's amazing. Spells every round? I guess. But that's interesting. I did not expect that. That's very funny. But yeah, no, with the Pathfinder, anyway. So with the Magus, I'm familiar with Magus for 2 reasons. One, that's the character I'm playing in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is a Magus. Although there's the variant Maguses, Magi. And I don't think Sword Saint is on here. Yeah, I think that's only for Wrath of the Righteous. Unless somebody went back and did it. What's the equivalent of Sword Saint in here? Oh shit, I don't know. Anyway, Sword Saint is what I should have done, which basically gives you intelligence to your armor class, among other things, and you can get Dex and intelligence to armor class and get a ton of stats. And that's what I'm doing in. That's what I should be doing in Wrath of the Righteous. Instead, I made like a dexterity-based Magus. I might respec it at some point, but I'm still working my way through the game. See to publish it when they tried to crank it up to 11. Oh yeah, I can believe that. But yeah, this is Dustblade is Player's Handbook 2. So this is straight up Player's Handbook 2, which is really funny. Because yeah, Player's Handbook 2 has Dustblade and a Scout I think is in Player's Handbook 2 as well. And Scout is like Ranger and Rogue combined into one. Wait, what's Spell Power plus 2? What's that? Starting at 6th level, you can more easily overcome spell resistance of opponents you injure. If you injure an opponent with a melee attack, you get a +2 bonus on overcoming spell resistance. Oh, you get +5 spell resistance checks. If you hit them. Quick cast. At 5th level, you can cast 1 spell each day as a swift action, so long as the casting time is 1 standard action or less. You can use it twice at 10, 3 times at 15, and 4 times at 20. Dustblade, Knight, Dragon Shaman, and Beguiler? Yeah, but it caps at 5d6. So.
And you made Emma Dompier lol.
Yeah, I did. It's so dumb. I can't heal. It's the worst option. It's the worst option. Oh my god, I forgot I made him a Dampier. Oh, it's so bad. There's no benefit. You get like no immunities for being undead. You're still affected by literally everything. Oh, why did I do that to myself? I don't know what I did. Anyway. Time to turn enemy damage down to 0.1. Yep. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom, get some more water, and then I'm going to play some Baldur's Gate 3. I'll be right back. Baldur's Gate. The Baldur's Gate. Gotta move it. night, Kentos. Sleep well. So I posted a picture of this in Discord. I don't think it came through that well. But I bought at the store. This is, you guys ever heard of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Yeah, I got Cinnamon Toast Crunch cinnamon rolls. So they're like little cinnamon rolls. Delicious little cinnamon rolls. And these way better than Baldur's Gate 3. Like